last few years is finding a way to overcome adversity. We know we have our work cut out for us. There's still a ways to go before we get to the break, and we know we need to continue to try to find ways to string together some wins. And our pitching staff has done a really good job of giving us a chance to stay in almost every game, and we found a way to score just enough. Hopefully we can continue to find a way to win.
Guardians off tonight. Start a 3-game set at Minnesota tomorrow night. Guardians win 5-5 of the just completed 10-game homestand. Joey Cantillo will start tomorrow night at Target Field. Battle of top 2 teams. The American League East gets going tonight. Tampa Bay playing host to the New York Yankees. Rays currently lead the East by 4 games. They've dominated at Tropicana, record of 31-12. Tampa's also in 4-5 against those Yankees this season. Cavaliers continue Summer League minicamp today. Going to be getting ready for the games out in Vegas. Among those on the roster, the lone draft pick this summer, that being second-rounder Malik Thomas out of Arkansas. Cavs will begin Summer League play in Vegas Friday afternoon as they take on the Pacers. World Cup round of 16 continues out in the United States, taking on Belgium in Seattle. Folarin Balogun is going to be getting a chance to play for the Americans. He leads the team with 3 goals. His 1-game ban for a red card suspended by FIFA. Go figure. Victory time puts the U.S. into the quarterfinals for the first time since 2002. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Summer's here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Just when it looked like there might be a little distance between the Guardians and the White Sox, that didn't happen. White Sox leave town, 1-game lead in the division. Guardians get the day off, then leave town with 3 All-Stars. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. Wearing his cool Rush long-sleeve T-shirt because it's not 95 degrees anymore. It's Andy Baskin.
It's like 35 degrees in the studio most
Yeah,
days. It was a little humid in here today, which is not good for the equipment, but that's okay. That doesn't matter. It was a good weekend, long weekend. Still feels weird to have Friday off and not Monday off on a long weekend, but that's okay too. And had a great time, did a ton of stuff over the weekend, saw some great fireworks, talked to a lot of great people over the weekend, had a lot of fun.
Didn't Saturday seem like Sunday?
Yeah.
All day long?
Yeah. So I went away for the weekend. I was up at buddy of mine has a house up
nice.
on a little lake.
Oh.
Near Pennsylvania-Ohio border. So anyway, we were up there for the weekend, and they had great fireworks show up there, and it's a lot of fun. A good time.
Andy knows a lot of rich guys, doesn't he, Dano?
I don't know that they're rich.
He hangs out. Got a lot of rich guys.
They're okay. They're not sweating. How's that sound?
I made friends
missed the
because
wedding.
of friendship. Andy looked for money, which is a good. That's credit to you.
What is to what? What did you say?
Suck up to friends with people with money.
That's
the way to go, baby.
Stop it. You're
the way to go.
No, and then I turned down the wedding this weekend, so I didn't want to go to New York.
Why did you turn it down?
Because I didn't get an invitation. Thought about stalking on the outside, seeing people that I actually know that went to the wedding, and
Travis,
be like,
"Hi, Ty."
He would have walked in. Hi, Ty. Oh man, I'm like, you got an extra one? Smoking, not smoking? I don't care. I'll sit anywhere you want. And he was like, nah, man. See you. Peace out. I said, hi, Ty. And he was like, whatever.
We have to set a new goal for the show.
What is it?
To get Taylor Swift on the show to say hi, Ty.
How about if we just get her to say hi, Ty? I guarantee.
Well, that's what I mean. We're not going to get her on the show.
I mean,
but if we can get a recording of her or something to say hi, Ty, that could be the new drop.
I would think the New Heights podcast could get her to do that, right? I mean, we'll get
put in a request. Come on.
Ed talked about us on the New Heights podcast, so
right.
There's got to be a shot next time Ed's on.
Ed talked about us on the New Heights podcast.
Certainly talked to Andy Baskin.
Didn't hear Phelps in there anywhere. Did you, Dan?
Certainly. Not everyone knows Jeff Phelps, I think. Yes.
Not at Heights High.
Wasn't that the line? The line was everybody knows. Is that what he said?
No. Certainly have to talk to Andy Baskin. You don't even know your own line.
No, there's another line. There's another clip.
Certainly talked to Andy Baskin.
There it is.
There's another clip in there.
He did say Baskins, though, didn't he?
Who cares, man? It was
certainly talked to Andy Baskin.
No, did not drop the S.
I think we cut it off.
No, you didn't. That's True Heights, man. True Heights. We all know there's no S at the end of Baskins.
The Chicago White Sox aren't going away.
There is on Baskins, but
Andy
on Baskin.
Your Chicago White Sox aren't going away.
Yeah, I know. It was a weird weekend.
It was a weird weekend, wasn't it? You thought, hey, here we go. We take game 1. We take game 2. Game 3, 3-1. Oh, that was tough. Yesterday, 7-6 game. They've played, 7 times this year, and 6 of the games have been decided by 1 run. And the one that wasn't was decided by 2 runs. That was the Saturday game, 3-1 loss. White Sox aren't going away, baby.
No, they're not. They're not. It's too bad they got rid of Grady Sizemore, but otherwise, be all right. Although their fortunes seem to have changed since they got rid of Grady, didn't they?
Well, it happens when young players develop.
Well, that's true too. It is weird to feel like the White Sox are. This is going to happen for the rest of the year. And after watching this weekend, which was bizarre because of rain delays and because of rare that you see like a warning track issue going on. I was listening to somebody ramble on about how they played the games over the weekend and because of the weather delays and, who are they mad at? Or you got managers yapping at each other and you got guys saying this and that. All I know is that once the game starts, it's in the hands of Major League Baseball. Just know that it's not the grounds crew that is here at Progressive Field. They do their best job to make sure that field is playable. I mean, they had to use
They do a great job.
They had to use a ton of that diamond dust to try to get the field even playable
And it rained
yesterday.
like crazy.
Yeah, there was mud on the field yesterday.
I was at a young guys game out in Willoughby yesterday that never got started, and it got called off, and it was on turf. That's how hard it rained. And the forecast looked, threatening all day long.
Yeah,
But so give the guys at Progressive Field credit for getting that field playable. Well done, fellas.
we've had some weird weather in the last 5 days. Remember the hailstorm we had last week? Were you a part of that?
No.
Oh, that was just weird. I was watching hail just pelt my car, and I'm going, please don't break any windows. Please don't break any windows. Anyway, like we said, unless someone swept this weekend, there would be no definitive feeling on
The
what's
worst
going on
thing
with
that
Central.
could have happened was obviously if the Guardians had lost, 3 of the 4 or 4 of the 4. Instead, you push. If they could have just won 3 out of 4, Andy, right?
Yeah,
That would have been phenomenal.
it was I don't know. It was a fun weekend. It was a hot weekend. A lot of weird stuff going on. I wish they were able to push through and get that extra win, but they didn't. And right now it doesn't really matter. Talk to me, like in September.
Tanner Bybee had one of those. He's been so good at times this year, and he's had like 2 games where he's given up a ton of home runs. One game he gave up the 5 home runs, and then yesterday gave up 3 home runs. And Stephen Vogt said after the game, he had to warm up twice, and those things, though you might not believe it, truly affect a pitcher because you get geared up to start, then you got to shut her down, then you come back. Okay, it's not an excuse, it's a fact, but I could see how people might think it's an excuse. Gave up 3 home runs, 6 runs in 4 innings. That was rough. And then the bullpen came out and did a really nice job, which was good. We
Threw
have a
8 guys
speaker that's
yesterday.
staticking like crazy.
Oh,
I don't know what's going
here
on.
I can get rid of that in a second. He threw 8 guys yesterday.
Yeah, I know. And, they had the day off today, so they figured, why not? Let's go for that, and they did. A couple of things happened in yesterday's game. Chase DeLauder, thank you. Welcome back. First home run since May 17th. And Chase had that great start to the season and then kind of, plateaued a little bit and didn't have the power numbers. And so he hits his first home run in like 6 weeks. See, you hear that too.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a speaker or not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it sounds
Something's
like they're
going
doing
on.
construction underneath.
Let's call the engineering staff.
To help out construction underneath.
Oh,
us?
wait a minute.
I think they're blowing off fireworks at the.
So
convenience store
DeLauder went
downstairs.
2 for 5 yesterday and had the home run. And boy, did he smash that thing. Am I allowed to look at Gabriel Arias and think, wait a minute, maybe he's finding his bat?
I was shocked.
Am I allowed to think that?
When he hit his home run yesterday, I was
Oh,
like,
he smashed it.
I'm like, way to go.
Smashed it. He was 2 for 5 and then struck out in his other 3 at-bats. But
The home run
you'll
was
have
worth it,
that.
though. Yeah.
You'll have that. Can I just throw out the head scratcher?
Sure.
I say this as president of the Reese Hoskins fan club.
Oh, I thought about you yesterday when this happened.
Okay? I will readily admit I am the president of the Reese Hoskins fan club.
We know.
Reese, you can do no wrong in my eyes.
Except?
Why would Stephen Vogt? There's only one reason here, and I'll have it in a minute.
Okay.
Why would Stephen Vogt pinch hit for Kyle Manzardo in the 9th inning? Manzardo's your cleanup hitter. He's your cleanup hitter. You're down a run in the 9th, and you pinch hit for your cleanup hitter.
This isn't the first time this has happened.
No, it is. They do it almost every game.
Yeah.
They flop him out. Here's the confusing part. You ready? 1 out in the 9th inning, you're down a run. Manzardo comes up. Manzardo has only 1 home run on the season against left-handed pitching. But, this is the reverse matchup thing, right? He's hitting .255 against left-handed pitching. Well, they lift him, bring in Rhys Hoskins to pinch hit for him. Rhys, as a right-handed hitter, is somehow hitting only .132 against left-handed pitching. So you yank the guy hitting .255 against lefties to bring in the guy hitting .132 against lefties. Please leave the lefty-righty stuff at the door.
That's gut, right? That's a gut feel.
Well,
that's not analytics.
It can't be, Andy. It can't be analytics.
Unless the front office told them if you get in the situation, you got to switch.
Now, 3 home runs against left-handed pitching for Hoskins. That's the only thing I can think of, was the Vogt was thinking, who's got a better chance to tie the game with 1 swing? But you going to bank on a home run, or you going to bank on the guy who's hitting almost double batting average-wise? That one's a little perplexing to me. And I know the thought is, well, you got to look at the career numbers and everything else. To me, baseball is much more of a game of, I don't care where you've been, I care where you are. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like in the past, you won 3 Cy Young Awards. Well, can you get anybody out now? No? Well, then we're going to lift you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly.
And in this situation, Manzardo's hitting .255 against lefties, and Hoskins is hitting .132. Why the hell would you pinch hit?
Gut?
You're pinch hitting for gut.
There's only 2 reasons. Your gut feeling.
He struck out on 4 pitches. I'm the president of the Rhys Hoskins fan club.
It's either that or else the front office analytically is telling you who to play. There's only 2 reasons why you would do it.
Andy,
So it's either gut feeling
I
or
want to argue with you like crazy, and I can't.
Because I know I'm right.
I can't.
It's got to be one of the 2.
I can't.
He decided he wanted to do it because of gut, or because the front office
all of the data they're giving him says you should. All I know is
I don't know where the data would have said that, but
I don't know either. I mean, yeah, the only thing the only thing I can think of, okay, Rhys has a better chance of tying the game with 1 swing than Kyle against a lefty. That's all I can think of. But .255 against 132. Regardless, it was a split against the White Sox. These 2 teams, you get the feeling, are going to go at it all season long. Guardians now are tied for the 4th best record in the American League. They're on their way to the postseason, folks. On their way to the postseason. Feels that way, doesn't it? How is that happening? Well, maybe because they're getting great performances out of guys who you didn't think were going to be all-stars. It's coming up on Baskin and Phelps. Happy Monday.
and 2. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
So the big news came out. And I must tell you, when the big news came out, I was taken aback. Taken aback. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps, Sandy Baskin. Sitting to my right, wearing his cool Rush t-shirt from a concert. I love that t-shirt, by the way. It's nice.
Thank you.
Long sleeve t-shirts are very comfortable.
Oh, they are.
Yeah,
They are.
I like them. Meredith's taking your phone calls, 216-474-0092. And Dan is wearing his Team USA World Cup Donovan number 10 jersey, getting ready for the big match tonight.
How many days have you worn that thing?
He washed it.
Are you sure?
I've watched it
He washed it.
many a time.
Kind of smells, dude.
He washed it.
honest with you.
No, he washed it.
Why would you wash it if they win? If they win, you shouldn't wash it. What are you doing?
Because I'm not going to be smelly for sports. I have no impact on what's going to take place on the field today.
Oh,
I have zero impact.
ye of little fandom. If you got a lucky shirt, man, you can't wash it.
So the big news comes out on
You
Saturday.
should say Jeff wears the same clothes every day.
And, well, I actually do sometimes. Cade Smith, named to the All-Star team.
Yes.
Expected that, did we not? He's been even though there have been a couple of opportunities that haven't gone perfectly. I think we're so critical about closers here in this town because Emmanuel Clase was lights out most nights that people around baseball know that Cade Smith is probably the best closer in the game right now.
Okay.
So, and if not, he's one of the best closers in the game. He makes the All-Star team. That's great.
Yes.
Fabulous. Good for
Well-deserved.
him.
Well-deserved.
Young guy, leads the majors, 26 saves. His ERA is really good. Big strikeout totals. So, really good. Well done. Then,
Especially considering how he was put into the situation.
yeah.
When you look back at his story.
Yeah. It's like, hi, our other guy, you're going to have to be the closer.
Peace out.
Thank you. Parker Messick makes the All-Star team.
Yeah.
We saw a little bit of Parker, and you thought, like the way this kid pitches, he might be something.
Mm-hmm.
Really like that. He might come on and really get going. He has a 2.85 ERA. He struck out over 100 guys. Only walked 29, 17 starts. Andy, not only is he fun to watch, he's good. They've developed another starting pitcher. He makes the All-Star team. That's incredible. Outstanding. Well done.
We got two. We're through, right? You got two. Like, I'm surprised. You got two. Right.
And then Travis Bazzana makes the All-Star team. And I will tell you, I thought, wow. And the players voted him in. And I thought, that might be the most impressive thing I've heard about this baseball team in a decade. That's an exaggeration, but still.
Well, it doesn't happen very often for rookies. What somebody had a list out this morning, like Herb Score, Sandy Alomar Jr. Rookies don't make
That's
the All-Star
about
team.
it, Andy.
There was another guy I didn't know his name. I'm trying to remember the guy's name.
Dick Stigman
Yeah,
in
that's what it was.
1960.
Did you know that off the top of your head? You looked that up.
I just scrolled down on the story I'm looking at, and it just happened
All right.
to pop up.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't remember.
Never even heard of the poor guy.
Dick must have had a great start then, huh?
There you go. So there you go. Bazzana makes the All-Star team as a rookie, and he's played in only 57 games.
Yeah, missed the first month.
Well, he didn't miss it. He was, in their estimation, not ready to go.
Should be, but at one point, wasn't he third in the voting? Early on, in the early voting part of it,
There's
he was
no
like third.
question. He's been terrific. He looks like an all-star caliber player. I was just impressed that the players voted him in. That to me, Andy, that's really telling. And good for him. He's shown enough power. He's driven in decent number of runs.
Imagine if he was here the whole year.
Hitting it well.
Somebody wanted that. I can't remember who was that.
Well, I don't want to argue this point with you, but
Somebody wanted him here
Can
early in the year.
Can I get you to agree on this?
Maybe. I don't know.
the way the Guardians handled it, and folks, I'd love your thoughts on this, 216-474-0092. The way the Guardians handled this is one of the reasons he's on the All-Star team. Because they didn't keep him down, Andy, because of any time, major league playing time. Mm-hmm. In other words, there were no money reasons. They kept him down because they thought he needed a little more seasoning. And if that's the case, it worked.
I think
it worked.
Jerry Pluto may have hit the nail on the head, too, when he wrote, and Jeff, you know this as well as I do, there's some political things about it. Like, you can't let somebody come up too early because you don't want to aggravate your clubhouse, and the veterans might get a little like, why is this rookie here? Why did he pass up this guy? And then the circumstances actually worked out to where injury and a couple other things made sense for him to come up. So am I mad about the way it went down? Not at all. Do I think he could have been up in the beginning of the season? Yes, I do.
But would he have had the same success? Maybe, maybe not.
All
we can agree on, I think, is this. Whatever they did, it worked. Because he's here, he's played well, he hit the ground running, and he's an all-star. And I hope it's the beginning of, along with Chase DeLauder, who, if Chase hadn't been hurt and slumped, he could have been an all-star.
Yeah.
But I hope it's the beginning of a little bit of a difference for our team, because we're used to seeing, here's Tanner Bybee, young pitcher. We've developed him. Boom, he's in the rotation. Here's Gavin Williams. Look at this guy. And by the way, Gavin could have been an all-star, and that he just had a couple of rough games that cost him there. But I thought he was going to make the all-star team for sure until a couple of rough outings. They've developed him. Parker Messick. They've brought Joey Cantillo along, and he's been terrific. Slade Ciccone they get from Arizona for the apparently not liked in the clubhouse Josh Naylor. And they developed Slade. They have 5 good, young, starting pitchers that they've developed. But hopefully, they're starting to develop young hitters. You've got DeLauder out in right field. Looks like he's going to be here a long time if he stays healthy.
So
Bazana's going to play here for a decade, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, he's terrific. Good for him. Angel Martinez, good young player. They've developed position player. It's starting to happen.
If I just told you we were watching the games and forget about where they're from, would you have taken Bazana or would you have taken Rocchio as an all-star?
Well, if Rocchio had had the season that he had but was playing second base all season, Rocchio would have been an all-star. But because he got switched to second base or to shortstop, he's not going to be an all-star.
Because of the logjam. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. If he'd stayed at second base, Brian was going to the All-Star game. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, his number, I thought, I was like, Bazana, I was happy for Bazana. I just thought
it caught you off guard, didn't it?
Yeah, because he didn't play the first month of the season. Yeah. That's why I thought, I don't know if he's where I was looking at the numbers. But early on, the fans liked him. And, when you looked at the All-Star numbers that were online, I swear he was in third place at one point. He was pushing. And I wanted him to, at least be able to get his name out there. But this is a great run for him. I mean, are you kidding? Just got to the bigs. There's a part of me that thinks that if I had to pick one position player when we're talking about pitchers, I probably would have taken Rocchio.
Except that he plays a tough spot.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that is rough about this.
I like Rocchio. I like the fact that he had to go back and then come back up. And, he battled through it, didn't complain, didn't moan, figured out what was wrong.
Yeah.
And then, there were questions about whether he would even be here at this point once they brought Bazana up.
Yeah.
And to be able to battle through all of that and survive, that's pretty awesome.
Bazana maybe as stunned as the rest of us about being named an all-star.
I found out about 30 minutes ago. Yeah, in the clubhouse, we had a meeting. I was honestly a little speechless because I didn't expect it at all. I felt like there's been ups and downs. I feel like I haven't been the most consistent version of myself, but to get the nod when I feel like there's a lot left in the tank was really cool, and I just didn't expect it, so I was kind of speechless. But the guys were around me, and they've helped me bring out some version of myself to play and perform to the level of getting this nod.
Good for him. Good for him. And now, Andy, you just hope that he soaks up that experience and just keeps playing and becoming a better and better baseball player, because he's obviously very good, and he is showing that though he may not be, and maybe he ends up being, he might not be the best guy out of this draft class. The Guardians did not miss with that number 1 pick in the draft. I was not crazy about the idea of drafting a second baseman. All the middle infielders they have, and it doesn't look like he's going to play anywhere else. And it doesn't seem like he's going to be converted into the outfield. He's playing second base right now, playing it fairly well. There was some thought he could maybe become an outfielder. I would think they're going to leave him at second base and let him go.
Yeah, I'm just on the big picture part of it, though. It's the whole man. This team got 3 All-Stars. That's pretty good. That's it,
isn't it? Though.
Yeah, I think it's
and Andy, with 2 rookies,
because we see it every day.
2 rookies,
and how hard it is to be a rookie to make it to the All-Star game,
and a young pitcher.
I love it.
That's really impressive.
It's really a feather in the cap of the front office, because a lot of people sit here and go, "Well, go out and buy this, buy that, buy this." I don't know. Maybe they're actually having guys come up from the minors and are producing, and you could look at your own talent
doing the
pool.
job.
Yeah, something's changed. Maybe it's just drafting one position a year at a time. Okay, this year middle infielders. Funny. Next year pitchers. What do you think they're looking at next year? The year after that.
It's kind of funny.
It's true. It seems to have worked.
Oh, it's kind of funny, actually.
Doesn't make sense, but it's working.
It has kind of. There's one issue here. I read one summation of the All-Star stuff that made me think, oh boy, really? That's sad, and it's accurate. And it involves one of our beloved athletes in town. I'll tell you all about it coming up next.
All right.
It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan. Coming up today, 11 o'clock, Scott Petrak's going to join us at noon. NBA free agency is still going nuts. Why? Because LeBron's still looking for a team. Chris Fedor from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com is going to join us at noon. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hi.
slammed after having his one-game ban for a red card suspended by FIFA. A victory tonight puts the U.S. into the quarterfinals for the first time since 2002. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Petrak, Chronicle Telegram, BrownZone.com, coming up 11 o'clock. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan. I'm Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin. My partner, Chris Fedor from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. We'll talk Cavs and NBA free agency with us coming up at noon. We've been talking Guardians. Why? Well, they're just a game out of first place. Trending toward another playoff appearance this year.
Oh, good word. 3
players making the All-Star game. 2 of them rookies. 1 of them another young guy in Cade Smith. I mean, a lot of things going in the right direction. However, I read something the other day in a summation of the All-Star game that made me kind of, if I were an overly emotional guy, Andy, I would have teared up because I just thought, oh, that's sad.
You're heartless, dude. You have no emotion.
No, I have some.
Really?
Yeah, but this
Where's
stuff,
it been?
This stuff's just fun and entertainment.
Okay.
Write the day down. November 19th, 2021.
November
19th, 2021.
Okay, written.
The Guardians made a trade.
Okay.
They traded away an 18-year-old kid who had played only 1 year of professional baseball, and he played for the Indians Red team in the Dominican Summer League. He was actually 17 when he played. And he was okay, put up some good numbers, showed a little bit of power in just over, how about 9 home runs and 171 plate appearances. For a 17-year-old, that's pretty good.
Yes, I know.
Enough that it attracted the attention of another major league team.
Mm-hmm.
And on November 19th, 2021, the Guardians thought, yeah, we could use another left-handed reliever. And so they traded a guy named Junior Caminero to Tampa Bay for Tobias Myers.
Oh, Tobias Myers.
Who is a relief pitcher and kicking around the majors and doing his thing.
Oh, I thought he was on Outlander.
But
that's Tobias Menzies.
This Junior Caminero fella, Andy, has become a stud.
Yeah,
as we all know. Yeah, he's become a stud. And he was named the All-Star starter at third base, won the vote and everything else. That's really good. The fans did a nice job. They got it right. And that's terrific. And last year, at the age of 21, Junior hit 45 home runs with 110 runs batted in.
Yeah.
And the only thing about that, at the age of 21, he did that. But people thought, well, the Rays are playing in the Yankee spring training facility because of remember the dome got busted up in the hurricane?
Yep.
It was all bad. So they had to play an alternative season, outside and spring training home. And they go, well, that skewed the power numbers. No, not really. This year, back in the dome, he has 26 home runs and 56 runs batted in, and he's raised his batting average by 24 points over last year. So Junior Caminero is going into the All-Star game, as he should, as the starting third baseman. But what made me kind of tear up, Andy, and feel bad was what was written about Junior Caminero and about Jose Ramirez.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. This was the thing that got me a little bit. And David Schoenfeld at ESPN, basically, and I'll just sum it up rather than read it. He said, Jose has been the perennial all-star third baseman for years. And he's out with injury this year, and he's now 33 years old. And Junior Caminero has probably taken his spot as the all-star third baseman for years to come. And I thought, I can't argue with that.
I don't know. I mean, you're projecting who's going to be the all-star. You never know what's going to happen with injury. You never know what's going to happen with. I don't know. You're trying to tell me Jose's never going to start another all-star game because Caminero's going to block him moving forward?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know. I'm not buying it.
If Caminero has his type of season, Andy, that if this is becoming typical, I think that's probably the case. Don't you?
No, I'm not going to project that. Yes, he's hot. He's playing great last couple of years.
His words that Schoenfeld wrote.
Yeah.
Caminero is 22, already on his second All-Star team, and he might have permanently seized this position from Jose Ramirez.
May have. I'm not selling Jose short.
Speaking of Tampa, Florida, and you shouldn't sell Jose short.
No, and then when we hear Antonetti said that he's going to start working
Starting
back.
to take some swings.
Yeah, so that's good.
Could always be named as a sub.
For this year?
No, down the road. Or they could flop.
Yeah,
here's the thing.
Know.
I think
on.
for Jose to be voted an all-star starter, Caminero's either going to have a down season, in the next year or two, or Guardian fans are going to have to just go nuts and support him like they have in the past and vote like crazy. Speaking of Tampa, Florida, Ryan's in Tampa. Hi, Ryan.
Rhino.
Gentlemen, what's up, man? Hey, happy belated 4th of July. Hey, man, I don't know, Jeff. You sound human, though, and that's great. Wasn't hearing you. Did not like that, and I'm in agreement. But tell that to Wade Boggs or, some of the greats, George Brett, et cetera. I mean, a lot of these MLB players in yesteryears in the twilight of their careers were still voted in, recognizing that obviously their accolades throughout their career should be honored. And the MLB is just that. I mean, don't get me wrong. They want the youngsters coming in. That's when the MLB makes their revenue is by young prospects. At the same time, it's deserved to give to a guy like obviously Jose. And especially if he deserves it, like Andy alluded to, which is, his career is not over. Hey, man, he could bounce right back and still an MVP candidate for a couple of years to come. I digress on that, guys. You guys make some great valid points, man, when it comes to obviously the prospects coming up. I was hardcore in the late 80s, early 90s with the Indians prospects. I don't say it's that level there, obviously with Alomar, Kenny Lofton, Baerga, Manny Ramirez, Tommy.
That's the last time you have to go back and see a rookie that made the All-Star team, too, was Sandy.
Bill.
Freak of nature time frame. Again, we had endless amount of revenue coming in, obviously, with John Hart being able to spend. And when 94 hit, we, picked up the Eddie Murrays. And, there's a lot of guys that we got. I don't think we have that capability right now. So, but we have to hit when the iron's hot. And what I mean by that is there's got to be some type of trade possibility out there. Again, guys, 2000, I think it was 17. They found a diamond in the rough by the name of Jay Bruce. We traded him a song and a dance. I think it was the 30th pick overall for arguably a top 20 batter and hitter. So I'm not saying that guy's out there right now. I do know one thing, though, guys. This team is full of optimism, full of capabilities that can do something and not just lose to the Detroit Tigers again like that last year in the playoffs. So, again, this optimism, and I'm all on board with you guys with that. I feel that something still needs to be done in the middle of the All-Star break to get this team even better. Lastly, Menigan, high five to you, buddy. Please go out and enjoy yourself tonight. Your USA team, you are a real deal hardcore fan, man. And you are one of the guys. Yes, right, man. You are one of the dudes who've been on this forever. Me, and all these other fans are going nuts right now. But you're the one who knows all about this stuff.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't hang up on you or didn't play you off.
Man.
Yeah.
That's right. You guys have a great day. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Rhino. Thank you very much.
There. Now, can you accept that, Dan? There's somebody that just called in, recognizes
complimenting your soccer knowledge.
Yes, recognizes that you are the expert.
You're my go-to.
You're the expert on the station for that, so we'll give you that. So just enjoy it.
We're happy for you.
Lean into it. Like, people want to talk about soccer. They really do right now. So lean into it.
We'll even call it football.
Yeah.
First, if I'm your expert on all of these things, good luck.
Stop selling yourself short.
You're a tremendous slouch.
Come on, man.
It's one of the things I'm good at. Mediocrity.
I have to clarify something Rhino said. John Hart couldn't spend freely.
No.
John Hart told me, without question, Dick Jacobs gives me a budget every year, and I have to work within my budget. He didn't have an open checkbook.
No.
So John had to do.
How many guys did we get here at the end of their career, too?
Chris Antonetti, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Eddie Murray's like the first one I was thinking of.
Dave Winfield. There are a lot of them.
Yeah. I'm just trying to pick the right era.
Oral, Dennis.
Your old pitching staff was
there. Yeah. There were a lot of guys. Anthony is in a place called Cleveland Heights.
Yes, I am. Hi, Ty. let's see. As far as the All-Star game goes, and the All-Stars, congratulations. Don't get hurt. That's all I care about.
Exactly.
It's an exhibition game.
Don't need Ray
on
Fosse.
to- Yeah, exactly. I don't think that happens anymore in this era's version of All-Star games.
Although I
In
would
fact,
say
they could
there's
really-
less chances in an NBA All-Star game than there is in a Major League Baseball All-Star game.
I'd agree. They could dispense with all of them, to be honest with you, in my opinion.
Baseball's
That's just
still
my
pretty
opinion.
good. I like watching the baseball All-Star game.
It's the best one.
That's fair. On to I know there's Hoskins is starting to get grief, in regarding the pinch hitting event yesterday and earlier last week, I think, or later last week, where Hoskins came in for Manzardo. I wanted a couple things here. Manzardo isn't exactly tearing the cover off the ball, so that's the first thing I want to say about that. And secondly,
he is hitting about 90 points higher against lefties, though, than Reese is.
That's far, but then I would say, Jeff, and you understand this because you've mentioned it more than once. About you always look to the larger sample size. You always look to the career splits. You always look to the overwhelming evidence.
He's averaged 28 home runs and 85 runs batted in the seasons when he's been a healthy major leaguer.
Understood.
And I'm the president of his fan club. But, oh, my God, he was hitting 132 against lefties, and you pinch hit him for a guy hitting 255 against lefties.
Here's my response to that. Now, when I was living in Florida, I was working for a major company, and they shut down the location I was working at, and out of the blue. And they said, the end of this month, we're shutting it down, and, we're moving on. And I remember speaking to somebody who had an MBA that I was working with there, and I said, wow, this is like out of the blue. And he said, that's how good companies operate. They operate a location or a branch as if it's an ongoing concern until the day they pull the plug, and then they pull the plug. So my point is, with regard to the Guardians, they signed Hoskins for a platoon split with Manzardo, and you platoon split him every time without fail until you pull the plug, and then you pull the plug on him. You don't start pulling your punches because there's so much overlap with results when it comes to baseball players. You end up, if you do that consistently, you're pulling the plug too early on too many people. So you keep platooning him. I know it looks bad. Then when you decide we got enough evidence, you cut him. And it cost $1 million. That's the last thing, $1 million.
Yeah.
Now they can go look for somebody else.
Anthony, it's funny you say that because I had somebody who sent me an email today and basically said, hey, here he's hitting like Nolan Jones. So giving me grief about two guys that I've always been intrigued by. And I wrote him back and I said, the exact stats I gave you, I said, give me somebody else on the roster who's averaged 28 and 85 over their career when they're healthy.
Right.
And I said, but that said, if he doesn't start hitting, they're going to move on. I couldn't agree with you more, Anthony. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. One day they're going to come in and say, hey, by the way, Reese Hoskins has been let go.
I agree 100%.
Yep.
The consistency of the application of their principles is what I'm looking at, and that's fine. So I agree totally.
That was business talk right there, Anthony.
Wow.
Very impressive. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Application of their principles and stuff.
Wow.
That was good. See, that's what I think is going to happen.
Right up there with obtuse.
I hope, very nice. I hope that it doesn't happen. I hope Reese starts hitting because, man, he's been terrific in his major league career. It just hasn't been here. But I think Anthony is exactly right. If he doesn't start hitting, one day we're going to get a release that says Reese Hoskins has been let go, DFA'd, and we've picked up fill in the blank.
Or brought up.
Yeah, or brought up. Mm-hmm. Although I don't know that if you're going to contend, you can continue to bring up guys and keep your fingers crossed. We'll see.
Or they have to start trading off some of the young pieces that are within the system.
Cavs free agency still going on. LeBron James still looking for a team. Chris Fedor is going to join us at noon. But up next, Scott Petrak, Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com. There's a quarterback working out in Berea, and he's not getting a whole lot of pub for it.
Oh, how about that?
Scott's next.
This is an
Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Football coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
It's Andy Baskin. Andy just said something, and I said, Dandy, Andy. And he was going to try and rhyme something with Jeff. And
It didn't work.
Good
Yeah.
luck. I don't know. I can't even think of anything that rhymes with Jeff. Oh, Chef. Chef. Family calls me Chef Jeff.
Oh,
when I work on the grill.
You're cooking up a storm.
Let's go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's hitting it straight right now, but he won't be for long because he's going to be working too much, covering the Browns in training camp. He's Mr. Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com. Hello, Scott.
Hola.
Why do you got to bum me out, Jeff?
Welcome to the show.
What's going on, guys?
We're just hanging out here. Hey, how about that Deshaun Watson? Goes to social media, posts a new video on Instagram showing him working out in Berea, and he says, no shortcuts, just work. Am I supposed to get pumped? What am I supposed to do? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think you have to get pumped, Jeff. I think one of the things I could live without is
social media,
posting all their videos. Yeah, social media. Athletes posting all their videos on social media with cool taglines. It's good that he's in the building. He's working. It's their break, right? The players are working out wherever they're working out. If it's back in the building, maybe there's some advantage to that. He looked in good shape throughout the offseason. He looks healthy. The question is, can he get back? Can he get anywhere close to back to the player he used to be? I thought his offseason practices that we got to watch were inconsistent. There'd be good throws and then bad throws. And then the big question for me is, if he's the starter, how long can he stay healthy? He has not been able to do that since he's been with the Browns. And that, I have two serious questions. One is, can he stay healthy if he plays? And number two, can he be consistent enough? Because since he's been with the Browns, and I think that's what we have to base it on, he just hasn't been consistent enough when he's had the opportunity to play.
Should he get credit for being back in? Somebody
Shador does, right?
Yeah, Shador got a lot look at this. Shador's meeting Todd Monken the first day. What's Watson? I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what, you see video or you hear somebody talking, the Shador and Monken are talking. Okay, cool, that's cool. But you don't know. Watson may have been talking to him same day too, and there's no social media presence on that. I don't know. I just think it's kind of silly. Sometimes we're giving Shador credit for being in the building and that we can see him, but what is Watson doing?
Well, I think at some point Monken said that Sanders had been in the building a bunch. This is before April, right before they returned for the voluntary offseason program, and that he had met Deshaun once, and then that's the only contact they had in person. So I think Shador was in the building a lot more before April. April 7th got here. They were both in the building a ton. And then, Watson was back in the building last week. I don't even know if the coach is in the building. I mean, this is a downtime for the coaches. So, it's good that he's working out. It's good that he's got a Browns helmet on, and it looked like there were a couple receivers that he was throwing to that were Browns guys. It's certainly, there's no downside to it. I just think we have to be careful about getting carried away.
There is one aspect to this, and you've said it here. Andy and I have both said it. If you're just looking at it from the outside, the ideal situation would be if Shador is clearly the best quarterback and he starts. There's another aspect to this that I wonder what you think about it. Would the Browns buck the idea that fans don't want to see Deshaun, even if everything that's happened here, through 4 years of the 5 years contract, and even if Deshaun is better, but it's kind of close, They start Shedeur, or do you think they'll flat out put the best guy on the field, even if it's Deshaun?
Well, I don't think the fan reaction is a factor.
Okay.
But your second part of that question is, if it's close, I think it needs to go to Shedeur Sanders. I think he needs to be the starter for all the reasons we've talked about, and you just mentioned: younger, cheaper, all those reasons. I think his potential is greater.
Less headaches,
Yes, right. Just all of it. So I don't think, maybe the fan reaction is a tiny part of that. But I think there's so many factors that play into it that it's not necessarily, and we could argue about this, and maybe they feel differently, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know if it's necessarily, okay, who gives you the best chance to win week one? Like, if it were clear, then yes, it's Deshaun Watson. But if it's really close, then is it, hey, maybe it's the guy that grows into it and week 3 gives you the best chance, but he needs those first couple of weeks or whatever, right? I think there's a learning curve and a progression with Shedeur Sanders that I wouldn't expect from Deshaun Watson because he's been in the league for a long time and he's 30 years old, right? And so that's where I think the room for subjectivity comes in, not necessarily the fan reaction, although there's certainly a huge difference in what the fan reaction is and would be.
Speaking of fan reaction, they announced last week the open practice schedule for fans. I'm just curious. I mean, I remember, we were a kid. You could go out there for 2 days and you could watch all that stuff
all the time.
Yeah, now it's so limited for fans. Good thing, bad thing for the team. Should they have more open practices, or is this just kind of a byproduct? And do you think? I actually think that once the complex is done in Berea, it'll be kind of cool that they'll be playing they can practice and do some more stuff in front of the fans with full seating around the outside. It's what it looks like, right? I've seen the plans a little bit.
Yeah, when they have that multi-purpose stadium that I think Berea Mid-Park's going to use.
Yep.
Yeah, then you can have practices there with a bunch of people in the stands. I think that will add something to their training camp schedule and give fans an alternative, and maybe they blow it out one night and do it there under the lights. I used to think that every practice should be open, and the more the merrier, and that just, like you said, the way you grew up. And when I started covering this team, there were a bunch of practices open to fans.
Yeah,
right? I mean,
almost all.
In the 20s, right? I mean, at least high teens, 20s. So when they initially cut back, and, I don't know if that was the first year they went to the Greenbrier. That was the first year I remember going, this is a big cut in the number of practices fans are able to watch. But now that feels almost routine, and there's not a huge attendance at these camp practices. So I just don't know if the appetite's not there. I mean, a lot of that could be due to the fact that they haven't won recently, and the mood of the fans around this team, and where the excitement level is. So 9 actually feels okay to me right now. I think if they were, coming off a Super Bowl appearance, I'd feel differently. And I know I felt differently, 3 or 4 years ago. But right now, I think 9 is fine because I've been at plenty of those practices and looked around and go, where is everybody, right, from a fan perspective? So I think 9 is probably fine, especially given the fact there's a bunch of construction going on around Berea, and I think logistics could be an issue. So I think it's fine this year. Would it be okay? Would I like to see it go up and there'd be greater attendance? And like you mentioned with that stadium, I think there is a potential for growth, but I'm okay with 9 this year.
Scott Pedrak joining us from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com. Starting to see some rumbling from some of the national writers who kind of, and not the writers in particular, but the general buzz was the Browns traded Myles Garrett. Oh, my God. Now you're starting to see a lot of stuff about, Jared Verse is really good. And now they have the last 2 defensive rookies of the year. And this defense could really be something again, and blah, 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 blah. I'm glad people are starting to realize that, because though you traded Myles, who we all would love to see Myles here and retire, it's not like they left that spot open, Scott. They brought in a very good defensive end to take that hole.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think you have to look at it 2 ways. Is one, they lost the best defensive player in the NFL and the best defensive player in the history of the franchise, and they're not going to be as good. Like maybe defense, I guess overall they could still be as good. I have a hard time believing that. Jared Verse is not Myles Garrett. I don't think he's going to be as good as Myles Garrett, probably ever, but certainly not, I wouldn't think, this year. So to me, that's the reality, is the Browns aren't going to be as good. The defense isn't going to be as good. The defensive end spot is not going to be as good this year. But that doesn't mean the cupboard's bare. I think Verse is a really good player.
Yeah.
I think he's going to continue to get better. It's only year 3. Obviously, then they start to add draft picks. Once we get into April of next year, those draft picks start, however good they're going to be. So, and we said it the day that the Myles trade went down, before it happened, that if they were going to make that trade, they had to get a defensive end back. And Andrew Berry has talked about that numerous times since then, and how that was the key. And Jared Verse was the key. And I completely agree with that. It gives them a chance to still have a top whatever defense, because that position is so important. But we need to see how Jared Verse looks in this scheme. We need to see how he fits. I think he's going to be extremely motivated, but he needs to up that sack number, right? It was 7.5. And then you need to see that the rest of the guys on that unit do the same, because you got to figure out how you're going to replace everything that Myles Garrett gave you. And it's the 23 sacks. It's the constant double and triple teams that I don't think Verse is going to draw, which means a guy like Mason Graham is going to get more double teams than he did a year ago. And he only had a half a sack, right? And I expect it to be a jump, and he played better than a half a sack. But you need to see progression from the rest of the line. And I think while Myles drew all of our attention, it also, so our focus is there. Now the focus is going to be the other guys. And it's their opportunity to step up and to fill that void. But they have to do it, because Myles can cover a lot of weaknesses from the rest of the line. And I'm just not convinced Jared Verse right now can be that same player.
Scott, got about 30 seconds. Who do you think has a better upside? Is it Mason Graham or is it Mike Hall?
Oh, I think it's Mason Graham. Yeah, I don't think it's close. Not that Mike Hall's not talented, but he's suspended to start his career. Then he's had injuries. He had an injury scare during the OTAs. I think he needs to prove something to say that he's worth that second-round pick, where I think Mason Graham has a potential to be, a Pro Bowl, if not all-pro, which he should be. I mean, he's a number 5 pick in the draft, and Mike Hall is a second-round pick.
Thank you for your time, sir. Enjoy the rest of your Monday.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
Scott Petrak, brownzone.com, where you can read all of his work as he covers the Browns for the Chronicle Telegram. Our buddy Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk has done a little digging into things like NFLPA records and cap credits and insurance. And boy, it looks like the Browns made some smart moves in those areas when it comes to a gentleman who wears number 4.
Wait, what?
We'll explain it all coming up on Basket of Phelps.
decision by FIFA to review. A ruling could possibly come before the game, but there's no guarantee there will be one. Kickoff for Team USA and Belgium is at 8 o'clock. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Before we even get too far into this, let's just go ahead and flat out say we're confused. I know you might
the
think
headline confused me right out of the gate.
You might think that all the time.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Phelps here, Baskin over there. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Meredith taking your phone calls, doing 2020s. 216-474-0092. Our buddy Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk received a question on social media on Pro Football Talk the other day on Thursday. And the question was, how much cap space did the Browns save due to the insurance policy on Deshaun Watson for him missing the entire 2025 season? Well, Mike decided to expand it, and he said at the time, I don't know, but I'll try to find out. He did some digging. He went beyond 2025 to include all cap space that the Browns have saved.
Because of Deshaun Watson.
Because, well, yeah, they're on the hook for Deshaun's contract, $230 million guaranteed. Mm-hmm. But because of other issues, did they have to pay all that? And Mike did some digging, and he says in 2022, missed no games because of injury, was suspended, played in 6. They restructured his deal in 2023, and then goes through all kinds of business stuff and money and dollars that I'll just readily admit I don't get. And then he kept going and dug deeper and did some more things and kept writing, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, I'm confused. And then I kept reading, and Mike wrote, confused? We certainly were.
Yes.
So I thought, okay, good. I feel much better because Florio was confused as well.
Okay.
And he said it took a while to figure it out. But he says, as best as we can tell at Pro Football Talk, it appears that the Browns will have received, and then he goes into all kinds of dollar figures for cap credits, and there are like 10 of them, all around $8 million for his contract.
Okay, so that.
And that's through
simple math,
insurance because he missed stuff and everything else. He said the payments flow from shoulder injuries suffered in 2023 and then the torn Achilles and everything else. And he summed it up this way. Thus, and I love the word thus, while the trade for Watson and the $230 million guaranteed creates one of the single worst transactions in NFL history, the Browns' decision to purchase insurance, and he said in parentheses, the premiums for which surely weren't cheap, resulted in more than, are you sitting?
Yeah.
$88 million in refunds for the games that Watson missed due to injury.
So because they bought insurance, and no one knows what they paid for the insurance.
Right.
But, that's a $142 million contract.
Well, for the Browns, it's still $230 for Deshaun.
He gets his money, but
he
for
still
the Browns,
gets the money. But it didn't cost the Browns that. No, it didn't cost them $230 because they didn't have to pay $88 million of it. Now, what did they have to pay for the insurance? I have no idea, but you can be sure it's 5 figures anyway, right? Or excuse me, 7 figures anyway. You had to figure the insurance policy was in the millions of dollars, wouldn't you think?
If you're going to cover 88
and insure a $230 million contract.
Yes,
I'm sure it cost a couple of mil anyway, or tens of millions, whatever it cost. But the Browns haven't spent all that money. What's that mean? I'm still not completely sure. It means it didn't cost them that much money, and they get cap credits for it, and they can use that money in other ways, and the NFLPA allows that to happen. So, gee, Andy, the contract wasn't as bad as we all thought.
I wonder how much of a hit. Well, I mean, the insurance company pays them the $88 million, right?
Yeah.
Well, that might explain why one major insurance company is laying people off, or at least cutting their salaries. I shouldn't say laying off. That might explain.
Insurance companies have a license to print money, Andy.
Yes, I'll leave it at that. I'm not going.
No,
I'm not getting.
I'm not going to go into it either.
No,
nobody likes insurance until you need it.
That's true.
And when you need it, boy, are you glad you have it. So there you go.
And you just hope that you can make the phone call and they're there for you quickly.
Yep. I'm not going to comment on the insurance industry. I'm not a big fan, but boy, when you need it, congratulations. Glad you have it.
So wait, as far as being a big fan, compared to Deshaun, so let's take the insurance industry and compare that to Deshaun Kaiser. Deshaun Kaiser, big fan, insurance industry.
I'm a big fan of Deshaun Kaiser.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Even now when he's in the business world.
I'm doing the scales of justice on this. Yes.
The scales of Jeff.
The scales of Jeff's justice.
Yeah. There you go. I want to go back to something we asked Scott about Deshaun. And I tend to agree with this. If it's close, and yeah, I know we're talking quarterback for a second. If it's close, to me, it makes perfect sense to play Shedeur over Deshaun.
Wow, I see it the exact opposite way.
I know, but it makes sense if it's close. And Scott said he didn't think the PR aspect of it and the fan would come into play too much. I think it does a little bit.
I don't think it comes in at all. I think if Deshaun Watson walks out there, wins the game, doesn't matter how ugly it is, if they win the game, even if it's because of the defense, and they win the game,
well,
no one's going to care.
You just took it to a different place, though.
They got to win games. That's it.
Well, you took it down the road further than I took it. So I want your thought on what I said.
Okay, well, let me throw this in reverse.
If it's close, if it's close,
yes,
wouldn't it behoove the organization to play the young guy and see if he can be your starter of the future? Because you don't think Deshaun's going to be here after this year.
Jeff,
they're going to wish him well and send him on his way.
Yeah, whether it's $230 million or $142 million, no one likes to set money on fire. I don't know anybody that ever wants to do that. So if there's a chance, and let's just say you thought your car could drive 100 miles an hour, but it can only drive 20 miles an hour, you're going to drive the 20-mile-an-hour car because you want to get your money back on it because you paid so much money for it. See what I'm saying? Like, there's a money aspect to this that no one wants to talk about. Everyone wants to talk about, well, all these things that happened off the field and the way he looks on the field at certain points, and then compare him to the fifth-round draft pick that they brought in, who's a tremendous name and has great upside. They are probably going to try to squeeze every penny they can out of Deshaun Watson to get some sort of return on investment. Again, show me someone that likes to light $100 bills on fire.
Yeah, but I'll wait. It's on fire regardless. See, that's the thing to me. And that's why, if Deshaun's clearly better, well, then there's no question you start him. Okay?
Jeff, if I told you made the worst trade in the history of the game and you had at least one more year to fulfill to try to make it so that isn't the destiny of the way people look at that trade, you got one more chance to do this. And you can turn around and go, well, maybe it wasn't the worst trade in the history of the NFL. Maybe it wasn't. And now you've got a chance to, reverse the curse or whatever you want to call it. You're going to take that opportunity to do it. Deshaun has got to have to absolutely look pathetic in practice to not be able to get it, and pathetic in preseason games. There's just no one wants to set money on fire. No one.
If it's really close, because I'm gonna look more big picture here. That money's already spent. So though you're right, nobody wants to burn money. It's already spent. And if Shedeur is even in the vicinity, and I'm gonna play him over Deshaun, because I want to find out, do I need to take that quarterback in 2027? Do I need to go get one? And if they're not close, then you already have your answer. Then you definitely need to go get a quarterback in 2027. If Shedeur's not close to Deshaun, well, you got to go get one. And because I can't imagine Deshaun being back. And if Shedeur's not close, Andy, I don't think Shedeur will be here in 2027. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know exactly what you're saying. I think you're right.
I think they would move on from Deshaun, and I think they would I think they'd move on from Shedeur when they drafted a quarterback in the first round of the draft, and they'd go get a veteran quarterback to come in here and be the backup. They'd go get an Andy Dalton. They'd go get a guy like Flacco, not Joe, but a guy like Flacco. Andy Dalton might be, perfect guy. somebody like that. And he would come in here and be the backup quarterback, Jacoby Brissett.
Agree. I just don't see this team going into the season with a quarterback room they currently have right now. I don't see it. Someone's gone.
Well, somebody probably is gone.
And the somebody is probably Gabriel, because it's an easier move now because you've switched coaches. But if you hadn't switched coaches before, then it would. Although the guy who was general manager,
he's the guy who made the pick.
It. Yeah, he made that to put
it's
him
on
in
his
three.
resume, not on Kevin's.
All right, so
could you also see
Jeff? I feel like if Shador's not going to win the job, I think they're going to try to trade him or try to get.
I don't think they'll trade him this year. Might be wrong. I don't, because if Deshaun gets hurt, and even if Deshaun starts, don't you think the likelihood is he gets hurt? He's just been so injury prone since he's been here, and that's
then
a
they
shame.
bring in another veteran quarterback.
I don't think you'd play Taylor Green. You might play Dillon if you trade Shador. I don't know.
Is there any part of you that thinks that they're going to try to trade Shador? I do. I think there's a part that
no.
Dan,
I don't see it.
I'm looking for anybody to agree with me on this.
But
I think
after this coming season, I certainly think it's a possibility.
And I also think they start getting pressure from Shador's camp to trade him. On top of this, if it looks like he's not going to, you can tell me his dad's like, why don't you, or his agent, but it should be his agent.
Same thing.
Hey, if you're not going to play him, trade him. Trade him. Give him a chance to go somewhere else.
Yeah, but that's nice. But why would he get special treatment as opposed to everybody else in the NFL?
You don't because
you don't want the grief that would come from his fans.
And you're worried about, if you're truly worried about fan support and what you're doing with this team, then
yeah.
But then, watch Shador goes off and has a great career somewhere else, and they'll be like, oh, look, the Browns, they had two of the biggest trades in 1 year and set their franchise back again.
All right.
If they don't work. There's a lot of ifs and buts in the whole story. I just don't see Gabriel, Watson, and Sanders, all three of those guys being here to start the season.
Can I speculate a little bit?
Sure.
We're going to talk more about the Browns quarterback in the next couple of months.
No, I think you're wrong. I think that story's going to die down after today.
Mennigan is giddy about so many things when it comes to the United States men's soccer team in the World Cup. One thing he's not giddy about. In fact, he's a little grumpy about it. I'm going to get a World Cup education next on Baskin and Phelps. Fedor talking Cavs free agency with us. LeBron James, noon, right here on The Fan.
I'm a Ram truck guy, and if
review. A ruling could possibly come before tonight's game, although there's no guarantee they'll get one. Kickoff between Team USA and Team Belgium is at 8 o'clock. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Chris Fedor is going to join us coming up at noon from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. We'll talk some Cavs, talk some LeBron James. I'm a little quiet for the Cavs in the offseason so far. That's okay.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., our show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from all of your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
Had a little speed to that.
I don't know. I just kind of felt like I wanted to.
You thought it needed a little more tempo?
Yeah, a little more.
Did you?
I was at 33.
Tonight,
45.
get ready. Get the waffles ready to go, right? United States
Are you
against
worried?
Belgium.
Does he look worried about this game? He looks worried.
United States against Belgium, World Cup.
He looks concerned.
And there's a big stink around it involving a red card, involving a guy named Flo, and involving our president, who said he only asked for a review. That's all he did. Asked for a review of the red card. Dan.
I asked for the same thing.
Dan's all hot in a biscuit about it.
Makes us look bad.
Why are you hot in a biscuit about it?
So I'm mad because this is the opening of Pandora's box. And that's why, and we're in the midst of it right now. So to catch everybody up, we will give you all of the facts to this point before we all start yelling at each other.
Okay.
So here are the facts of the situation.
These are the facts as we know them.
Correct.
Dun, dun, dun.
During the Bosnia-Herzegovina game,
yes,
there was a pass that was had. Flo Balogun went after a ball with a Bosnian player, stepped on his Achilles. It was completely incidental. There was no malice behind it or anything else like that.
In fact, his foot just kind of came down on the other guy's foot, which was already turning.
Correct, and he pushed it down more.
Did he have a torn Achilles?
I don't know the outcome. I've been trying to find that.
All right.
But
doesn't matter. They're done. Who cares?
So, again, they went to review. There was no initial card on the field or anything like that. They went to review. The referee found through the video assistant review that it was a red card and proceeded to hand that out, which put Flo Balogun off the field.
Explain what a red card is.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
Flo Balogun off the field. The U.S. had to play the rest of the match with 10 guys. It also meant that Flo Balogun was going to miss the next game as a part of the penalty.
You didn't have to play with 10 in the next game, though. You would have played 11.
You would have had to play with 11, but Flo would not have been available.
You wouldn't have been there.
So,
which also would have been good for the kid from Columbus.
So the U.S. then proceeded to appeal this. Now, again, most soccer fans will tell you there was, argument on all sides. It's a dominated talk all over the place, but it felt like a yellow card to me. There's a great phrase in soccer that is known as the orangiest of yellow cards. And by that, I mean the referee holds up a yellow, gives him a stern talking to as a way of telling the coach, you need to get him off of the field for the rest of this game. And that felt like one of those moments. But again, it was a red card. He was sent off the field. Now, how this had gone always in the past was there's really no appeal. FIFA made the rules. These are the rules that we're living by, and we go from there. What came out yesterday is that...
Can I ask you one question? Is there truly an appeal process, though? They can just deny the appeal, right?
Right. There was no
actually
appeal for this red card in particular. At least according to FIFA's rules at that time.
Oh, okay. I thought there was an appeal, and they said, we're not going to hear it.
FIFA's so up and up on most everything anyway.
Exactly. They do everything on the up and up with the best of them, hence the reason why we went to Qatar and then Saudi Arabia. But that's another argument for another day. So... they then put in this appeal process that is taking place. Then, all of a sudden on Sunday, news comes down, hey, the red card due to this Article 27 of the FIFA contract, which basically says we could do whatever the hell we want. You could go find the real wording and all that stuff. the sensual summation of it is we can do whatever we want. And so FIFA then turned this into a year-long probationary period instead of a single game, and said that if there's any other red card, the punishment would then fall, as well as whatever punishment comes on top of the second red card.
So in other words, they're giving him double secret probation.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's a very good way to put it.
He and I'm no soccer expert, but obviously, but when you see that play, it looks like the other player's foot just kind of landed and he was coming down, and it looked like there was nothing intentional about it at all.
Correct. There was no malice behind it.
Doesn't look like it in the least.
Which is usually one of the things that you use for a red card, is that there was an intent for injury.
Yeah.
When doing this, or you were completely out of control and reckless, is the other way that red cards are typically used. From looking at it, it does not seem like that was the case with Flo Balogun in that moment. The problem, now again, that's all of the facts. The appeals process is taking place. Belgium has now put in an appeal as well. The lawyers are in the midst of this right now. They had to get it in by 5 a.m. Pacific time, which would have been 8 a.m. our time. They had to get everything in. They were able to do that. And so now we're in the middle of this appeal thing, so we don't 100% know if Flo is going to play or not play at this moment, but it looks like, just tea leaf reading, he's probably going to play. Yes, Mr. Phelps, I apologize.
Yes, can I ask a point of reference question?
Please.
How good is he?
Very good. He has probably been the best player for the United States in this tournament to this point.
He's our leading goal scorer.
Right. Which isn't the end-all be-all for the tournament of quality, but he's been excellent.
He's really good.
He's been a great player for the U.S.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
This is a big deal. So now what has happened because of this is now France has put in a claim for one of the yellow cards that was handed out. England has now put in a claim that just came down about 5 minutes ago, where the Prime Minister of England has put a claim in for FIFA saying you need to overturn our red card from yesterday as well. And
overturn or take another look at?
Take another look at, to do this year-long probation, double secret probation. We can do whatever we want.
Well, if they got it wrong, shouldn't they?
You said it right out of the gate. It didn't look like a red card. It wasn't a red card. It shouldn't have been a red card.
So, is the end result that probably should have been? Yeah. Is the method that we have gone about this really the best method that could have gone through? No, it was horrendous.
The president just called his buddy at FIFA.
He said, "Take a look."
Said, "Hey, take a look, will you?"
Take a look.
Absolutely horrendous. This is not how this goes.
This
We're not playing by rules.
maybe
This is the equivalent of your dad picking up the phone and calling the athletic director and going, "That was unfair to my son."
It worked for Andy.
It's crap.
You guys are.
It's I'm one of the biggest U.S. men's team fans you will ever meet in your life, and I think it's
okay. We got it. Let me ask you
Can I
this.
throw this in?
Wait. No, hang on. I'm going to ask this first. Did Ronaldo not have this same situation at some point where they reversed a red card on him in his career?
Correct. So they did that in
okay, so why was it okay? Why was it okay for Ronaldo?
To answer the question, or do I just get
let me
yelled
ask
at?
the question. Go ahead. I just think you're way too emotional about this, but go ahead.
So, yes, that did happen. It was in a game leading up to the World Cup where... No. Did
Go ahead, finish.
Please allow me to answer the question.
Yes.
Your Honor.
Yes, you're welcome. Go.
So, that was leading up to it, and it was shady when that happened. It was super shady. And it was horrendous, and it was just because they wanted Portugal and they wanted one of the biggest stars in the world to be playing for those two games.
So
yes,
wait a minute.
It did happen.
So it's okay for Portugal, but it's not okay for the United States. Okay.
I didn't say that it was okay for Portugal. I thought it was shady in the moment then, too.
But here's my point on the whole thing. It might all be shady that and people are just mad about the fact that the president picked up the phone and called. And people want to take it to the next. Oh, did he give him money? Did he pay him off? Is this so bad? I
mean, it's
at the end of the day, the guy didn't intentionally hit the guy. The other problem that soccer has here is that why didn't the referee on the field get to see real-time video? Because that's the biggest thing I've been reading. So if they made him see slow-mo and they made him see still pictures, I can understand why he handed out a red card. But if he didn't see real-time video of what happened, like the rest of all of us have seen, and said, that's not really a red card, what's the deal here? Then they got it right. I don't care what politics playing is. Did they get the call right in the end? And they were fortunate enough to have a little bit of time to review this. The only part of this that I don't understand is if FIFA said, no, it's over, it should have been over and he should have got the red card and that should have been the end of it. I'll agree with you on that.
There you go. Mr. Phelps, the floor is yours.
Is there a possibility here that the powers that be with the United States soccer team actually talked to FIFA and said, hey, can you look at this? And that our president, who never seems to miss an opportunity to get his name out there and to try and look good and take that any way you want, good for him, whatever, that he's just saying, yes, I asked FIFA and he had nothing to do with it? Is there that possibility? I don't know the answer to that. That's why I ask.
So what we are working off of to this point is reporting, and then the president in his press availability today saying that he picked up the phone and made the call and said that you need to take a look at this because, I don't know what that meant and it should be reviewed by FIFA and all of that.
But maybe
kind of
he's just saying, yes, I stepped in when he might have called but really had no impact on the situation.
It appears that he did. Though.
It appears that he did.
Forgive me. Our president is a politician. What politician is not going to jump into a situation and say, look what I did?
I agree.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he did. If he did, okay, well, fine. If he didn't, if he made the call but it really had no impact, see, we don't know the answer to that.
He said he picked up the phone, called Gianni Infantino, who is the head, or Gianni Infantino, I apologize, who is the head of FIFA, and said, you need to look at this.
Well,
he has confirmed that has taken place. Now,
but
how much impact that doesn't mean. Now, how much impact that has?
There you go.
It's up for debate, but it definitely looks a little fishy.
Then I also heard that he had text him back and he said, "New phone, who dis?"
I am
talk about soccer that way.
As a U.S. fan, I'm thrilled that who has been arguably the best player is on the field. The methods around this, though, take something that was so beautiful of this U.S. team and puts a real dark cloud over it.
I think
that's it. So if they win tonight, we're going to be mad at him because
political.
World, different understanding.
Political leanings.
Anyway, so.
Political leanings out the window on this. But I think this is hilarious. I got to give the president credit. Political leanings out. He says all he did was ask for a review, right? And then he says, Johnny is a tough guy, smart man, blah, 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 blah. The president says, I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was two great athletes that crashed each other and got entangled. Hang on, there's more. He said it's very unfair. How do you penalize them for a game that hasn't been played yet? And then it was also written by ESPN. The president also said he didn't initially know what a red card was or what its consequences were. But the president, I saw the play. I'm a person who loves sports. That wasn't a foul. But he didn't know what a red card was.
You feel better now? You feel better? You get the vents a little.
No.
Team USA, go get them tonight.
So are you going to be upset if they win?
Go get them tonight.
Are you going to be upset if they win?
No, I won't be upset if they win.
Go get them.
But
I hope he has a hat trick tonight.
Maybe the president will fly to Seattle for the game. Chris Fedor covers the Cavaliers for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. The Cavaliers in talks, supposedly, for a big-time free agent who came back to Cleveland once before. Could LeBron James do it again? Fedor next, right here on The Fan.
LeBron and a mixed nuts cast of characters in the playoffs. He was the best player in a playoff series.
It's not that LeBron guarantees a championship, not by any means necessary, but it makes you feel better about their chance to win one with him than it does without. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, you like music? We got music for you. A 4-pack of lawn tickets to see your choice of John Mellencamp, Thomas Rhett, Chicago with Sticks, or Billy Idol at Blossom Music Center. What you need to do is enter the code word HOUSES, HOUSES, plural. HOUSES, enter that word by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, all courtesy of our friends at Live Nation, where, for a limited time, buy 4 lawn tickets to a select Blossom show for $99 at blossommusic.com. That's blossommusic.com. Again, HOUSES is your code word. 923thefan.com is the place to go.
That's Andy. I'm Jeff. Matt Corrali is now sitting behind the glass with Dan Mennigan, but the man on the Weishart right, we make it right, call Kyle Wright hotline, has the floor as we speak. He covers the Cavaliers for the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Make sure you read all of his work there. You can follow him on Twitter, now X, and, of course, catch him on the Wine and Gold Talk podcast. He's Mr. Chris Fedor. Chris, welcome.
Hey, no red card for you, man. All green.
No, and if I did get a red card, maybe they would overturn it. That would be nice.
It would,
if the president could call in for you, might help.
What kind of card do they give you in kickball?
No cards.
Straight ejection.
Unfortunately. No cards in basketball. No cards in all the sports that I grew up playing.
Why do you even bother to hold up a card? Can't you just make a holding penalty?
So
can't
everyone
you
can
call
see it,
things?
so the game can keep moving. That's why.
I mean, you got to let everybody know, and you got to write on the card who the offender is.
Oh, good point.
Too. You got to keep track of all that.
Let's be honest. Umpires have to do the same thing when there's a change in the order.
Yeah.
That's true.
You got to hand it to the corrupt FIFA gods.
Always good to pull out a piece of paper and a pencil in this day of computer technology.
Yeah, there you go.
Chris, my friend.
Yes.
What makes you happy? Where would you find happiness if you were a free agent sports writer?
Well, I don't know if it's the same thing that makes LeBron James happy. I would want a lot of money. I would want a prominent role, and I would want to travel less than what I travel currently in my job.
Okay, so you're looking to play 50 games? Is that the deal? Not go on the road?
Yes. Load management throughout the course of the regular season. That would be very nice.
That carpal tunnel, that sneaks up on you fast. You don't want to mess with that.
It does. And those late nights and the early mornings and all the flights, all of that has done a number on my body. It has sent me to physical therapy multiple times.
Do you think, and by the way, credit to LeBron and Rich Paul and Maverick Carter and Randy Mims, they never cease to take advantage of a great opportunity to be relevant. So good for them. Okay, let's get that out of the way. Good for them. Isn't the storyline that would get LeBron the most pub, like going to Miami to team with Giannis, or going to Golden State to team with Steph? To me, though, I think it would be an interesting fit and a good fit for the Cavs. If LeBron came back home again, I think the rest of the NBA and fans around the country would go, "Oh, good, he's going back home to retire."
Well, I think you hit on the key point here. I think a lot of people here in Northeast Ohio have just assumed that there's no other logical destination for LeBron. And I just don't view it that way. And I don't think the rest of the league views it that way. Now, I do believe that people around the league see the Cavs as appealing to LeBron and maybe even the perceived front runner. And if you look at all of the odds makers, they have tabbed Cleveland as well because, number one, he can compete for a championship here in Cleveland. And, of course, number two, what a better way to end your story than writing the final chapter where it all started and potentially competing for a championship and maybe delivering the city another championship. So when you talk about the sentimental factors that would point to happiness and you talk about the basketball-related reasons that would point to happiness, yeah, I do think you can make a strong argument for Cleveland. In fact, for Cleveland.com, I wrote that may end up being the best definition of happiness. Returning to the Cavs may end up being LeBron's best definition of happiness. But we can't just assume that he would be unhappy elsewhere, right? I think he would be happy in Miami. I think he would be happy in Philadelphia. I think he would be happy in Denver. I think Rich Paul saying what he did during his podcast and putting all of the different options on the whiteboard, but also saying that LeBron, if the Knicks, in another world where the Knicks didn't win the NBA championship, LeBron would be going to New York this offseason.
That was fascinating. Wasn't that fascinating?
I think it was fascinating. Yeah, because you have to ask yourself, okay, why? Why would he want to go to New York, and what has taken New York out of the mix here? And if you start looking at it from that standpoint, you have a situation where LeBron's fine with going somewhere other than a place that he's already been, right? That's what that tells you.
Yeah.
It also tells you that LeBron is fine going to a place that is not Cleveland. It also tells you that LeBron is fine going to a place that maybe you would look at and say, hey, it would be kind of funky for him to wear a different kind of jersey in his final season. So I don't think you can overlook that particular comment from Rich. Now, obviously, there are drawbacks to New York. You can't go to a place that just won a championship, where Jalen Brunson led them to a championship. But all of this is to say that I do think he's considering other options other than just Cleveland. And I think just like you can make a strong argument for the Cavs, you can make a strong argument for a couple of these other teams that were on that whiteboard too.
Agreed.
Yeah. I wonder how the hype gets wrapped around this. There's a part of me that goes, if he ends up going somewhere else, he could always turn around and go, well, Cleveland gave it their best shot, and at the end of the day, we decided to do this. There was a part of me that really, really, really wanted to go back to Cleveland, but I just decided at the end, maybe, the storybook ending needs to end here rather than there. I'm not saying we're getting played or the Cavs are getting played. I'm saying that he's keeping them as a contender until the very end, just so we can go back and say, you know what, look, we gave Cleveland a really hard look on this.
I think they're being purposely vague. And I think the reason that they're doing that is because everybody's definition of happiness is different. And when you say it as the thing that he's looking for most is supreme happiness, nobody knows how to define that. And nobody knows what that actually means, because there's only one person who can define that, and it's LeBron James. But this way, it lets you know that it's harder to pinpoint exactly what it is that is going to drive this decision, and it's harder to pinpoint and circle one team that stands out from the rest. And that makes this free agency decision for LeBron different than every other one that he has had to this point in his career, right? If you go back to 2010, there was a logical destination, or there were a logical group of destinations aside from Cleveland, because what was he looking for at that point in time? Everybody knew that he was looking for a chance to compete for a championship, a roster that was set up different than the one in Cleveland, a team that had a better chance than the Cavs did at that point in time, a team that gave him a better chance to get his first ring. He was starving for a championship at that point. So the only place that he was going to go, or the only places that he was going to consider, had to be ones that he looked at and said, okay, I can win a championship there. I can compete there. In 2014, I think the allure of coming home was so powerful because of everything that happened while he was in Miami, him turning into a villain, undoing the decision, the smudge on his resume at that point in time, a chance to rewrite his legacy, a chance to deliver on a promise. There was only one place that he was going to be able to deliver on that kind of promise, and it was Cleveland. In 2018, I think everybody knew that he just wanted to be a Laker. That was the view around the NBA. But now you have this situation where, okay, it's not exactly money. It's not only basketball stuff. It's not only off-the-court stuff. So you're sitting here and you're trying to guess and you're trying to read between the lines, and I think they like it that way. I think they like that LeBron is back in the spotlight given the way that he was treated by the Los Angeles Lakers. I think they like that LeBron can still, pause free agency in the NBA, and he can be the biggest draw to a team like the Cavs, like the Miami Heat, like the Minnesota Timberwolves, like the Denver Nuggets. Few guys can stop the NBA in its tracks the way that LeBron can. And I think they're being purposely vague, in part because of that, and in part because, there are multiple options that could fill his happiness bucket.
Chris Fedor joining us from the PlainDealerCleveland.com. I found one thing interesting. Tell me if you did. Rich apparently said that the Cavs would be it would be a even better situation had Darius Garland not been traded. I thought, wait a minute. Everybody kind of thought they'd be a better playoff team with Harden, but if you don't think they're a better team, then are you just trying to hook up with clutch clients here? What'd you think of that?
I think that was Rich doing what Rich does and being the great agent that he is.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Look, I mean, the other person that he talked about glowingly was Tyrese Maxey, who is a Clutch Sports client.
Yep.
Another person that he talked about with great praise was Brandon Weems, who we all know the relationship between LeBron James, Rich Paul, Brandon Weems. Another person that he talked about in glowing terms was Giannis, because, of course, Giannis is one of the best players in the NBA. Draymond Green, he spoke about another Clutch client. So, yeah, I think obviously, when you have Rich on a podcast, you also have to understand that there's a reason why he's going to say some of the things that he's going to say. I don't think LeBron is going to look at this situation in Cleveland and say, you know what, Darius Garland's not there, so I'm just going to cross the Cavs off my list completely. In fact, I do think that there is a draw to James Harden being a member of the Cavs as opposed to Darius Garland, and it's the readiness of this team to win a championship. And I think LeBron would look at James Harden and say he is more ready as a basketball player to win a championship or compete for a championship than Darius Garland is. But Rich Paul can't say that because he is a Clutch Sports client and he represents Darius Garland. And, of course, he's going to put him up there and take a shot at the Cavs that Darius is no longer there because he has to do that. He has to support his guy.
Let me throw a name at you just real quick. Kuminga. Does it mean anything? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like, at this point, for the Cavs in free agency, the options are not good.
Mm-hmm.
If LeBron James chooses to go somewhere else other than Cleveland, that small forward spot that no longer has Dean Wade occupying it, look at the list of guys that are available in this free agency class that could give you some minutes, I guess, at the small forward spot. It is awful. And it wasn't good to begin with. It wasn't. And I think that's part of the reason why, LeBron has kind of overtaken free agency is because, that's probably the thinnest group of players available. And, everybody needs a guy that looks and plays like LeBron James, and there aren't a lot of them in free agency. So look at it. Pull up that list. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga, you could argue, is probably the best two-way wing, and two-way is really being generous there. The best potential wing that is out there on the free agent market right now, especially with Rui Hachimura agreeing to a deal with the Los Angeles Clippers. So if it's not Jonathan Kuminga, I mean, you're talking about Zaire Williams, like former lottery pick, but, hasn't done anything at the NBA level. But you would have to squint really, really hard to say, hey, like that guy on a team that has championship aspirations like the Cavs could actually give us quality, consistent, real minutes now that Dean Wade no longer occupies that spot.
Chris, I've said if you drop LeBron into what's left of the core four and Harden, could be an absolutely perfect fit. The only concern I would have, and your colleague Terry Pluto wrote all about it, if you drop LeBron in here with Mobley and Allen and Mitchell and Harden, are there enough shots to go around?
Well, I think one of the important things that happened this past year in Los Angeles is LeBron showed that he could kind of take a step back and he could transition into a third option offensively, and he could be really, really effective in that. And I just think LeBron's the kind of guy who could fit anywhere. He could fit on Mars. He could fit in Philadelphia. He could fit in Cleveland. You just plop him in a place, and he's going to find a way to make it fit. He is that smart. He is that talented. He is that versatile. There isn't a place where you could bring up where I could say, no, LeBron's not going to make a tangible impact by going there. Now, is it the most seamless fit in the world? No, because there's kind of wonky in terms of spacing situation. Do you have enough defense with James Harden, this age LeBron, Donovan Mitchell? Like, no, it's not the perfect basketball-related setup, and there are things that the Cavs would have to do from a roster construction standpoint, and maybe they would consider reconfiguring the roster and potentially trading Jared Allen for another piece that makes more sense, or trading Dennis Schroeder and other stuff for a piece that makes more sense, or Max Strus and other stuff for a piece that makes more basketball-related sense. But LeBron, every step of the way throughout the course of his career, he has figured it out, no matter the position, no matter the role, no matter the situation. And that's the beauty of somebody like LeBron James, and very few guys are able to do that. So even though you would look at it and say LeBron needs shots and LeBron needs touches and James Harden needs shots and touches, and same thing with Donovan Mitchell, I think LeBron is so smart and so willing to do whatever it takes to win a championship that he would just figure it out.
Kind sir, thank you. We appreciate your time as always.
Thanks, man.
Read him in the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. Listen to him on the Wine and Gold Talk podcast. Chris Fedor, thank you.
You got it, guys. Anytime.
Chris joining us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He just said LeBron's so smart that they'd figure it out. What do you think? 216-474-0092. 2020 time.
fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Just had Chris Fedor from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com with us. If you missed that conversation or our conversation with Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram at 11 about the Browns, missed anything on the show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. Matt Corrali's working with us now. So's Dan Menning. So's Meredith Kane.
Wow, man. Biggest show in the history of the planet.
Fedor just talked about free agency and said that the free agent forwards that are available are
not very good.
That was nicely put. I was thinking of a way to say it, and you said it in a better way than I would have. I don't even know that they're emerging. They're emerging. I've always liked Jonathan Kuminga. He's out there. If LeBron James doesn't work, what do you do?
That seems to be plan B.
Well, I don't know if Kuminga is a plan B. And I say that for this reason.
What do you think? He's an added addition to this team?
No.
If they can get LeBron?
I don't think Jonathan Kuminga's people are going to sit around and wait for LeBron James to decide what he wants to do.
Well, what's Kuminga got going right now?
I don't know, but as Chris said, he's probably the most desirable small forward out there on the market right now.
Okay, I could see the Cavs grabbing him. I could see it. Why not? And would you grab him before?
But if you're Kuminga,
I mean, the Lakers are supposedly in the mix on that too, right? On Kuminga, I've read some stuff on the Lakers too.
Well, if I'm the Lakers, I'd have an interest in him. There's no question. They're the guys who are available right now, and you can order these any way you want. There's LeBron, who even at his age is going to, he's going to get a significant role. I was going to say get paid. He's not going to get paid when he wants, probably. Chris Middleton, who Chris can still flat out shoot, I'm sure. And I like Chris Middleton. What does he have left at 35 years old? Draymond, who you have to assume is going back to Golden State. Kuminga. After that, it just starts to look like keep your fingers crossed and hope you get lucky on somebody. And if you don't keep your fingers crossed and you don't get lucky, then you're sitting here with about the same team you had last year, and you hope that Tyson can be your small forward baby. Max Strus, if you don't trade him, or you work the trade market and you get somebody else in here. And is that okay in an Eastern Conference that seemingly has, what do you think, Andy? 4 or 5 teams that seem on paper better than they were at the end of the season?
Yes. And I always like to say, make sure you put Indiana back in there.
Yep. Absolutely. They're one of them.
Yeah.
They're one of the teams that you have to think. I just wonder, should the Cavs make a preemptive strike here? The only
and try to get Kuminga before the Lakers do?
You know what, Andy? I'm not even gonna throw Kuminga out there because and here's why. If I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I'm not signing right now with a team that LeBron might be considering. He has been clamoring his entire career for more of a role.
How many years are you giving me here? If I'm him. How much money, how many years? Because even if he knows LeBron is coming here and he comes, I mean, how long? LeBron's 2 years maybe at the most? I don't know how many years you were going to offer Kuminga, but if you knew that your spot was secure, and you also know that LeBron, they're probably going to cut back on some. I mean, do you really expect LeBron to play 30 minutes a game?
Yeah, but if you're a young guy like Jonathan Kuminga and you've been clamoring for the opportunity, why would you come here and be blocked?
Chance to win a championship?
He doesn't care.
How do you know he doesn't care?
Well,
because somebody call Kuminga and ask him if he cares if he wins the championship or not.
Kuminga turns 24 in October. He's at the point in his career And you know, I've always thought this. The championship talk from anybody is always quaint. That's nice.
Yeah, that's because you're cynical.
If you get late in your career and you haven't won one, but you have Googles and gobs of money in the bank, that's a different story. Good, I'm going to go chase a ring. I don't need to get paid like crazy. I already have been. Kuminga's looking to get paid. You know, his career earnings are $48 million. Okay, should be set for life, but he's sitting here looking at a contract that could be $120 million if he gets the right opportunity, or it could be 1 year for 12. You know, who knows? But this is a guy who's looking to get paid. I'm not coming to Cleveland if LeBron hasn't made his decision yet, because I want to get paid and I want to play. And I just wonder, is a 42 in December year old LeBron James worth waiting around for if a guy like Kuminga has an interest in your team and at the age of 24 years old in October could come in here and be your starting small forward? You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's another part to the LeBron story that I don't think.
What's your thought on what I said? I mean, do you wait? You wait it out? Is a 42-year-old LeBron worth the wait if you have a shot at a guy like Kuminga? I think that's a good question. For
the Cavaliers, it's probably worth the wait. I think it is.
You think?
And you see what happens to Kuminga. The other part of this is where I was going to bring it up. Is LeBron a package deal that you've got to try to make a deal with the Lakers to bring his son too?
That would be easy enough.
I would think so too. I think the Lakers would be like, okay, well,
here's the one thought.
I mean, he's got guaranteed cash coming, and I don't. What $2.3 million is not going to crush the Cavs to bring him in. You got to save the open roster spot for him. That's really all you got to do.
To follow up my question, for 1 year, for the 2026-2027 season, I'd rather have LeBron James than Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes.
But if I have a chance to sign a guy like Kuminga for 4 or 5 years at a contract that I can deal with, I think I'd rather do that.
What's the second year on LeBron? That's the question I have.
Is there even a second year on LeBron?
Well, that's the question that I
Yeah.
have. Is it a 1 year, let's say goodbye tour, or is this a one and an option? Because I can't see, no matter what the money is, I just can't see LeBron not wanting an option for next year. I could see LeBron signing a 2-year deal with the second year being an option for him.
Yeah, I could too. And then he opts out of it, and then he goes through the whole thing again.
He's been okay with that for his whole career.
Here comes the song and dance.
Everyone gets it. But the song and dance doesn't have the kind of legs that it used to.
At some point,
you see every owner in the NBA flying into Burke to go talk to him at the IMG building?
No. I honestly think LeBron is such a smart basketball player that he's going to know when he's slipping to the point where, okay, I need to get out before I don't look like LeBron James anymore.
But he could still get paid to be LeBron James on somebody's team.
Yeah, but I don't know that LeBron would want to do that. What Chris said when he was with us, Chris Fedor, moments ago, and I agree with, LeBron is a smart enough basketball player. He's one of the smartest basketball players I've ever seen play. And he could do what he did in Los Angeles here. And we talked about this last week, Andy, where he was the third leading scorer behind Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves.
Right.
And he could come here and be the third or even the fourth leading scorer and know that he could be a huge force come playoff time for this basketball team, just like he was for the Lakers this last year. Get ready. Mennigan's time to shine. Headlines next on Baskin and Phelps.
could come before tonight's game, although there's no guarantee there will be one. Kickoff for Team USA and Team Belgium is at 8 o'clock. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Basket of Phelps. We've reached that point of the show where we let Dan Menningen out of the little room and we bring him here into the big room. And Dan does this.
Live from downtown Cleveland, Ohio, he is Mr. Red Card, Dan Menningen.
That's not a bad nickname for him.
That's not the worst.
Mr. Red
It's
Card.
kind of weird to do this outside of the panic room, gentlemen. I'm not going to lie to you.
Dr.
cooler
Red,
in here, isn't
Dr.
it?
Red Pen, Dr. Red Card, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think I've got doctor. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of learning.
He's Dr. Red Pen.
Well, that's for sure. He's put the work in.
Yeah, don't
Thank you.
give yourself more credit.
And today I have a 4-color pen that features fuchsia, purple, light blue, and light green.
Keeping Bic in business for centuries.
So we got that going for us, which
Here's
is nice.
Jeff Phelps.
Every sports guy worth his weight carries a 4-color pen.
Well, gentlemen,
That's
somebody.
why sports guys must be pretty skinny, because I don't know too many guys that have.
Are you kidding? They're everywhere.
I don't know how many people, though, are proceeding to blowtorch their entire career quite as well as Brandon Ayuk is blowtorching his entire career right now.
Goodness gracious.
So he has now gone on to Instagram Live and started trashing his former college quarterback as he angles to find his way to be released from the 49ers to find his way to the Commanders. The problem with blowtorching your former college quarterback is that guy's Jaden Daniels, who's the head coach or the head quarterback of the Commanders. And that's not good, Bob, if you're trying to get a job with the Commanders to go after the guy that they've staked the franchise to. Jeff, when you witness all of this with Brandon Ayuk, I know at one point, and if I'm putting words in your mouth, I apologize.
Go ahead.
I know at one point you were mildly interested.
Indeed, I was.
In Brandon Ayuk.
Yep, indeed, I was.
Have you lost that interest?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
He has gone from being a talented wide receiver who might have been misunderstood by the 49ers to being a kook. He's got to be careful, man. He's going to talk himself right out of the league. If you're taking shots at your college teammate at where he's playing as the quarterback of what looks like your best landing spot in the NFL, you're going to be sitting with us talking about sports and not playing them.
Brandon is not following the rules for media. Are you helping kids? Are you thanking your fans? Are you contributing to help society with some sort of charitable donation? If not, stay the hell off of social media. Stupid.
It's the most truthful statement that you can possibly put out there.
There's just no reason for I know you're trying to build your
why
brand.
would you take a shot, and just go back and forth with your college buddy?
You got beat writers saying you're throwing your career away over social media. Okay.
Next.
You colossal ding dong.
Yeah. I hope it's not as bad as it sounds, because I think he'd be really good in Washington with Daniels and with a Commanders team that I think has some talent. And they're not going to put up with that.
So Kawhi Leonard was traded last week to the Toronto Raptors from the Los Angeles Clippers.
The Clippers.
He has now is going to start contract extensions this week, except he got new representation to help him negotiate that contract. Andy, you've been around this business for a good period of time. What does it typically mean when a player gets new representation before a contract negotiation?
It means that your current agent wasn't getting you nearly enough money as you thought you were going to get, or was going to sell you short in negotiations.
Could also mean in this situation I agree with everything Andy just said. Could also mean this. Maybe the former agent had played nice with the Raptors or something. Maybe the former agent had some kind of relationship with Toronto. And maybe now that Kawhi has been traded and he knows he has him over a barrel,
Do we know who his
I need a
agent?
guy to put the screws to him.
Do we
Let's
know
go.
who it is? Do we know who his agent is?
Harrison Gaines of Slash Sports is his new agent.
Where are they based out of? You know?
Well,
I have no idea. I just know the guy's name.
Harrison's going to be putting it to him.
He apparently, according to ESPN, has worked closely with Leonard over the past year as his business attorney.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if there's not, you know how there's taxable issues that you get when you go to certain, like California or Florida. That
Having to
you
pay
can make-
Queen Elizabeth and Uncle Sam?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, maybe there's a reason because of the Canadian trade. I don't know. They're possible. Maybe he learned that he lost a lot of money the first time he was there because he didn't do something right. And
So the other one that popped into my head, gentlemen, if you want to join me down Conspiracy Theory Corner.
Good.
The whole Esperion thing and the Clippers and the off-the-books potential money that has taken place.
That was bad.
I wonder if that may have something to do with new representation as well.
Steve Ballmer's company paying Kawhi money as a partnership and blah, 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 blah.
Thanks to all of the great investigative reporting that Pablo Torre did to find all of that stuff out. You can go out and find all the different information involving that. I wonder if maybe either direction, one, to either start from new and clean this whole thing up, or two, maybe have this guy who kind of knows how to work out one of these deals and figure out a new one that involves
nudge,
the
wink, wink.
Raptors.
Who
a little
knows?
off the books marketing and funding.
Who knows?
I don't know. Again, I am at down Conspiracy Theory Corner on this one, and I'll be the
Darn
first to admit
salary
that.
cap structures and everything just get in the way of our fun.
They really do. Nothing's better.
What do we care how much you're paying a guy?
True.
Nothing's better than circumventing rules. Shams Charania reporting Rui Hachimura.
Was that a World Cup dig right there?
No, it wasn't.
No, I actually didn't mean it that way.
Oh, it came off.
But you could take it that way if you want, now that I think about it out loud.
That the rules weren't circumvented. They weren't. Dan, they weren't.
Come back, go to Rui.
Yeah, go to
2-year, $28 million deal with the Clippers. So Rui Hachimura is going down the road.
2 years, $28 million. He's actually just going down the hall.
No, not anymore because they have a new building.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I forgot.
The Intuit Dome.
Yeah. Which is supposed to be just a great. I haven't been in that arena. It's supposed to be a great arena.
I mean,
is that which one's in Inglewood? SoFi? Which one? Didn't they put SoFi where
SoFi is in Inglewood. I don't.
Right across from the NFL.
Yeah, I don't know where it is, but I mean, we all know, of course, the Intuit Dome and what's best known for it. Toilets. That's right.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point. I forgot about that.
A lot of toilets. Tari Eason, 5-year, $81 million contract extension with the Raptors. To Jeff Phelps and everybody else out there, you can cross him off the list once again.
Oh, well.
Yep. All-star teams announced.
Yes.
Big thing that has come out of this, of course, the number one vote getter in the American League, as everyone suspected when the season began, Ernie Clement. Hey. Boy, Ernie.
I love the way you just said that. Hey. Can I just throw this out? So you're starting infield in the American League, right?
Yeah.
Former Indian Ernie Clement, or Guardian, whichever one he was, I don't even remember, and former Indian Guardian farmhand Junior Caminero. 50% of the infield was with our organization. Just saying.
I mean, depending on how much salt you want to put on those wounds, you could have had Nick Kurtz on there too if you so decided.
You could have.
If you want to put salt on the wounds, I'm very happy with Travis Pizzano.
Right, and I'm not crying about Ernie Clement, but it's interesting that Ernie looked like a journeyman, utility guy when he was here.
Yeah. And
good for him. He's gone to Toronto, found a home, and has played well. And he has an entire country voting for him.
Yeah, it's a nice thing to have. The rest of the All-Star roster, I think there's really no giant arguments or yelling that has really taken place throughout this whole thing. The only one might be on my end as a Brewers fan. I'm bummed out that Bryce Terang didn't make it, who has been awesome for the Brewers all season, but he'll probably find his way on as somebody is about to get scratched. The other thing is they used Bryce Harper as a legacy pick to be on there. They inferred, like the same way that they used to for the old All-Stars, where it's like Justin Verlander, and I think Kershaw was the other one that they did that with. They called him a legacy pick. Andy, do you see Bryce Harper at that point in his career where he should be seen as a legacy pick? It feels a little early.
How old is he now?
I think he's only 35.
I don't think he's even that old, is he?
Hold on. Well, that's the Google machine.
I'll bet he's 29.
33.
Okay, split the difference. Boy,
Who else is the
that seems
legacy
hard
pick,
to believe.
right?
Don't you remember when he was 15 and playing in college?
Quite. I remember the whole SI cover and everything else going on. Yep.
Who else is your legacy pick? That's the you got to ask yourself.
That's the weird part. I don't know if I'd use that. There's talk that he may do the home run derby as well. The only person who's committed to this point is Junior Caminera.
You know, it's really interesting
to make the Guardians look bad, right?
Well,
there are so many guys.
One can only hit a baseball with spite
around the majors who
spite ball
are usually all-star caliber guys who just aren't there this year. Manny Machado's batting average is terrible. Frankie Lindor's only played in a handful of games, probably not enough. Jose's not there. And there are a lot of guys who just aren't going to be at the All-Star game who usually are. On the other side, that means a lot of good young ball players are going to get some big-time exposure here, and that'll be fun.
26 first-time All-Stars in this one. 26 first-time.
That's serious.
It's very cool.
How about Austin Hedges for the legacy pick?
I'd love to see him in the home run derby. I mean, you could crack the joke that it could screw up his swing, and sadly, we might be in that spot. All right, buddy.
Because he's actually been swinging pretty well.
We've been waiting for it.
There we go.
Hit it.
Baskin and Phelps present Dan's World Cup Roundup.
That's right, kids. World Cup Roundup from yesterday. Norway defeated Brazil 2-1 to move to the quarterfinals. Erling Haaland scored 2 goals for the Vikings and led them in the best celebration going. The echo is awesome.
I think they're mic'd up. What the echo's all about? Or are they just loud?
It's that loud. It's so cool. So much fun to see this. Erling Haaland has been everywhere. He's been putting stuff all over social media. I would play the one from that game, but he went, I don't even know what to say. I'm just so happy. To see this small country of Norway and this group of Vikings come in and take over is so much fun. And this may be the best of it. Audio courtesy of CBS Sports.
But how old were you the last time that Norway was at the World Cup?
I was 22 and I was in Marseille at the game.
Wow.
Now I got to take my daughters and my family here. It's fantastic.
About life and sports and full circle moments, you know? So much time has passed, and now with your 2 beautiful daughters, you're able to witness history at the World Cup with Norway.
Now we just need to figure out, how do you get to Miami from here?
Hey, I'm from Miami. I know a couple of ways how to get there.
You give me some tips on where we're going then.
All right.
Just got to figure out how to get to Miami, boys.
Oh, man, I want to party with the Norwegians.
There we go,
Darn right. You can row with the Norwegians on a bar floor and then look down and go, I don't know if I should have sat on that bar floor.
If I've never thought of Norway as small until you just said it. So you know me, I go to the Google.
Of course.
machine. Give me a state
Size
that would
of
be
Canton.
the same size.
No, that's Cabo Verde, sadly. Is Akron and Canton put together?
Give me a state that you think might be the same size as Norway.
I will say, you're saying population-wise or surface area?
Same size.
I don't know if surface area is the right term.
Like actual
I would say kilometers.
square miles?
Yeah, square miles, yeah.
Square kilometers?
Yeah.
I'll say Montana. I don't know.
What are you going to say?
I'm pulling this off.
California.
I hate you. Montana.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll be damned.
New Mexico or Montana?
I pulled that out of nowhere.
Although Montana's
a lot bigger than New Mexico. What are you looking at?
And then as well,
That's what it
England
says here.
defeated Mexico in Estadio Azteca. It is the first time the Mexicans have ever lost in a World Cup in Estadio Azteca.
Wow.
Awesome match. 70 minutes of that match, I think, was the closest that all of us will ever feel to just being in a complete fever dream.
I know we're out of time.
It was so weird.
Karma for what the Mexican fans were doing to teams that were coming to stay there.
Including the English.
Yeah.
Where they were shooting off fireworks and blaring horns and all that stuff to try to get them to not sleep.
Man.
Still fascinating to me that soccer, football, around the world is played at such a very high level in so many different countries in the world. Other sports just don't have that.
It was the full Estadio Azteca experience. It felt like England, for the first time ever, got to know what it was like to play in CONCACAF, which is the division that the U.S. play in. And that, gentlemen, is Headlines.
Dan Medigan, ladies and gentlemen, give that man a raise. It's beautiful. I can't wait to hear you get all excited after the
We need
USA
a FIFA
wins
update
tonight.
before the end of the show, too. Is our guy playing?
I have one here. So
we're out of time.
He is still clear.
You gotta wait.
So Flo Balogun is still cleared to play.
Okay.
Yeah, the appeal has not been overturned.
Good to hear, I guess. Or maybe not, if you're Dan. Rich Paul, LeBron's agent, Benedictine grad, was on his own podcast where he made comments about the teams that LeBron might be considering. His comments about the Cavs, I think, are worth listening to. So we will. Coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA. While a lot of us were watching people blow things up on the 4th of July, Brandon Ayuk was busy blowing up maybe the last bridge he has left, going on Instagram to essentially call Jaden Daniels a mama's boy. There's no way anyone, not even the Commanders at this point, could possibly have any interest left in a player who on the field hasn't caught a TD pass in 30 months and who off the field has gone completely off the rails. I'm Chris Mack.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Norway was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,740 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can
channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin, Dan Mennigan, Matt Corrali, and Meredith Kane taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. LeBron James is still a free agent. LeBron James front and center. LeBron James relevant. He's out there. That's going in a big way. That's they're milking it. They're working it. They're doing a good job of it. If you want to keep a 41-and-a-half-year-old basketball player relevant, when he happens to be one of the best players to ever play the game as well, by God, stretch out free agency a little bit and see what happens. But
he's so good at this. He's done this so many times.
They're masters at it. It drives me nuts, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of the whole process of doing this.
Relevant.
Exactly.
While they're not playing like soccer is relevant right now.
That's exactly right.
Relevant.
They're going nuts with it. There's absolutely no question about that. But Rich Paul is his agent. Rich Paul from Clutch Sports, the company that Rich started.
Mm-hmm.
And Rich has a real nice roster of clients around the NBA. Rich also does a podcast with Max Kellerman, and Max does a lot of sports stuff, a lot of boxing, some ESPN stuff you've seen over the years. And they did this podcast, and they were talking about LeBron and where he might sign, and he looked at every team based on what he wrote on the whiteboard and all that stuff. And this is Max Kellerman with Rich Paul, LeBron's agent, talking about the situation in Cleveland.
To the C-Town. Mitchell, Harden, Mobley, Allen.
You know what was nuts? When they looked like they were in on Jaylen Brown, and they were talking about, like Evan Mobley would have to be in that deal. I was like, wait, why would they give up? You want Evan Mobley if you're...
They wasn't giving up Evan Mobley. Right. You have to worry about that. But again...
LeBron fits perfectly on that team.
Okay.
Perfectly.
This is why I'm asking you, and we'll get to the end. Dan and Grant, which is the Gilberts, plus Kobe. He was there when LeBron won there. Big X factor. Let me talk to you about Brandon Weems. Brandon Weems is basically LeBron's brother. I don't know if you knew that. Now, he worked his own way. Nobody gave him anything. He's earned to be in the front office of the Cavs. That is a big feather in the cap. Big feather because of Brandon Weems. Now, don't get me wrong. Dan and Grant and Kobe, we know them. The negative is, and this is no offense to Harden, no Garland, because he loves Garland like he loves Maxey.
Okay.
A
couple of things to dissect. Let's get this one out of the way.
Okay.
He loves Garland like he loves Maxey because they're both Clutch clients and they spend a lot of time together in the gang.
That makes sense.
I think the Cavs are a better team with James Harden than with Darius Garland. I don't think they're a perfect team, but I think they're a better team with Harden than with Garland.
Okay.
And as you know, if you've listened to our show at all, I was never a fan of the Garland-Mitchell backcourt and didn't think it was going to work. So I understand that. But as Chris Fedor said earlier, he's going to tell you about his Clutch clients and make them sound like a big deal, right?
Correct.
And they are a big deal. He's got some great clients. But if Darius Garland is the difference between LeBron coming back to Cleveland or not, then LeBron didn't really want to come back to Cleveland.
True. Okay, good point.
So there's that. The other aspect there that's important to know is Brandon Weems. And Brandon is an assistant general manager with the Cavaliers, and he's a former teammate of LeBron's at St. Vincent St. Mary High School. Brandon has been with the Cavaliers for 11 years. So if you do the math on that, that means he came back to the Cavaliers when LeBron came back to the Cavaliers. Well, actually, the year after. He was hired as a scout by the Cavs in 2015 in September, right before the start of the season. But he had been at the University of Kentucky as a graduate assistant and assistant director of basketball operations. He worked for Calipari at his camps. He was an assistant basketball coach at Drexville, an assistant basketball coach at Oakland University up near Detroit. And Brandon is a good guy. and Brandon knows his basketball. The interesting part of this to me is this, Andy, and obviously being a friend of LeBron James has opened doors for a lot of guys, but you also have to come through.
For sure.
You know what I mean? You got to do the job.
Rich Paul is probably the best example of that of all.
Rich is, Maverick Carter, Randy Mims.
Randy.
They're all, yes, without question. This is the interesting thing about Brandon to me. He got hired in right after LeBron came back from Miami after 1 year. When LeBron left and went to the Lakers, Brandon stayed with the Cavs. Brandon didn't leave, nor did the Cavs get rid of him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it was strictly a, hey, let's hire LeBron's buddy type of thing,
they would have said, see you later.
They would have said, see you later.
Yeah.
But he was obviously doing a good job for Kobe Altman, and he's still there. And he's been there 11 years. And to me, that's really interesting. And that's telling. Because if you were hiring LeBron's friend to make LeBron happy, you're probably not going to keep him after you leave, after LeBron leaves and spends 8 years playing for the Lakers. During LeBron's entire run with the Lakers, Brandon is an assistant GM of the Cavs. And he's good. And he's good people. And as Rich Paul just said, they're like brothers. Well, they were really tight growing up. What's that mean now? What's it mean in this free agency period?
I think it's important. I mean, the fact that he even brought it up in the podcast, that's more than a shout out. But that's also, like I said before, that's a reason to say, hey, we looked at all of these things, including Weems, and said, this is what. Yeah, I mean, if they choose another team, they can turn back and go, well, it was the fans that made us want to go to Cleveland. It was this. It was Weems. It was all of these things. But at the end of the day, we went back to that happiness question, and this other team answered that question.
Brandon was a scout with the Cavs for a number of years, was promoted to director of scouting when LeBron was still here, right before LeBron's last year, but then was the director of scouting until September of 2021 and was promoted to senior director of player personnel in September of 2021 when LeBron's a Los Angeles Laker, and then was promoted to assistant general manager in February of 2022. So, he moved up the food chain after LeBron was gone. Now, I wonder this. Does Brandon campaign to the guy that Rich Paul just described as his brother to come back to Cleveland? Does that hurt your friendship?
I thought about that too. There's another little part to that soundbite that how often do people talk about Grant Gilbert? I know you're talking
almost none.
Never. And
it appears that Grant's kind of stepped away a little bit. Yeah, I don't know that, but
that was kind of an in the weeds answer.
Yeah.
Right? Like you don't normally.
He mentioned Dan Grant and Kobe.
Yeah.
And you think, Grant, who's Grant? Chris Grant's not here anymore. But it's not Chris Grant.
First thought, that's what I thought
it's
too.
Grant Gilbert, yeah.
Yeah, and so to bring him up, I mean, obviously the conversation is deeper than even if he's in the weeds. He's like, I know the family. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's, and no matter how Dan's doing or Dan's feeling, we know Grant too, and so.
Well, they knew Grant when he was, like 5.
Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely a relationship there, but there's also reasons to say, and if you listen to what they're saying, they're giving the Cavs every chance to make this happen if this is what they want, because they understand the entire circumstances.
I do.
But I did think the other part, there's a lot of interesting points to that.
Max Kellerman said what we've said. If you just take LeBron and drop him into this team and they want to all share the ball, he's a perfect fit.
They're never trading Evan kind of thing.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't
Again, in the weeds, like trying to give you information without. Don't forget, this is his podcast.
Yeah.
It's his. He controls every word that comes out of that. No one's firing questions at him that he doesn't know aren't coming or doesn't have to answer in his own podcast, right? I mean.
Yeah. I mean, you know what that podcast
he's
is
come
for?
a long way, too.
It's for getting out his message.
Yeah.
So that's okay.
Controlling his own message.
Exactly right. Yeah. And that's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's kind of what they learned with the Players Tribune when that first started too, right?
Yeah.
To say, hey, we're going to give the players the opportunity to be unfiltered, write whatever they want to write, and say whatever they want to say, and not be guided by questions from other people. It's just some people respond and give better answers to things when they're prompted rather than having to come up with stuff on the fly.
The one thing, if LeBron doesn't come back here, are the Cavs left like,
where's he going? Well,
what do we do now?
But that was what we had the whole Kuminga conversation last hour.
But, and
they're going to have to figure something out.
I would think trade market is the way you go there. I still think
it's the only thing left, isn't it?
Well, it might be the best way as well, Andy. Even if LeBron comes back, if you can wheel and deal a couple of trades, it's not a bad way to go. And I certainly think they could do that. How long does he wait to sign?
I told you what day I think he's going to do it. Next Monday or Wednesday.
All-Star break.
Yeah, I don't. Does he do it the same day as the ESPYs?
Well, it'd be
remember because
if he did it before the ESPYs, don't you know the ESPYs would all be a buzz with LeBron?
They've been a buzz with LeBron before, where he's, remember how like LeBron does the show, does the decision show, and then they started making fun of him really bad, and LeBron didn't like that. I don't blame him. I mean, at the time, I was like, why would you go on TV and do this? But I wonder if he'll, again, the two slowest days in sports for the most part. I don't know, are there World Cup games next week?
Oh, of course there are, baby.
On Monday and Wednesday. It's still two of the slower days, so.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Dilemmas. Some dilemmas presented themselves in the sports world. We're going to
play after having his one-game ban for a red card suspended by FIFA. Team Belgium appealed the ban, which was dismissed by FIFA, and Balogun will be good to go for the 8 o'clock kickoff. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You know, sometimes in the sports world, things happen. See, that's the one thing that's great about sports is there's so many different things that can go on in the world of sports. And sometimes things happen that make you, think about your morals. Some make you think about your ethics. Some make you think about what's the right thing to do in that situation.
Okay.
There are all kinds
it makes sports great.
All kinds of it's one of the things we love about it.
It's the only. It's one of the reasons why people still, why live, unscripted, unknown.
It's great.
Results.
It's great TV because you don't know.
Yeah,
you don't know.
That's why sports matters.
Well, there were several of these things that happened over the weekend, and I want to talk about them.
Would you?
And so do you. You just said, "Hey, we're going to talk about this." I said, "Yeah, let's do it right now." You went, "Yeah,
good."
So let's go.
Okay.
Yesterday,
it's kind of like a dilemma.
Kind of.
Without Nelly and Kelly.
Without question. Okay. Yesterday, in the Sacramento Stadium that the Athletics play in, the Miami Marlins beat the Athletics. Okay? They're no longer the Oakland Athletics.
Yes, no.
But they beat the Athletics. And Yuri Perez, who is the terrific young pitcher for the Miami Marlins, 6'8" right-hander, throws hard, and missed all of 2024 recovering from significant arm elbow surgery.
Okay.
Was on fire. He was cooking.
Okay.
And he had not just a no-hitter, he had a perfect game through 7 innings yesterday. Perfect game through 7.
92 pitches?
And he threw 92 pitches. And his manager took him out of the game, Clayton McCullough. Took him out of the game. 6 outs away from what would have been the 24th perfect game in Major League Baseball history. Was that the right call?
No. You should have left him in the game. I would have at least let him go to 105 pitches. At least let him get to 100 pitches. I know he had Tommy John surgery. I know he had all this stuff going on. But
Madigan and I just made eye contact with each other. You're not going to like what's coming at your argument, I think.
I think you guys are crazy if you think they should at least let him go to 100 pitches.
Kid just turned 23 in April.
Yeah, and he's sitting there on the precipice of Major League Baseball history.
Hey, I pitched a perfect game. Of course, I can't lift my right arm
it's
anymore.
Why Major League. I got to tell you, it's one of the reasons why Major League Baseball sucks. That it's too analytical at that point. It sucks for that reason. You got a kid 92 pitches into the game. 92. He's 6 outs from a perfect game. Let him go back out to start the next inning. Let him go back out. What if he only throws 3 pitches now? Now he's up to 95 pitches? Say he gets 3 ground ball outs. Now you're going to pull him for the 9th too? I hate it. You guys, you belittle no-hitters in this station. You two in particular, not the station.
We don't belittle no-hitters.
Dan belittles no-hitters.
We love no-hitters.
He thinks no-hitters are worthless. I've had this conversation with him before. And I think this guy had...
He's making a face. He doesn't know what you're talking about.
I've had this conversation with you before. You guys do not understand the impact of a perfect game. If you're going to take the other side...
You don't get it.
So before, you probably should check with someone before opening your mouth and blowtorching them.
Oh.
To only realize that they agreed with you.
Oh, you were on my team?
Yes.
Well, then I'm sorry.
Oh, now we're sorry. Yes, I would have thrown him back out there.
Oh, okay, good.
Until he gave up a hit or walked somebody. If he walked somebody, I probably would have gotten the I probably would have gotten the bullpen up if he walked somebody. But yeah, in that one, I understand 92 pitches. It's a long season ahead of you. I get all of those things. But especially on a perfect game, there's only been, what did you say, 27 of them?
23.
Except 23. For the one that they blew in the Indians Tigers.
I would have had him out there. I would have at least put him out there for the ending to see how long it would go.
You have restored my faith in you. You have
Now,
restored
how
my
about we
faith in you.
check with people in the future before
Because I know
blowtorching what we think
You
they
didn't
would
ask
say.
me my opinion.
Well, hang on. We've had the no-hitter argument before, though. That's why I said that. Because there were points where you thought you didn't think a no-hitter was a big deal. True or false?
No,
We've
a
had that
no-hitter,
conversation.
a no-hitter is always a big deal, but there are things that are bigger than a no-hitter. Like, to me, a 20 strikeout game is far better than any kind of no-hitter.
That's what I'm saying. If a guy's up to like 125 pitches and he's got a chance at a no-hitter,
There's like one of them, but it's the Edwin Jackson no-hitter,
okay.
which is always the one that I'll point to, where I think he threw like 142 pitches and walked like 7 guys, and it's like, what are we doing here?
Still
like,
a
yes,
no-hitter.
it's technically a no-hitter,
Still
but this
a no-hitter.
is dumb.
And I think it's bigger for me because we haven't seen one since Len Barker, right? So, like, I yearn for another day. Because at the time Barker threw the perfect game, there were a couple in that era. And I was like,
I think Len's was the 10th ever.
We had a couple perfect games in a row.
It was afterwards. I would have been hard pressed to put him out there, but I think I would have.
Oh, you would have put him out there?
I think so.
I hate when he does that. He gives me the look like he wants. I got to fight.
I think so. The reason I say that is this, and I'm looking at his game log from the season. It's not like he's been throwing 60 to 70 pitches per game. His pitch totals this season are all in, if he's not been knocked out of the game, in the 90s. He's thrown in numerous starts, 93, 95, 94, 96. He threw 102 against Tampa Bay on May 17th.
Okay.
I probably would have thrown him out there again. The one issue that might have been...
You would have at least let him get to 100 pitches, right?
I'd have probably... Depending on, like, if he told me, hey, I'm gassed, well, then he's coming out.
Then I agree with you. I agree that if a pitcher tells you he's done, he's done.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
have a problem with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
but,
Or if I'm talking to the pitching coach and they're going, okay, he's not really knowing where it's throwing, the breaking ball's not breaking the way that it should.
Yeah.
No way. I'm still letting him tell me that. I'm not making the decision to pull a guy out during a perfect game.
He hadn't gone real deep very often this year. Only one other game did he throw even 7 innings in a game.
Okay.
So, and that was the first game of the year.
Okay.
I probably would have given him the top of the 8th and see what happens. The only issue is because of superstition in baseball, you're not going to get a relief pitcher up and get him hot if a guy's got a perfect game going.
That's stupid.
No, but it's true.
I know, but it's also stupid.
But I'm not arguing. But they're not going to get a guy up in the bullpen, and then have Perez on the mound. So then you got a guy hot for no apparent reason, maybe, and you just superstition. You're not going to do that.
Yeah, it's stupid.
So I can't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I've never understood that. But, you don't want the starter. Wait a minute, they're warming somebody up in the bullpen. I got a perfect game going.
You don't want to put doubt in his head.
Right.
I get it.
So there you go. It would have been something to see him take a chance at it. The only problem is if he gets into quick trouble, Andy, then you might, then you're kind of screwed.
All right.
The other aspect of this, they had a huge lead in the game.
Mm-hmm.
They took him out.
Mm-hmm.
They were up 8-0, and in the 8th inning they took him out. Athletics scored 5, and then they scored 3 in the 9th, and it was a 9-8 game after being an 8-0 game. So there's dilemma number 1. Dilemma number 2.
Was that close, Dan? Nelly Kelly?
Did you happen to see that Tim Hardaway Jr., terrific guard, Tim is a journeyman player who can knock down shots. He's about 6'5". He is following in his father's footsteps, and he's going to the Miami Heat. Right? He signed a 1-year contract.
Yep.
$6.5 million. That's nice. His dad, of course, played for Golden State and played for Miami for a while.
Right.
And Junior has worn number 10 throughout his career.
Yeah.
Which was Dad's number, which is really nice.
Yeah.
And Dad's number 10 hangs in the rafters there in Miami. So they retired his number, which is really nice.
Yes.
And Dad says, my legacy is my legacy. Even though he likes to wear number 10, that number is not coming down from the rafters.
Uh-oh.
Tough to get your number retired. When it's up there, you want it to stay up there. You don't want anybody to touch it. I love him. I'm happy for him. Watching him play through college and the NBA. Been to 3 places I'd never been. Final Four, a championship, and now. But he's not wearing number 10.
I have bad news for you, Jeff.
Did he come back and say yes?
Ira Winderman at 11:55, I just caught this, said, yes, number 10 will be in play as well in the rafters with Tim Hardaway Jr. to wear his father's Heat number, as noted by the Jack Show. First time a retired Heat number is back in play.
Is it official?
Ira Winderman is saying it, so we trust Ira, right? He's like the Heat beat reporter.
Well, thank goodness.
Yes. So
what an honor to have your kid wear your number.
That's right. Just like FIFA reversing a red card to make sure that they got the play right in the first place.
Well, then why in the world would Dad come out and say no? I mean, come on. Could you think of a better honor? Larry Nance here in town. Yes, Junior, wear my number 22.
He did say, I mean, like you said, he told that radio station last week that his legacy is his legacy, and he's doing it his way. So,
What would you do?
Oh, I would want my kid to wear my number in a minute.
Absolutely.
Although I know that my kid would eventually it would be known as my kid's number and not mine.
Well, it'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, isn't that what it's all about? Trying to make the world a better place for your kids.
I was stunned when he came out and said no. That was stunning to me. One other dilemma here. You ready?
Yeah, that wasn't very good. That was a bad one.
The Wimbledon tournament's going on. And you may not know it, but they also, while they're doing the biggie, they also have a junior tournament.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
And a 15-year-old German young lady was playing. Ida Wabker, I believe is her name.
There just aren't enough good Idas out there.
You don't have enough Idas.
No.
And she was playing Maria Valentina Pop, a Romanian. Well, Ida was steamed because she hit a ball that went out.
She was fried, maybe perhaps.
And then fried like Ida, like French fries.
Yeah, like
I see what you're doing. She took her racket and spiked it. Well, she spiked it just perfectly, and it flipped into the crowd.
Ooh.
And it didn't seem to hit anybody in any drastic way, and you can see somebody walk over and pick it up, and they actually hand it back to her. Ida Wabker got DQ'd because of unsportsmanlike conduct because her racket ended up in the seats. And as soon as I saw the story, I thought, wait a minute. You're a parent. You've spent all this money on private lessons, travel, everything else for poor little Ida. Your 15-year-old playing Wimbledon juniors, and she gets DQ'd.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
I mean, it was bad.
Oh, it took a big bounce.
Yeah.
Ida got DQ'd. If I'm her parents, I'm steamed. I'm gonna ground her.
Good for the dude in the polo shirt.
Can't go to the U.S. Open.
Toss her, man.
Isn't that terrible, though?
She looked like.
I mean, think about that. All the money the parents spend on all this, and the kid gets herself DQ'd from Wimbledon.
Tantrum, horrible.
That's just awful.
Good job, Wimbledon.
Isn't that awful?
Yes. Glad they tossed her.
It's Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan.
which was dismissed by FIFA. Balogun will be good to go for the 8 o'clock kickoff. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Yeah, this World Cup thing is pretty big. The Guardians-White Sox series, pretty big.
Pretty big.
Free agency, NBA, LeBron James, Cavs. That's pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
But Andy.
Jeff.
Travis Kelce married Taylor Swift.
Oh, I didn't hear anything about it. What happened?
I heard they got married.
Really?
Just a little.
What gave it away? The billboard on the outside?
Yeah, a little
Meredith,
low-key.
there's no way you're not in this conversation.
Little low-key kind of.
I literally just said bow ring because I told Dan.
A flash flood warning for the following counties in Ohio: Cuyahoga and Geauga. The National Weather Service in Cleveland has issued a flash flood warning for northeastern Cuyahoga County in northeastern Ohio, northwestern Geauga County in northeastern Ohio until 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 1:42 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Chariton, Chesterland, Mayfield Heights, Willoughby Hills, Highland Heights, Kirtland, Mayfield, Gates Mills, and Kirtland Hills. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the following counties in Ohio: Cuyahoga and Geauga.
How about this?
And then Adam Sandler was amazing. Amazing.
Do you want to... Did Adam Sandler open up a box of cornflakes and get a license to marry people?
Yes.
I know you can do that. I know you
mean,
can do that.
You just need to be ordained. That's all.
I know, but I mean, you can get that out of a box of,
No, I think you got to take a test or something. I don't know if it's
out of a box of Apple Jacks.
Is that how it works?
I think.
I don't know. No,
I don't think you have to take a test.
If you go back and read the background on Adam, his background isn't. Well, I know he was in Happy Gilmore too with Travis. He has been friends with Taylor Swift's family for a long time.
Well, that's very nice. That is very nice. All I know, Paul McCartney didn't sing at my wedding.
That would have been cool too.
He didn't sing at yours.
I started reading some
that's pretty cool. And he sang the song "I Want to Hold Your Hand," which was the Beatles' first number one hit in the United States. And apparently, he hasn't performed that song in 60 years.
That's pretty cool. That's awesome, actually.
That shows you the immense repertoire of the Beatles, that a guy like McCartney could go 60 years without singing one of their greatest hits.
I was reading this whole thing. I was one of the British things, tabloids, and they were just ripping the wedding apart, like crushing it. And I'm like, shut up. Stop. If you had money to have your dream wedding, to do whatever you wanted, and this is what, and by the way, and Ken Carman said this best this morning, it's her wedding. Don't kid yourself. It's always, the bride is always right on wedding day.
Oh, yeah.
I talk to you guys a lot about getting engaged. Dude, learn one thing from me right now. It is all about the bride.
Guy just shows up and hopes not to screw anything up.
Yeah, just don't mess anything up, and then make sure that the liquor bill gets paid, right? Let's be honest.
That's truly about it.
There's a reason they say it's her day. There's a reason people say that over and over, and it is. And if anyone didn't like Taylor Swift's wedding,
just stay out of the way.
Who cares?
You know,
it was her day. Whatever.
I must tell you, I'm slightly stunned at the idea that they actually got married at Madison Square Garden. You know, Travis is from here. She's from somewhere near Philly. And you would think if you wanted to go low key, let's see, where would be the opposite of going low key? Why don't we get married at Madison Square Garden in New York City?
Well, they didn't take the advice of the city of Cleveland Heights that said you could get married at Cumberland Pool, which they didn't. And by the way, that was probably one of my favorite things I saw on the web all weekend.
I'm actually not surprised she got married at MSG because because the amount of security she would be able to staff at a place like that, and also it has no windows. Because if she was anywhere with any kind of windows, people would have tele lenses from half a mile away trying to take pictures. So if they wanted a place that was private, have a place that's built for security and has no windows.
They could have used Cappelletti Court at Cleveland Heights High School too. There are no windows in there either. Now, had it been the old South Gym, there were windows, and people might have been, but they were like frosted windows, so you couldn't really see in. The new gym at Cleveland Heights High School is very, very nice. They could have got married there. Why didn't they? That would have been great. Any other places in Cleveland they should have got married at? That would have been
in Philly for her.
Yeah, whatever, Philly.
I wonder.
Gets enough.
That's however they want to do it. That's great. But there was
Wolstein Center would have been good.
There were some big timers there, boy. They had some.
Oh man, I don't even
big
think
time who's who was at that wedding. Are you surprised? Anybody surprised? We haven't seen any pictures yet, or are they going to release something?
I think they sold the rights to the wedding. I really think that's why.
Why in the world would a billionaire sell the rights to a wedding? Like she needs the cash?
How do you think she became a billionaire, Jeff?
Yeah, I know, but.
They gave a lot. I read today.
That's a pretty personal thing.
Did they give $20 million to school? I heard to Cleveland schools, or Philly and Cleveland schools together, or something like that. Did you catch that, Mayor?
So it was $26 million dollars total over like 20 different charities or something like that, and $2 million of those were to various charities in Cleveland.
Thank you for that.
And I heard it was no gifts too. Correct? What do you bring as a gift to that?
Hi, have a blender.
Hey.
Because you make so many milkshakes.
I need to go out to the car and get an envelope.
How about a smoothie?
May you be each other's rock.
Moment of the show, Meredith.
I would have said, may you be each other's rock.
Before Dan's arm falls off. Meredith, moment of the show.
Let's do Scott Petrak talking about Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders and who should be the starter.
If it's close, I think it needs to go to Shedeur Sanders. I think he needs to be the starter for all the reasons we've talked about. And you just mentioned younger, cheaper, all those reasons. I think his potential is greater.
Less headaches,
Yes, right. Just all of it. So I don't think, maybe the fan reaction is a tiny part of that. But I think there's so many factors that play into it that it's not necessarily, and we could argue about this and maybe they feel differently and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know if it's necessarily, okay, who gives you the best chance to win week one?
That was Petrak. He joined us at 11. Chris Fedor joined us at noon. We talked a little NBA free agency. Good stuff. You can go back and listen to that stuff on the Odyssey app. Why Are We Smarter? Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Today, courtesy of Chris Fedor. A lot of good stuff in there. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts. Give that a listen. And, of course, our social media mentions powered by Scheiben Jewelers.
Meredith?
I'm also smarter because of Chris Fedor and one thing that he said specifically in talking about LeBron's happiness, and that there are multiple teams that could fulfill that happiness quota. So could mean the Cavs, could not mean the Cavs. We still don't know.
AB?
I'm going to go with Chris Fedor, too. The conversation about Jonathan Kuminga, I thought it's an interesting one, and we probably should be ready if even if they do sign LeBron, that he could be a guy that could be coming here. So
we'll see.
If they can get him.
Smarter after our conversation about Rich Paul and the way that the LeBron folks are keeping him front, center, relevant, and at the forefront of the NBA offseason, even at the age of 41. 42 in December. Good for them, I guess. You know, it's like, hey, we want to get married in a private ceremony, but we're having it at Madison Square Garden. LeBron looking for happiness. But by God, we're on the cover of every website going. Good for both of them. Everybody deserves to be happy, Andy.
That's
including
right.
us.
That's right. I'm going to be happy listening to Afternoon Drive as I go home today.
Look
It'll
at
be
you.
great.
Nice.
They'll take you home. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
And that's the show.
This
close enough.
They
is
were
the
in the
idea.
conference finals.
I know, but I think what this is telling you is that, and he's not the only one with this thought right now. The idea that Cavs aren't going to be competitive enough for a championship. It's not acknowledging the window and everything the Cavs have done to put themselves in just this little 2-year window we have to really make a run for it. It's slapping that idea in the face.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive on this Monday. So glad to be with you guys here today. We got a ton to get into. Obviously, we continue on with LeBron Watch. Gardo's splitting a 4-game set against the White Sox, and some new Deshaun Watson news we got to tap into as well. Brett Siegel, our buddy from Clutch Points, he's going to join us at 3 o'clock. Dan Favale at 6. We have Mac Robinson, or as some people are calling him, Mac Schefter, here on the board. Yes! We have Jake Murrin producing today's show. Matt Corrali on the updates. Nick is off once again today. He'll be back tomorrow. And in the meanwhile, we have our buddy Jake Volnick joining us now. Hello, Jake.
Hey, JP, what's going on? How are we doing?
Not much. How was your weekend? Did you celebrate the 4th and do all sorts of crazy? I got to check your hands. Your hands, you have 5 and 5. It's like when my kids were born.
So we're good.
The very first moment, they hand me the baby, and the very first thing I do, because as if I'm like, oh, the doctors won't check this. I need to check this. I counted the toes. I counted the fingers. I'm like, good. 5 on each. We're ready to roll. You look like you're fine. Everything is good.
Yeah, actually, that was like the one thing of the weekend I didn't do. No fireworks. Did not set them off or see them,
okay,
actually.
So I had the same experience, and I was talking to Nard about this about an hour ago. Here's what happened. Here's how I think it went down. So because it was cloudy, I guess just nobody did fireworks till like 10 o'clock at night. That was just kind of like a thing. Mac, you're shaking your head like no?
No, I can tell you that there were plenty of fireworks going off at 4 in the afternoon.
Well, I mean, is that even fun at 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
No, you
like,
can't
you're not
see
seeing
them. I don't understand it.
That defeats the purpose.
I don't understand why people do that, because I heard, I mean, it wasn't a ton going off by me, but like I've heard some go off. Yeah, like the sun was still out. It was bright outside. You cannot see the fireworks. I've never understood people. It's like, you just like the noise of the explosion? Is that all it is? That's the fun part for fireworks for you? Because it's not for me.
They might have been like practice tests or something, maybe. Like, let's make sure we got this. Yeah, we got this going in order to make sure that when the big time comes, everything's all set. I don't know. It was going during the day because I explained to my daughter why fireworks was happening. Charlotte just kept being like, what is that noise? What is going on? And I'm like, they're fireworks. They happen every year at this time. And then I tried doing a whole patriotic spin on it. And I'm like, it's because people love America. And when you hear that, it's just people loving America. And, you know, that's I spew so much BS at this kid. It's astounding, if we're being honest about it. But she eats it up, so it is what it is.
Yeah, you can't tell her people just like to watch things explode. That's not as fun as an argument to make to her.
Yeah, I'm not going to be like, so people literally light their money on fire, yes. And I think it's just a massive waste of money that people have. But half of America seems to really like it, and so you just kind of go with that. And so anyway, so she goes to bed. The kids are in bed. It's like 10:30, whatever that is. And Elise and I were just watching movies on the couch, and I did not see a single firework all weekend long. Not a single one.
No, either did I. I mean, like, I heard some go off, but I thought about going on Sunday. By the time it rolled around to like where you'd have been getting ready to go for fireworks, my girlfriend and I looked at each other and we're like, we actually want to go see fireworks? Because by us, they were happy on Sunday and not Saturday.
Oh, okay.
So we both looked at each other and we're like, no, let's just go home and watch TV. Like, it's really not worth the time. Like, I want to see the fireworks, but I don't want to go through the effort to go set up and watch the fireworks and be stuck in traffic. Don't want to do it. So we're just not going to.
Yeah, Solon canceled their fireworks show for this year, and so maybe that plays a part into it as well. Maybe in like a year from now or 2 years from now, maybe would have lined up and gone. I know one year in the past, maybe a couple years ago, we went to Twinsburg's fireworks show, and they even had like a drone show that popped up. I think the drone shows are incredible. I think I haven't seen these. I think they're as cool as actual fireworks shows. Yeah, they assemble in the sky, and so they spell out different things. They make different just figures in the sky, and they're kind of really fun. And then you don't have like the massive bangs that come with it as well. But I don't know. I'm not the biggest fireworks guy in the world. So anyway, I'm glad you had a nice 4th of July, it sounds like. I might have beat the world record for hot dogs being 8 in a weekend. So like I had that going for myself, and everything was just kind of fine. As we kept control of trying to figure out if it was going to happen. I don't know if you had the same thing I had, where I just lived hour by hour, update by update. Is this going to be the LeBron update? Is this the time we get the LeBron news? I keep looking down at my phone and being like, is this going to be it? And then you see like sources or big breaking news, and you think to yourself, it's coming, and then you get some stupid, just unimportant, non-big time NBA player going to some team you don't care about.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I should have that type of level of investment in it, and I just haven't. Like, I mean, I've checked social media at the normal rate that I check social media, and I assume that my phone will probably go off 65 times in the same minute when I do get a big LeBron story that breaks, because not only will every reporter have it, but then the people who are not invested in basketball whatsoever are still going to report the LeBron news, so it's going to flood my phone all at once.
Yeah.
And I just kind of figure, like, I know we're waiting. I had no thought at all that we were getting LeBron news this weekend.
None?
There was not a single drop, an ounce in me that thought we were figuring out where LeBron was going.
I kept waiting all weekend long. I kept waiting for my phone to go off and it to be the update and the announcement, and then all of a sudden, but I've been thinking this for more than just the weekend. I've been thinking this now since last Monday. And so, like, one thing we do know about this LeBron sweepstakes is that everyone that thinks that they know something doesn't actually know anything. Well, like I heard Windhorst describe it this way, and I think that it's really clever, and I want to give him credit. Windhorst described it. And by the way, our opening credit, Pardon My Take, Bill Simmons podcast, and Windhorst was on Pardon My Take earlier today. The idea is that the people nearest to LeBron aren't speaking. They're not saying anything. Now, Rich Paul is going on podcast, so I could directly refute his line of thinking right here, but that's more as a podcast host than it is I'm LeBron's agent. That's at least how I see when he goes on this and does the stupid whiteboard thing that gets everyone in a tizzy. That's as a podcast host. That's not really as Rich Paul, I'm representing LeBron James, and this is all that. That's him filling out content the way me and you are filling out content, okay? But like when we go down this road and we think about it, and everything is coming down with this stuff, I find myself thinking it could happen at any given time and any given moment. I really do. Why do you not feel that way?
Because I think I know how LeBron likes to operate. You think LeBron's going to be overshadowed by the 4th of July? Like, America's 250th birthday versus LeBron going somewhere. There's at least competition there. We had the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce wedding. I don't think that really would have stopped him. But let's just say that's on the docket as well.
That might have stopped him. That, by the way, did not get nearly the amount of attention that I thought it would.
I thought it would have been. I mean, maybe it was just because nobody could see a single thing that was happening.
I think that's the biggest reason why. Yeah. I think it's because we watched the celebrities go in, and then that was really about it. Great, Adam Sandler was the officiant. I look forward to watching it on Netflix 3 years from now.
Yeah, literally. That feels like what it's going to be. It's going to be like, oh, it's all calmed down. Yeah, now there's probably a documentary filmed about it.
Definitely was.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe that was enough. It was that combination with the 4th of July. Just like, I am waiting for, maybe it's this week, right? I don't know. Maybe it is that we just have a lull in news. Training camp hasn't started in the NFL. LeBron will make it. I just felt like we had too much happening this weekend that LeBron wasn't going to try to sneak one past us.
He's not going to keep us interested that long. The miscalculation in LeBron in this right here is that now I've been talking about this. We started last Monday, and then we've just been going all the way through. And because of that, I've been living obsessed with it. I've been living and dying with updates and notifications to my phone and all this other stuff from people like how Windhorst describes it, where the people closest to him aren't saying anything about it, and everyone else is really just guessing, right? So I'm doing that as well. It's all just one big guess. We don't actually know what's going on with LeBron, but I've been doing this now for a week straight, and we've been doing hours and hours of content. And if you believe Rich Paul in the Game On podcast with Kellerman, he didn't even talk to LeBron this weekend. He didn't discuss any of it. I don't know if I believe that. But like according to him, he just like, no, it's 4th of July weekend. We'll just let him go play golf. Let him enjoy his time. Maybe visit the Golf Galaxy in Fairlawn, okay? But like I can only do so much with this story. It happened at a great time for us to care. It's July 6th.
Right.
I mean, I'd much rather be doing this than breaking down, little Brown stories that we'll be getting through later on within the day. And I'm not going to just throw down a topic to go ahead and make this one seem more worthy. But like the reality is, he's got our attention, and the media cycle's attention because nothing else is happening. This World Cup might even take over tonight, all things concerned.
Yeah,
but the biggest thing he is going for us is he did it at a time when nobody cares. In a couple days, people outside of Cleveland, because I think Clevelanders will still care, but even here with us, in a couple days, we are going to be like, all right, LeBron, make your decision. You're a great basketball player still to this day. I would still put you top 20 in the league. Where you go matters. This decision matters in a great deal. I can wait on it, I can, but I can't do wall-to-wall coverage for another 2 weeks. I can't be living and dying with sources / breaking news to my phone for another 2 weeks. Like, at some point, I'm just going to think you're the boy that cried wolf.
Yeah, I mean, we probably get a decision, like I said, in this week, but the fact that LeBron's going to stretch that out, going to get as many people talking about it for as long as he can to then drop the news, which means we all take a step back, Cleveland or not, and probably have another, bare minimum couple of days worth of content off LeBron being somewhere else. He knows how to keep the media coverage involved. Like, we're still invested right now. We're talking about him to lead off the show, and we're getting to that point where it's uninteresting, but we'll either get LeBron or somebody close to LeBron, Rich Paul, have another whiteboard incident or something of that like to continue the conversation, to buy it a couple more days. Then we'll get the news, or LeBron will get the news. Again, I'm getting to the point where it's like, I'm invested, but yes, I'm getting very close to, okay, let's make the decision. Like, I'm not as invested in this as I was Wednesday of last week. I've already started to
I know,
move past.
Me neither. And that's the problem I'm having with this, is that I'm not at the point where it's like, well, make up your mind, LeBron, I don't even care anymore. No, I care greatly. My next year, your next year, our fans next year, as far as the Cavs fans are concerned, that you guys, your next year is shaped so heavily off of this decision. Because if it's not LeBron, we don't have many aces left up our sleeve, okay? We're looking at like sixes up our sleeve, not aces. They don't have many moves to make. So our entertainment value and whether or not this team could actually be a title contender is probably hinging on what happens. So I'll give it the space and I'll give it the time to breathe, but it does get to a spot where you're just all right, LeBron. I'm going to have to turn the page, and then kind of like a Myles Garrett trade situation. If it happens, then all right, I'm here. We'll talk about it. But at some point, we do just have to turn that page and think about other topics and other things. We're not there yet, obviously. We got a lot of LeBron conversation today, but I'm curious as to where you guys, the fans, are at when it comes to the wall-to-wall coverage and how much this is dominated.
I mean, I think part of this is also, it matters so much because we're banking on it, but I think, at least in my brain, like I was last week before Monday, and specifically before Tuesday, was like, LeBron's not coming back. Like, he's going to end up back in LA. If not, he'll pick somewhere else. And with every day that we got last week, it was, it feels a little bit closer that LeBron might come here. Feels a little bit closer, to the point where I think I've just accepted the idea that in my mind, LeBron is coming here, and I will be massively disappointed by any other result that we get.
Which is crazy, considering that was 6 days ago you thought differently. And by the way, I thought differently as well. But 6 days ago you thought differently. We've gotten nothing to really give you that thinking that it's going to be us, outside of just a bunch of rumors and a bunch of reports from people that have openly admitted they don't really know what's going on. And so like I understand, I'm in the same boat you are, and that I've gotten to a spot where I think it's going to happen, and I've convinced myself that it's going to happen, but I don't know what that's actually based off of, because it's all trying to figure out what is in LeBron's brain.
Yeah.
How do we do that?
Well,
I'm open conversation for people that want us to do our job today. How do we do that? How do we put ourselves in LeBron's brain and tell you this is what he's thinking, as if we know him intimately? We don't know what he's thinking. I didn't know what he was thinking when he went to Los Angeles, outside of this is a good business proposition. I don't want to make Space Jam 2, which I would have told him was going to flop and a bad idea, but he didn't want to hear that. Like, I don't know what he's thinking, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, it's in my mind. I try to go back to what LeBron has prioritized in his career, which has been trying to win a championship in every stop that he's gone. LA's the one questionable one, but obviously he won one, so it wasn't like that wasn't top of mind either.
They were the worst team in the NBA for 5 years leading up to him going there, though.
And then they turned it around and won the championship in the bubble. I think when you break it down, I don't think LeBron's going to play for a veteran minimum. I never thought that was going to happen. Still don't think that's going to happen. I've watched the way the other teams have moved. It makes sense that the Cavs are the front runner. Like, when I use logic, Golden State has moved very odd in a way that I don't know they get LeBron. Philly is sitting there with, hey, we can give you a veteran minimum, but that's about it. Do you want to play for Philly? And there's other reasons why I don't think it's going to be Philly, mostly because they might boo him on his way out, which I don't think LeBron would like very much. And then I just don't see Miami as a competitor, even if he goes there. It just leaves me with Cleveland, and I don't think he's going to ring chase to New York or San Antonio. So I think I've tried to logic my way there, but I'm also biased. I want him to be here. So I logic it in a way that makes sense in my brain for him to end up here at the same time.
216-474 to below 92. Are you getting your hopes up for a LeBron return? I want to hear from you guys today. How long will LeBron drag this out is the other part of this. Like, I really don't know, but be listening all day long because it could happen today. No doubt about that. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Jake Volnick. Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
To the C-Town. Mitchell, Harden, Mobley, Allen.
You know what was nuts? When I was hearing, when they looked like they were in on Jaylen Brown, and they were talking about, like Evan Mobley would have to be in that deal. I was like, wait, why would they give up? You want Evan Mobley if you're...
They wasn't giving up Evan Mobley.
Right,
You had to worry about that. But again...
LeBron fits perfectly on that team.
Okay.
Perfectly.
This is why I'm asking you, and we'll get to the end. Dan and Grant, which is the Gilberts, plus Kobe. He was there when LeBron won there. Big X factor. Let me talk to you about Brandon Weems. Brandon Weems is basically LeBron's brother. I don't know if you knew that. Now, he worked his own way. Nobody gave him anything. He's earned to be in the front office of the Cavs. That is a big feather in the cap. Big feather because of Brandon Weems. Now, don't get me wrong. Dan and Grant and Kobe, we know them. The negative is, and this is no offense to Harden, no Garland. Because he loves Garland like he loves Max.
That was Rich Paul and the Game Over. I keep wanting to call it the Game On podcast. Want to know why? Because they didn't know the podcast existed until a week ago. That's why. Kellerman on that podcast, by the way, people find him incredibly annoying. Whatever. I like Kellerman. Maybe like a hot media take. I always thought Max Kellerman was pretty good at this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we're both in the hot take. I don't really pay attention to what people think on Max Kellerman, but I always thought he was like, I mean, I didn't think he was like amazing, but he was never bad. Like, he never really bothered me. Thought he was the more likable on the duo shows that he's done. I'll say that much for sure.
Well, yeah,
but that's not really a high bar to clear.
It's not a high bar. And I don't think his overall shtick is like necessarily being likable. It isn't. No. It's just he's always been paired with the least likable people, so it just kind of works for him. But Rich Paul, he really made the Weems part of this go incredibly hard, and it was like, all right, that's fine. If at the end of this people want to just gloat and talk about how Weems is the one that got the job done, then okay, fine. I do whatever victory dance you want to. I also thought it was weird. The Garland thing out of that podcast was weird as well. Trying to prop up Garland when you're the one that told everyone that Garland was not going to be with the Cavs long term anyway. There was some weird elements to it, but now we've listened to two podcasts and another one since that podcast came out. And I mean, Jake, as far as the Rich Paul part of this is concerned, I told you last segment, I believe it to be true. He doesn't represent LeBron James when he does those podcasts. That is a podcast host right there. That is a content creator more so than it is anything else. And so I'm not really taking much of what he has to say seriously in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this happen over the weekend, and I was kind of almost just like, weirded out by it was like a weird way to describe it. It made me feel uncomfortable. Like, if you were doing this as the representation as LeBron James, to be like, here's his entire line of thoughts, and here's what he's deciding between what he likes, what he doesn't like. I'm like, you wouldn't go onto a podcast and openly do that for the client that you represent, not just a client. It's not like, oh, yeah, it's one of the guys who might be on a veteran minimum. It is the biggest client that you could possibly ever have in LeBron James. You wouldn't do that. LeBron wouldn't allow that if it was like, yes, please do regurgitate every single one of my thoughts on a podcast for everybody to see.
He also wouldn't make the Dallas stuff the way that he did.
No. LeBron is too aware just to be like, oil, positive oil over there.
McCall, okay. Which, by the way, incredible place, all things considered, incredible place. But like, what? And then it's like oil money, golf, macaw, and something else that I forget. And it's like the inroads to Africa. And it's like, what are we doing here? Like, how do we not all pick up on what's happening here? This is ridiculous. But I do agree with what I think your sentiment was in the first segment. And 216-474 below 92. Are you getting your hopes up for a LeBron return? I think it would be wild to be a Cavs fan right now and not have your hopes basically about as high as they've ever been about him returning.
Yeah, I think part of this, too, is just all the teams who are widely thought to be in the sweepstakes, right? Like, you have the big four teams, the Warriors, the Sixers, the Cavs, and the Heat. When you've watched how all of them have moved, like the Sixers have gone out and made moves and tried to make their team better aside from LeBron. Mm-hmm. The Warriors have, in some ways, like I thought re-signing Kristaps was really interesting because that was basically your roadblock to saying we're not getting Anthony Davis. That's not happening, and we don't have the money to go LeBron. They're just operating as if he's not going to be there. The Heat are the one team that's like semi on pause other than go get Giannis, which they needed. I don't think he's going back to the Heat because I don't think it's that attractive. The Cavs have been the one team that are like, we have paused everything we're doing. We have not made a single move. All they have done so far this offseason is lose Dean Wade and Keon Ellis and be like, we'll wait the decision. Also, the biggest part of this is I don't think that LeBron is holding everybody in, I really don't know what I'm doing. Like, I am really taking these days to decide. LeBron has the answer in his back pocket and is just sitting on this. Right? Like, do you feel like LeBron is using these days to truly make his decision and decide, or do you feel like he's already made this up?
No, I think he can be swayed. I don't think he's already made it. I think he can be swayed. I think that LeBron, at the heart of LeBron, is a need to be desired and a want to be desired. And so I think there's certain like check marks that you have to cross off in trying to get LeBron and trying to maintain the attractive nature to LeBron. And he almost puts you like some tests. It's like when you first start dating a girl, they put you through these little tests, and they just want to make sure that you pass them, to make sure that you're an all right guy, essentially, and to make sure that, all right, this is, okay, good. Like, all right, I can do this with you. Like, LeBron does the same stuff. I think he's constantly putting people through these little checks, and you know, I think he can be swayed. I do. I think he can, and there's a reason why Mike Gansey, who's here and knows LeBron about as well as you can know LeBron, the moment they traded for Brown in Philadelphia, as he's now running Philadelphia, he was like, all right, how do we get LeBron now? Because like he knows, like there's certain things you can showcase to LeBron and you can check off, and as evidenced by what happened with the Lakers this offseason, LeBron can be swayed. It can be swayed pretty easily. So yeah, no, I don't know necessarily that he has made up his decision. I think most people think that he already has, and we're just waiting on this, like yourself. I don't know. I don't necessarily know that. Now, I think it's interesting that he hasn't taken any other offers or meetings with people. Like if you're really interested in shopping yourself around, Jake, wouldn't you be getting on flights to go see the 76ers and to go hang out and maybe you don't need to hang out in Miami because you know them and you know Riley and you know Spoelstra, but like wouldn't you be going to all these different places? Or is he just so familiar with these spots? Like I guess I don't really need to see Steve Kerr. He was my coach for Team USA, so maybe I don't need to do that at that point.
Yeah, but isn't there still a conversation of like, here's what we're offering you, here's why we're likable, and here's what we can we think. Pitch you an idea like Myles Garrett wanted to be pitched an idea on the quarterback spot. It was a big spot for why I'm going to turn around. He did it for the money at the end of the day, but that was his claim. Isn't everybody out to make their pitch for LeBron?
So he had to be pitched on the Browns, but Myles Garrett never had to be pitched on the Rams.
Yes.
Like he was able to just look at the roster, see Sean McVay, see Matthew Stafford, see a team that was in the NFC title game last year, and say, okay, good enough for me. I at some point, I think between Rich Paul and LeBron, and this is not, I'm going to describe it as arrogance, but I think it's deserved and I think it's rightful. They look at this like, I know better than whatever you're going to tell me anyway. Like I've seen all the angles. I've looked at all this. There's nothing new you're going to be able to sell me on. Nothing new you're going to basketball reason. Gansey's going to tell me that this is going to be a nice fit. Like, no, I've already looked at the roster. I'm LeBron James. I can figure out what I'm going to do here. And so maybe that's just part of that as well.
I mean, maybe it is. And listen, like LeBron has obviously made good decisions in his career so far on where he's decided to go for himself. He's won a title every time he's left somewhere and gone somewhere new. So like props to him. I don't know. It just feels odd to me. I would still want to know what's going on, want to know the thought processes, and I want to be pitched on something. But if he doesn't need that, then by all means, I still think, I mean, everything we're getting, which can just be everyone guessing, but I think everybody has gotten closer to the idea that this is going to end up being the Cavs.
I think that's because it makes the most sense for a lot of people. Yeah. You know, I think at the end of it, because we're trying to describe what his happiness is. And so I think at the end of this, everyone just goes back to that road of, well, nothing's happier than going home. Like going home is typically the most happy you can be. And coming from somebody that I'm not from here, obviously, as you know, going home to myself is not the happiest I can be. Where I'm happiest is right here. You know what I mean? Like this is it. Now, a lot of that is because the people that I love the most, they're happiest here and their home is here. And so like there's some webs attached to that maybe that probably sinks that in. But if you give me the option to do this job or go home and do a job in Chicago, I'm doing this job. This is the job I chose. This is the job I want to be at. This is the job I hope to die in the city. Okay. Like everyone has this idea that like going home is the only thing that matters and the biggest part of all this. And maybe it ends up being there, but he also seemed pretty happy in Los Angeles.
That was my big claim.
LeBron can make himself happy in a lot of places, I would imagine. A lot of places I can imagine. Like I don't know that going through the streets of Akron, which by the way he does every summer anyway, but I don't know that that's going to necessarily be the one that gets him over the top.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the coming back to Akron every single summer is part of this in reading into, oh no, LeBron is happy here. He does make a point to come back here every year. He clearly likes it enough. But I would make the claim his family's probably happy out in LA, right? Like that seems where they've settled down. They like to be.
At least it seems like Savannah really likes
Yeah,
it. It seems like she's the one that loves that the most.
But that's the other thing. He made his claim already. Like, he's not going back to the Lakers. I'd be stunned if he went to the Clippers. So
No, but that's why the Warriors were always interesting, though, because you're just a quick private jet flight away from San Francisco, and so that's why that was always one that was, I think, somewhat appealing, all things considered. But ultimately, the reality is we're trying to get in his brain, and we can't do it, guys. Like, we can't. This job makes us be definitive with our claims and makes us be bold about our claims. I can't definitively tell you what LeBron James is going to do in this. I don't know. Does it seem likely at this point that he's going to be with the Cavs? Yes, if you made me go through after analyzing this every single way I could for now a week straight and tell you what I honestly think is going to happen, I believe he'll end up with the Cavs. I really do believe that. But I can't say with utmost certainty that it's going to happen because LeBron's a wild card in all this. Like, how about the idea that on that Rich Paul podcast, he said if the Knicks hadn't just won a title, he'd go to New York without a question. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you, Jake? It tells you something obvious. He doesn't need to necessarily go to Cleveland to end this chapter. Doesn't need to. He'll be happy going somewhere else, as evidenced by that statement from Rich Paul.
Yeah, I mean, he's willing to do other things. Tells you he doesn't have to go back to a team he's already played for, right? He's willing to exercise the idea, I'm going to go out and find something different. Maybe part of this, for at least me, is also now watching the Cavs operate. It feels like a necessity. Like, I need to convince myself LeBron is coming back, because if not,
What
I don't
else
know
are they
what
going to do?
Yeah, I mean, they're just going
We're kind of screwed at this point if it's not LeBron.
If it's not LeBron, your answer pretty much goes to, maybe it'll be Jonathan Kuminga, right? like, and that doesn't feel good. That's not LeBron.
It's going to be, we're the 4 or the 5 seed.
Yep.
And this is going to be a struggle. And watching regular season basketball, no one's going to care because all we'll be worried about is the postseason. And even at that point, we won't be sure that this thing's going to be any different. 216-474 below 92. Matt in Canton up next. What's up, Matt?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you. What's on your mind?
Big fan of the show. Just talking about LeBron's timeline. Just wanted to talk about some things that you guys touched on. You guys were talking about how it's going to be like 2 weeks for LeBron. I think it's going to be like next Wednesday at the latest. I know it's a lot, but it's LeBron. It will be the Cavs. That's why the Cavs aren't making moves. They have a good core, but their bench will be significantly different by the trade deadline. The Cavs will definitely be making some moves for people that you guys wouldn't expect, but that's going to be bench players.
All right, Matt. All right. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Matt was speaking like he was like an insider there. Like, all right, like, listen to everything I'm saying here. It's going to be next Wednesday. They're going to make some moves. They just fill out the roster, maybe some bench players. Get that Anthony Davis crap off my timeline. Like, okay. All right, man. All right. I got you. 216-474 below 92. Obviously, we'll stay with a lot of this. Brett Siegel joining us at 3. Quick hits, though, as we always do, comes your way next. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Jake Volnick. Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
You can listen to Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now. All right, back at it here on The Fan. It's Jonathan Peterlin, Jake Volnick here with you guys. Brett Siegel, a little bit of a change here. He's going to join us at 3:20. 3:20 instead of 3 o'clock. So, Brett, he was talking to some team personnel, getting some inside info across the NBA, which I think you hear that, Jake, and people are like, oh, is he talking about LeBron? Is he talking about all sorts of chaos? Who's he talking to? No, it's probably something stupid like DeMar DeRozan or something. But, either way, we'll talk to Brett. We'll find out what intel he's getting. The NBA world consumes himself with so many bad, breaking news on players. And DeMar's a good player. I'm not saying DeMar, but, there's so many breaking news / sources on guys that we just don't care about.
Yeah, what? Santi Aldama is being traded. Everybody pick up. Dallas just got a good one. Santi's fine, but he's you feel good if he's the eighth man off your bench kind of fine.
His agent did a great job in the negotiations.
Yeah, I just don't need a think piece on every eighth guy on the roster. You know what I mean? I feel like in the NBA world we get that. They'll do half-hour podcast breakdowns on that topic you just laid out.
Yeah, it's
good.
It's the equivalent of if you did a breakdown every time Ogbo Okoronkwo went somewhere in the NFL. You're he's a fine player. He'll help you rush the passer. That's about it. I don't need to really dig deep into him joining a team.
I actually think we go the other direction in the NFL. In the NFL, you have really good players move, and things happen to really good players. And if it's not a quarterback or a wide receiver, people just do not care. And even wide receivers. But if it's not a quarterback, and then quarterbacks, we obviously go crazy. But there's really good linemen, defensive linemen that legitimately will have double-digit sack numbers the previous year, and something major will happen to them, and we're all just kind of well, I guess as the world turns, it's huh? This is a huge deal. And no, not in the NFL world. Here we go.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, we'll start with USA-Belgium. Quick thought, by the way, on the USA-Belgium deal. So we saw Dan Mennigan today, and he had the same Landon Donovan jersey he's been wearing every time that USA plays. We have Matt Corrali doing updates, and he's wearing the same Ditka Will Ferrell T-shirt that he's worn every single time America plays. I'm convinced these soccer heads, they got one shirt. They got one I'm awesome, go America shirt, and every person around the station that is I'm awesome, go America, soccer's the greatest thing in the world, they just wear that one shirt. And now because America's played so many times, we're in repeat land for these shirts.
Okay, how many shirts are you going to buy for a team that plays every 4 years? The World Cup, you're not going to get excited for a U.S. friendly. I don't need 9 Team USA soccer jerseys. They're playing game 5?
What kind of fan are you?
They're on game 5 right now in the first 3 are group play. I can't wear. I'm going to get through all 5, maybe.
I can't get one more Go America T-shirt.
It's possible. I'm not against
you. If you're really living and dying by this World Cup, you would have already ordered some other world, some sort of American T-shirt, some sort of Go Pulisic or something like something. Not a repeat of a Landon Donovan jersey 7 times and a very obvious Will Ferrell Go USA T-shirt. I feel like you'd have some variety there. Not me or you. I'm not saying me or you. We're not soccer guys.
No,
we're not soccer guys. But we're at game 5. Is that what you said? Game 5?
Oh yeah, of the World Cup, right? They play 3 group and they played the round of 32. So now we're in the round of 16.
Shoot, we get a couple more of these, and you're almost at halfway to an NFL season.
Yeah, sure, but you're also. This is basically what 6 is about where you would expect them to end. And that would still be a really good, they could end here, and that would be it.
Oh, predicting America's demise tonight, huh?
I'm not predicting America's demise. I'm just saying.
I thought you were an American.
Full blown. I'll be watching the game tonight. JP, will you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Here we go.
I don't know. Well, I have to figure out. Is there are the Dodgers playing tonight or no? I have to. Usually, if the Dodgers are playing, I'll watch them over this. I'm trying to figure out. Let's see. When do the Guardians play next? Guardians have their game. They're tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow.
They're off today.
They don't play tonight.
Jeez, that's what happened Wednesday, too, is the Guardians were off because they played a day game. And so, I just had my night wide open, and that's how I ended up watching this whole thing.
It's Monday Night Football in Seattle. Come on. Just go ahead and turn in.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to see JSN more likely than not, but it is Monday Night Football in Seattle.
I got Brewers Cardinals tonight. That one's probably a good one.
That sounds like a second TV if I've ever seen it.
It might be Brewers Cardinals.
It doesn't even sound like
night.
second TV. It sounds like a tablet.
Yeah, it kind of does sound like
It's
a tablet.
not Mizorowski on the mound tonight, though. So that
Right down
kind
the
of
rate of the phone game.
that kind of hurts it a little bit. It is a Dustin May night, though. I like Dustin May a lot. That's
This is the
Are you related to Dustin May?
I'm just a big Dustin May guy.
This
so.
is crazy. When we go to the
I don't
Olympics,
know.
people get excited for ski jump in the Winter Olympics, or get excited for the rowing teams in the Olympics. It's like we can't get excited for one of the biggest sports in the world played as one of the final 16.
They got really lucky that the Dodgers are playing the Rockies tonight because the Rockies are just not enjoyable to watch. They're just not enjoyable to watch. So they might have my attention because of that. They might have lucked out. Cardinals Brewers might overtake it and they might be kicked to the second screen, but they might have lucked out. This might be the day in order to get this whole thing accomplished. It's really just a lot of bad baseball games on the slate tonight. Although a collection of bad baseball games on the MLB Network is still better than one big soccer game. So it might just be a big inning night. A little, hey, let's cuddle up to the couch with Greg Amsinger and let's figure out this whole thing works. Might just be. So you're watching tonight then. We're going to take this into a third one now. You're watching tonight. You're taking this in?
Yes.
Did you think that FIFA was out of their mind with this decision to go ahead and overturn the red card?
No, because this is actually exactly where I was going to go next, because this is absolutely insane. They should have overturned this red card. I think it was in their right. And the fact that Belgium is now have you seen the statement and everything they've put out? Now they're going to full lengths, they've pretty much threatened the U.S. that they're going to go to all measures if Balogun gets into the team sheet tonight. If he's going to be on the roster, ready to play in the starting lineup. They're going to go to all measures to make sure this gets reversed and they are penalized. Just sounds like Belgium's terrified of us having our best goal scorer.
What are they new to FIFA though? One clause that FIFA has in it for the long-standing joke. It used to always be it wasn't at the NCAA's expense. It was always at FIFA's expense. It was all right, this is as rigged as FIFA. It would be it'd be like FIFA and then judges in skating competitions in the Olympics in the 90s. that was the run of it, right? Let's go to the Russian judge. Maybe let's not. So. It finally went in our favor.
Yeah.
Why am I bothered by that?
We shouldn't be. Ronaldo had, I think, 2 games. He had a 3-game suspension for elbowing somebody. Was going to have 2 games where he was going to be red card
FIFA
suspended.
doesn't care about past precedents, though. The cool thing about FIFA, here's where I think they got it right. Now, a lot of people are going to be mad about this, but it is what it is. I don't love that they have a clause that says FIFA can make any decision they want at any given time. I don't love that necessarily, but they're in the interesting business. Sometimes we forget this is about entertainment. That's all this whole thing is. The whole setup, it's all entertainment. And so it sucks if you're Belgium, sure. But what's entertaining and what makes the product the best tonight is if America isn't shorthanded and you have our best striker on the pitch.
A flash flood warning for the following county: Cuyahoga, Ohio. The National Weather Service in Cleveland has issued a flash flood warning for south central Cuyahoga County in northeastern Ohio until 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 2:47 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 1 inch of rain has fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 3 inches in 1 hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Cleveland, Parma, North Royalton, Garfield Heights, Parma Heights, Broadview Heights, Brecksville, Seven Hills, Brooklyn, Independence, Newburgh Heights, Valley View, Brooklyn Heights, and Cuyahoga Heights. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the following county: Cuyahoga, Ohio.
All right. Obviously, everyone stay safe out there with the flash flood warning. Again, Brett Siegel joining us coming up at 3:20. So the end result and the end point of this, though, Jake, was the idea that it's an entertainment business. It's an entertainment product. If FIFA decides that America is more entertaining with their best player on the pitch, then I don't think that's a bad decision. Like, it's a TV show at the end of the day. Like, are you going to have... I was gonna say like American Idol, like back in the day, where it's like, oh no, Carrie Underwood is just disqualified. Like, no, like you're gonna want that person in there, right? 25-year reference. It was what it was, but like you're gonna want the important people there, and in this instance, the important people, the best player on Team USA, needs to be there.
100% he does. Omaha! All right, JP, have you seen Poland and the LARP festival that they have on July 4th?
The LARP festival?
LARP. Live action role play.
Oh, oddly enough, I actually have. Is this a thing where they try to pretend to be America?
They pretend to be Ohio in particular.
Ohio. I saw someone do a TikTok on this. Okay, yeah.
It is absolutely crazy. July 4th, every single year, there's a town in Poland that for a day pretends that they are in a fictional city in Ohio. They all dress up, pretend what it is to be American. They have like trailer parks. They wear Brown jerseys. They fly Ohio State flags.
Oh, they do wear Browns jerseys. I didn't know that.
Apparently, there are some Browns jerseys.
So they've decided they're the Cleveland part of Ohio.
Yes.
Out of the big 3 C's, they've decided that they're Cleveland.
Well, they fly Ohio State flag, so maybe Columbus. We all know where Cincinnati actually is. Okay, that's Kentucky. It's not even a part. Even they know that's not Ohio.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Are you in? Like, is this fun for you? Do you like this, or is this like impersonation that's it doesn't reflect as charming?
I think it's fun, but I think if we actually went to it, we would all find it wildly offensive.
Yeah, probably 100%.
I think we'd all be like, "Oh, I wish they didn't do this." Their spirit's in the right spot, but that is whoa. That is not how we operate.
Yeah, it's the equivalent. Like if Cleveland for one day, and maybe we'd be better at this because we have a Polish community around us. But like if we pretended to be Poland, but we just took a bunch of people who have never been to Poland, never been over there, don't know the experience. And we're like, we're going to be Poland. We'd all probably go on Google and be like, what do Polish people typically do? And it's like, oh yeah, we are just going to be wildly offensive based on what the internet tells us.
And just like to have like Pope John photos on our wall.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be tough. I mean, it's probably like Germans probably don't love like our Oktoberfest. I would imagine not. They probably think that it's probably a farce. They probably think we don't have the right idea. But at least the spirit of that is something that is admirable, you know? And so like at the end of the day, I would imagine a lot of Germans are still like, well, they got 75 things wrong, but they're trying. This doesn't feel like they're trying. This feels like they're trying to be borderline insulting and just need a reason. I mean, if at the end of it, you told me the reason is Poland just needs more excuses to drink, then great. Have an awesome time. We've developed a lot in this country off that premise and that premise alone, okay? But I don't know that I love if I saw photos and video of it actually going down and them being like the Trailer Park Boys. You know, I just
saw some pictures.
Yeah, I just felt like they're wearing like cut off jeans and then, you know, do they all do chewing tobacco that day? I don't know. And just kind of make it wildly offensive. Like they go around pretending to like beat their wife or something. I don't know. I don't know how offensive they can get it and how wrong they would get it, but I imagine they would. And that would bother me a little bit. Maybe it's all in good fun, though. I don't know.
I think it'd be fun. I would enjoy it. I think it'd be funny.
Like, pick a different state, though. You know?
No, I actually like it. That is
pick Georgia. You know?
No, see, it's fun that it's Ohio. I think that's the best. You just get random Ohio representation in the worst way possible, but you never have to see it. I mean, if you go over to Poland on the 4th of July, one un-American move, probably should be here near the 4th of July. It's probably
the Will Compton. Yeah.
So you can go over there, see what it's like. I think it'd be funny. I think I'd sit back and laugh. I don't think I'd be that offended over it. I'd just be like, you probably need to visit Ohio, America.
I'd go in there and be like, wrong. You suck, wrong. I hate all of this.
Maybe they need us. Maybe they need us to go make the American experience better, give them a true American experience and correct the wrong things.
I'm gonna imagine they don't want our advice.
Probably not.
I'm gonna imagine they don't, and they're doing all right. They're doing all right for themselves. The Polish community. I had a lot of really in high school. I had a lot of Polish friends. Okay, and they can drink an absolute ton. So I would imagine that this fest They're just taking down a lot of booze. But is it like Busch Light? What is it? Is it
That's
like
what it should be.
Is that like the imported section, and then it's all of like Natty Light and Busch Light and Keystone and all of our like college beers, or do they get like really sophisticated with it and like pick the wrong beer, and then we go over there and we're like, wait, hold on. Nobody, we all don't drink Heineken. Why are you doing Heineken? we all don't drink Amstel Light the way that you think. What is going on here? All right, 216-474-0092. Brett Siegel joining us at 3:20. He's from Clutch Points. But how much credit in all of this with LeBron should Kobe Altman end up getting? It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Nick nailed it. Nick, fantastic job. The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code KIND, K-I-N-D, at 923thefan.com before 7 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Tim McGraw at Blossom Music Center on July 17th as part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series. Get tickets at livenation.com. It's all from Live Nation and 92.3 The Fan. Now, that's one that should be at the Polish days. Tim McGraw should go to the Polish version.
That'd be good.
Of whatever their celebration is about America. There's not much more American than Tim McGraw.
No, that's where they have Brad Paisley go.
You just don't like Brad Paisley because he's a faux Browns fan. Mud on the Tires was a transformative song for me at a point in my life, okay? You will never understand Mud on the Tires, dip in your mouth, going to baseball, and loving life, okay? That was you never understand that, Mac.
Actually, you kind of described my high school a little bit at the end of my high school tenure.
I described a lot of people's high school experience there, and it was also mine, and so we all just had a really good time. I loved Tim McGraw, though, back in the day. I really did.
I liked Tim McGraw, too. Brad Paisley, for some reason, from my childhood, the only song that ever stuck in my mind, I know a ton of Brad Paisley songs, Online was always just like the one song that I probably listened to growing up, never listened to again, and then as an adult, I'm like, it's not that great of a song, but it brings back memories, and I like it for some reason.
I didn't know you were a big country guy.
Oh, massive country guy.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
4th of July I get to win over everybody. Every time I have friends over, it's like, oh, Jake would like to play country. They'll sprinkle in some for me, but it's like, we're not going to listen to country. I win on the 4th of July because everybody agrees. It's like, who gets aux? And it's like, Jake wins. Country music can go on.
You know,
on
my
the 4th of
mom
July.
did country radio,
Yes.
right? Did you know that? Yeah. So, I mean, I grew up just going to a bunch of country concerts, and so I love country music. There's not as many newer artists that I find that like just continue to pop up. I told Mac the story the other day. I think I said it on the air. It was like a couple weeks ago. How I described myself as an Ella fella because of Ella Langley in front of my wife. And my wife immediately was like, I don't know who this girl is, but you don't like her anymore.
You're done.
You're not an Ella fella. That's not how this is going to go down. And I'm all right, perfectly fine. But yeah, no, there's not many. It's a great point. 4th of July is like set up for country music, and you just get to play it, and everyone just kind of has to go along with it. That's great.
Yeah, I literally immediately everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Jake, you take the speaker. You got the speaker on this one." I have an entire playlist designed for, hey, you're gonna go drink with your friends, listen to country music. I'm ready for that. I was born for this. I was designed to have the aux that day.
You like playing DJ for that stuff?
I
huh?
do. I love playing DJ for that stuff. If it was up to me, it'd be all the time, but nobody wants that all the time. That's okay. I accept that.
Yeah, I remember on my we had a party bus obviously for my wedding, right? And it was like taking us to location to location, and we did all sorts of photographs and everything like that. And basically my whole party is just like in this bus drinking and doing things while we're going to different locations and taking photos, right? And I was in charge of then the music for this. And so like I remember I put together like a whole Spotify playlist and all this. But instead of thinking of like songs I wanted to listen to, I was like, I'm gonna get current bangers. Nobody really wants to listen to current bangers. No. And so like 3 songs in, I'm like, wait a second, this is not vibing the way that I thought it was. And somebody basically took my phone and was like, yeah, no, we got to go old school. And like, that's what you do. And then like you go to 90s music and then everyone vibe immediately changed. And it was in that moment I realized I can't be trusted with the aux cord. Nope, can't do it. I wanted to play bangers. I wanted recent songs. I thought that was going to work. Nope, just hit people in the emotional feelings and take them back to when they were, nostalgia plays in those moments. And if you have to play Mud on the Tires because it gets people thinking about the time they chewed tobacco going to baseball practice when they were 16 years old, like that's what you have to do sometimes in life.
Hey, I mean, it sounds like a correct play to take the phone away. I also usually don't get trusted with aux. Now, it's not that I would just play country music, but it's like I play songs that I'm not in a spot where like I'm constantly listening to new music or music in general. So there's songs that people are like, I have my playlist. They're like, I've never heard that. I was like, I grew up with older sisters. This is what they listened to. So this is what, in my mind, was popular at the time, what I find is nostalgia, but I don't win those moments.
All you're telling me is you got a lot of Dixie Chicks that you're playing.
No Dixie Chicks. No.
If you got it from your sister, I don't know.
No, it's very random stuff. Very random things for me growing up. Like, I mean, there's probably far too many like old Chris Brown songs that I know that just people don't care about. Like, it's like for people my age, I'm like an era behind of like where I liked music. They're like, yeah, I have no clue. Like, I didn't listen to that growing up. You're like, probably because I was 7 and listening to what my sister, who was like 14, wanted to listen to. So I was probably an era off from everybody.
Yeah, no, that'll do it. 216-474-0092. Brett Siegel joining us at 3:20. Before the show, we were talking about how much credit Koby Altman will get if LeBron comes back, and I thought you had an interesting take here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for Koby Altman inside of the organization, this is everything. You get LeBron back one more time. You build a team that is going to be, in theory, better than the team was the last 4 years, get you closer to a championship. You have LeBron back in the city. It probably buys Kobe a ton of goodwill with the organization. I imagine to some degree with the fan base as well. Whereas I sit back and look at this and go, Koby Altman essentially gets almost zero credit in the idea of bringing LeBron back in my eyes. Like, I don't think he gets very much of it because you built the roster to be what it is right now. But in my eyes, LeBron is I have to choose the Cavs, and I'm giving you a get-out-of-jail-free card from the situation you just created.
I don't know about almost zero, only because, and even if LeBron is the get-out-of-jail-free card, I don't hate that logic, but the idea that he built this roster to be competitive enough that LeBron would find this enticing enough to end his career here. Like, I don't think LeBron would come here if this team was just going to fall flat on its face and win 45 games.
Agreed.
And so like that's maybe where I'd give Altman the credit for assembling a team that has Donovan, made the trade for Harden, who has now become one of the focal pieces of why LeBron would come here because they're such good buddies and everything associated with that. Had to have seen that coming, right? And so like I think there was a setup here, and I think part of the setup, and I think that's why I don't want to go too hard with what happened last season, even though you made it to the conference finals, is the idea that I think this was part of Koby Altman's plan. Now, that's a dangerous way to operate.
I was going to say.
If part of your plan is relying on LeBron James in any sort of way, that's a dangerous part. But I do think there was an element there where he thought to himself, all right, we get Harden, and then this offseason sets up, and now we got, I mean, look at the contracts. Everything sets up for like another 2-year window, essentially, and they're all kind of lined up for this next 2 years. And so I think there was a little bit, now there'd be a stroke of luck attached to this, obviously, but I think there was a stroke of maneuvering and play that Koby Altman does, in fact, deserve credit for.
Koby Altman feels like the guy who feels like he has the roulette table figured out. Like, I have a method. I have a method. And he might walk into the casino at some point this week, and that method might look like it works, but I guarantee you Koby Altman goes back there.
Describing me is all you're doing now.
I mean,
just put my name on it or whatever you want.
It could be the blackjack table. It could be whatever. Whoever thinks they have a method. The method, we know it doesn't work. The house is going to win.
You haven't seen my method, Jake.
Oh, okay. Well,
you haven't seen mine.
I'd like to see it so I can debunk it at some point. I'll break it down.
It revolves around rolling dice 8s. a lot. But I'm not going to get into my method right now. I'm not going to do that to you guys right now.
But that's what it is. He has a method, and it might, listen, LeBron might come here, his method might play out. It might be his lucky day at the casino where it just goes his way. But if he walked in every single offseason, and this is the part that scares me, is I think it buys him goodwill moving forward past the LeBron, past the Donovan era to, hey, Kobe, go build our team. And if I'm then thinking about the future of the Cavs and Koby Altman in charge, all I know about Koby Altman is, for some reason, he can't find a backup big despite there being a million of them in the NBA. And he can't find a wing player, which is harder to find, but he has tried it about 9 different times and failed every single step of the way. And that's what I'm walking myself into, is that I don't believe Kobe knows how to build a championship winning roster, and he is going to get this after it because he had a roulette method that worked out one day in the casino.
Well, unfortunately for yourself, all you need sometimes is one day, one lucky day in the casino. And so if that's what that ends up being, but I don't even look at it like LeBron pulled Koby Altman out of some basketball wasteland. The credit I've always given to Koby Altman is that we're supposed to be Portland right now. After LeBron, you're supposed to be this awful basketball team for 20 years. What the Bulls just went through for 20 seasons is what we're supposed to be. You're supposed to be this team that people don't take serious. You're constantly searching to try to even get in the play-in game. And then sometimes you get in, sometimes you don't, but you're just kind of stuck in this endless middle of basketball suck. And I think that's where we're supposed to reside. After LeBron, I think that's where we were destined to reside unless we got a generational player through the draft. And so Kobe not only making the trade for Donovan, but ushering in this breath of fresh air and this really giving us basketball life in a spot where we're not supposed to have it is why I'm just not really ever going to be particularly hard on Kobe, at least not for a couple years, because I give him a longer leash than I've given other people because he's warranted it. He's put us in a spot that sorry, we're not supposed to be. In the NBA world and ecosystem, Cavs basketball is not supposed to be conference title contenders without LeBron. And he got us here.
No, and listen, he deserves some credit for that, but does that just make him the way we view JB Bickerstaff as a GM? Like, hey, Kobe can upstart you really well. He'll get you off to the right spot, but then when it is time to go from, hey, you're now a consistent playoff team, let's take the step to get to championship-type level, he doesn't get there.
Because it's a championship caliber team if his bet on Donovan and his bet on Mobley paid off. I just think he bet on the wrong ponies. And that sucks. That sucks that it takes you 4 years to figure out that Donovan can't be a number one on a championship team. But for 4 years, people told him he was a top 10 player in the sport. So that bet just didn't work out the way that he thought it would. But that was a solid bet. That was not him lighting money on fire and saying, here, take it and go. And then Evan Mobley not developing. Again, this is something that how am I supposed to put the lack of development with Evan Mobley at the feet of a GM, at the feet of a president of basketball operations? That's either on the coaching staff and the people that they've gone through, or on Evan Mobley himself. Like, that can't be on Kobe Altman, number 3rd pick in the draft, and showed every signs after year 2 of being this going to be all-world, all-everything player, and it just never materialized. So I don't agree with the logic that he can't build it. I think he's built it. The ponies he bet on, though, in recent years, the past couple years, kind of hit a snag, and that's unfortunate, obviously, but by all accounts, he put us right at the table, right at the spot that we wanted to be in. It then didn't cash in.
Again, it feels like you got the very early portion of it right, but this is where the difference between what we did and what New York did. You decided to build around an undersized guard, and they're not the exact same player. I know I've mentioned it. Brunson is an elite player in the clutch that Donovan has never been and will never be. That's just who Brunson is.
Yeah, his fourth quarters are just different.
But Brunson is still a defensive liability in the same way that Donovan and James Harden have shown to be in their careers. Yet they have built a roster around Brunson that allows him to, hide away on defense in a lot of moments. Like, they surrounded him with great forwards, traded a ton of their capital away to get great forwards to play alongside Jalen Brunson. Now he can hide, and he's still a high effort level defensive player in a way that Darius Garland was, where, hey, you stink. You're not a good defender, but you're going to give me effort, and everybody around you is going to give that effort. That never happened here. So it's like you built a good foundation, but then I went through Lonzo Ball and Dennis Schroeder and DeAndre Hunter and all of these guys that you put legitimate stock into that just missed. Like the type of players that you needed, the backup ball handler, the wing to give you some just solidified something at the 3. You missed on every single one of those moves you made.
He's not perfect, but the idea that we're talking about basically players in the margins, so to speak, is where I give him a lot of credit, because I think most people are supposed to be the GM or the president of basketball operations for the Cavs after LeBron, and you're supposed to just kind of exist in this awful NBA world. And so the idea that we have a real seat at the table, I owe a lot of that to Kobe Altman. And that's where do I think he's got all the answers? No. Do I think he's a perfect Pobo, as they call him? Like, no, I don't. No, but what I do know is that he's wildly aggressive, and I love that about him, especially as the league is trending towards rewarding wildly aggressive GMs. And you talk about like people, the Knicks with Leon Rose. Well, how did they get there? They got there because he was willing to not only make the big move for Randall for Cat, and make that trade, make the big trade for Mikal Bridges. Like wildly aggressive GMs get paid off in this league in a really substantial way. And so I just think he's got a lot of the DNA that I like in us not basically sucking for the next, 10 years or being bad for the next 10 years. And so I'll give him that latitude to try to figure that out. And yes, does a lot of right now and for the next couple of years depend on if LeBron James decides whether or not he wants to come home and do this? Yeah, you can make an argument. The only reason why we have a title to begin with is hinged on that same idea as well, though. There's a lot of people in that process that end up looking like geniuses. Because why? Because LeBron made a decision. Same thing here might end up being the reality. But I want to see that through. I understand you're not giving him the bulk of the credit. I don't think anybody thinks he deserves the bulk of the credit. I just feel like he can't be empty at the table of credit if LeBron does come here, because he built the roster that LeBron at least would find satisfying enough to spend out his rest of his NBA days with.
He deserves some credit on that aspect. Again, the LeBron decision is just going to be, he's going to get credit in the organization. It's going to be the credit that he doesn't deserve to get the credit for LeBron coming back.
Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, joins us next with the latest on LeBron, where he's hearing LeBron is going to be going, and what exactly we can do if we don't, in fact, get LeBron. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Clutch Points joins the guys next, talking all things hoops. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Let's go out to the Wise All Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright Hotline. Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, joining us here on The Fan. Brett, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're good. Actually, I'm with my buddy Jake Volnick today, and Jake was just talking about in between the break. He goes, yeah, I put in the notifications for Brett a little bit ago. He says he basically, well, Jake, you tell him. You basically just took the wind out of Sham's sails, so to speak, during draft night.
Yeah, I was looking for draft content, and I knew you were on it, and I was paying attention. It felt like you were first to everything, and I was joking. It was like Shams got locked in a basement during draft night. He wasn't putting out any tweets, and it felt like you were first on everything.
Well, you know how we roll. We always got to make sure that we get those get those messages out there, and we get all the picks out there so everybody knows what's going on 2 picks ahead of time.
We love it. All right, Brett, break down LeBron as you see it.
Well, we know as much as the person next door and as much as you guys know and as much as your neighbors know. And no one knows what's going to happen with LeBron James right now. It's just all a guessing game. The only people who really know anything are Rich Paul and LeBron James. And to say that he doesn't have an idea what he wants to do, yeah, I'm not buying that fully. I do believe that he's narrowed his list down. It's just a matter of what teams he wants. And for long, the speculation has been that if he does leave the Lakers, that the Cavaliers and the Warriors would be the two front runners there, and rightfully so. We've heard their names mentioned, and those two teams are very much waiting to hear from LeBron and Rich Paul to see where they stand in all this. And then you have other teams like the Miami Heat, who just traded for Giannis Antetokounmpo. You have the Philadelphia 76ers, who just traded for Jaylen Brown, and then you could throw in an assortment of other teams. But I think those are really the four main competitors that we're looking at this point for LeBron, and I would pretty much venture to say that the Cavaliers, it does seem like that they're at the forefront of these conversations right now, and it just makes sense with everything that has kind of been relayed through media circles, through league circles, and what everybody's thinking. He's spending his summer right now outside of Akron in his home, and he's been hanging out with a bunch of people that he knows from the area. One of the executives with the Cavs he's very close with as well, and so he's just enjoying life right now. This is a guy that has experienced everything you can in this league. He's been in it for 23 years, going into year 24. He's earned the right to just relax, figure out what he wants to do when he's ready to do that. And right now we don't have a time frame of when that could be. Could he schedule some meetings this upcoming week? That's kind of been the mindset that the league is operating under right now, that, yeah, him and Rich Paul will start reaching out to teams this week before Summer League begins on Thursday. But we're really not expecting a decision anytime soon. This could drag on for another week, another 2 weeks, maybe till the end of July. We just really don't know right now until we get that next step from Rich Paul and LeBron saying, yes, we are narrowing down our list to these set teams.
All right, Brett, let's play with the idea that he would go to the Cavs. It feels like mixed opinions on just how much of competitors in the East and for an NBA Finals they would actually be. Where do you see the Cavs in relation to the rest of the NBA if they were to get LeBron?
Well, the first thing is figuring out the money. Is figuring out, would LeBron accept a minimum contract? If he doesn't want a minimum, the Cavs are going to have to get creative. They would need James Harden to take a pay cut. They would need to trade guys like Max Strus and Dennis Schroeder to open up their mid-level exception. And it's just very hard to fathom him going to Cleveland if it's not going to be a minimum contract at this time. They'd have to get really creative. But when you just look at this roster and you add LeBron James to it, all of a sudden they're right at the forefront of that championship equation. And that's kind of the missing piece when they were playing the Knicks last year, where they didn't have a guy outside of Donovan Mitchell and James Harden who could create space for others, who could be another go-to scorer where you can give him the ball and say, you know what, we need you to take over this game and score for us. If Donovan Mitchell doesn't have it right now or he's being double-teamed, we need somebody else to go and get a bucket. And LeBron James, even though he's older now and nearing the end of his career, he can still do that. And he's a guy for the LA Lakers last year in the playoffs. I think he was averaging around like 27 or 28 points per game, 8 rebounds and 8 assists. So he's still a guy that in big moments he's going to deliver. And if he goes back to Cleveland for a third stint, especially now that there's rumors that he's going to be having a film crew following him around for this upcoming year, it just makes sense that he would do that to go back to Cleveland for a third stint. And if he does, he's going to be doing so with the intent of winning a championship and bringing the second NBA title to Cleveland. So it's just storyline after storyline that you can talk about. The full circle ending, obviously, on everybody's mind, of starting his career at Cleveland, going back there a second time, and then finishing his career there. But if you look at this roster up and down with what they have, obviously they're going to have to move either Max Strus or Dennis Schroeder probably to avoid apron taxes. But we'll see what this contract extension for James Harden looks like. And obviously they're going to continue to wait until they get word on LeBron James.
How long do you think LeBron is going to drag this out for?
I don't know. I really don't. And no one around the league, these other teams that you talk with that are pursuing him, whether it's the Warriors, the Miami Heat, the Cavs, the Philadelphia 76ers, everybody from those teams, they don't have an answer yet. And it just simply comes down to Rich Paul sitting down with LeBron this week, laying all the options on the table, and then seeing if they take that next step to begin meeting with teams and contacting them saying you're in or you're out.
You brought up the documentary crew that he'd be having for this season. Does that lead you down the road of this is probably the final year? Because that was the initial takeaway that I had of it.
Yes and no, a little bit. Like when I first heard that, my mind wandered to that. Like, oh, could year 24 be it? But we've been playing that game for the last 5 to 6 years of could year 19 be it? Could year 20 be it? Oh, his number's 23. He always said that he wants to play 23 years and play with Bronny. Well, he achieved that. And now he's going into year 24. So I wouldn't put it past him that this wouldn't be his final season, that maybe he would sign a 2-year deal or a 1+1 and then figure it out an off season from now. But everything that we've always heard from LeBron is as long as he still has that competitive hungriness, which I don't think is ever going to go away, and as long as his body continues to hold up and he plays at the level that he is, he's going to keep playing basketball until he just simply wakes up one day and decides that he doesn't want to. So I'm not going to sit here and put it past him that he could play into year 25 or year 26. Do I think that he will? I don't. But at the same time, I don't think that year 26, 27 is going to be it for him. I think that whatever team he possibly joins, I think it's going to be for a 2-year stint.
Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, joining us here on 92.3 The Fan. All right, Brett, let me ask you, we keep hearing in the background people discussing Anthony Davis, and then it spurs a bunch of other conversations about whether that's even feasible, if that works, all these other things. But what do you think the realistic chances are that the team that gets LeBron also then goes out and grabs Anthony Davis?
Well, the Wizards have made it very clear, and Will Dawkins, their lead executive, can't make it any more clear. They're not having discussions about trading Anthony Davis. They want him to be on their roster. They anticipate him being on their roster, and they have big plans with him, number 1 pick A.J. Debonta, Trae Young, and this rising young core that the Wizards have surprisingly built over the last 2 to 3 years. They believe that they can be a playoff team in the Eastern Conference at full strength this year, and that's one of the reasons why they bought low on Trae Young. That's one of the reasons why they bought low on Anthony Davis. They saw an opportunity where they said to themselves, you know what, we can really start to escalate this rebuild and we can take that next step. And so the Wizards, they anticipate Anthony Davis being a part of this roster. The one kind of cliche to all this, I guess you could say, and the one kind of mix-up is, would Rich Paul and Anthony Davis request out? Because that kind of adds another layer to this mystery of Anthony Davis's future. We know that Rich Paul and AD want to get a long-term contract extension. It does not appear that the Wizards are interested in negotiating that this offseason. And if that's a sticking point for Rich Paul to try to get his guys paid, which has been his MO for quite a long time, it's one of the main reasons why he wanted to get De'Aaron Fox out of Sacramento, and then he goes to the Spurs and gets that mega extension there. Could he do something similar with Anthony Davis where he puts pressure on the Wizards and says, you know what, if you're not going to pay my guy, we don't want to be here? And that could really change this whole LeBron James narrative, and maybe he does want to go play with Anthony Davis to a team that does acquire him. So I'm just talking out loud here and talking about something that could be in play. I don't think that's going to be the case. I do expect Anthony Davis to be with the Wizards based on all the indications that organization is giving everybody around the league. But you never know. The agents have a lot of power in this league, and if there's one agent that has been pulling strings for years, it's Rich Paul.
Obviously, everywhere that LeBron has kind of gone, especially like even here in Cleveland, we have seen him have a lot of control where he goes, and I think that makes everyone turn their eyes to Kenny Atkinson. Do you think that it's highly likely that if LeBron is here, that Kenny Atkinson still returns for another year with the Cavs?
Yeah, Kenny Atkinson is locked in on being the Cavs head coach no matter what for the 26-27 season. There was a little bit of unrest throughout the playoffs and some uncomfortable conversations that were being had, I guess I could say, within the Cavs front office. The members thinking that a change was necessary, but he's got the backing of Dan Gilbert and Colby Altman. They want Kenny Atkinson there, and we'll see what happens this year. Obviously, if they go out and get LeBron and they retool their roster to be as good as it can be for a finals run and they fall short, that's when you'll see more discussion about Kenny Atkinson's future, and then I could see him being moved on from during the 2027 offseason. But right now, Kenny Atkinson will be back for the 26-27 season. He will be the Cavs head coach entering this next year.
What does a plan B if the Cavs don't get LeBron look like?
Well, somebody just got waived today, and it was DeMar DeRozan. He just got waived by the Sacramento Kings. He will officially clear waivers in 2 days' time, and he will be an unrestricted free agent. Would he be willing to accept a small mid-level deal? Would it be a minimum deal? I think that all these teams that are looking at LeBron right now, I think DeRozan is definitely going to be on their plan B list of guys that they could pursue, a guy that has been one of the best clutch time scorers in the NBA over the last several years. I believe he's fifth right now in terms of active scorers in the NBA, 6-time All-Star, 17-time veteran. He's been on deep postseason runs before against LeBron when he was with the Toronto Raptors, been in the Western Conference with the Spurs and the Sacramento Kings. And he's a guy that can still come in and put up 15, 16-plus points every single night, whether it's in the starting lineup or off the bench. I expect all those teams that are in the mix for LeBron right now to want to pursue DeMar DeRozan if they miss out on LeBron, but they could also want to pair them together as a move to say to LeBron and Rich Paul, hey, look at the moves that we're making. We're going to surround you with talent. So I would expect over the next few days, plenty of those suitors that we've heard in the rumor mill for LeBron to be in there for DeMar DeRozan as well.
Do you feel like plan B with like a DeMar DeRozan or somebody else the Cavs would go after keeps them competitive enough in the East to still be considered title contenders?
That's the big question, especially because the East, we always say the West is so loaded and the Western Conference is miles better than the East. I don't think that's true anymore. I think that the Eastern Conference has stepped up its game tremendously in the last year and a half. And you look at it, it's wide open. There's 6, 7 teams that could make the Eastern Conference Finals right now and be a true championship contender, whereas in the West, we're really only talking about the Thunder and the Spurs. Those are going to be the two teams that meet each other for the next decade. So if you're the Cavaliers, you have to put yourself in a position to match the moves that the Miami Heat made. You have to match what the Philadelphia 76ers just did. You have to account for the fact that the Indiana Pacers are getting Tyrese Halliburton and their entire core back since they were all injured last year. So the East is going to be much better than it was this past season. And for the Cavaliers, if you miss out on LeBron, you have to be asking yourself, what moves are out there that we can really make to help ourselves? Because this team, as constructed, we saw it last year in the playoff, or this past year in the playoffs, they were not good enough to beat the eventual champion New York Knicks. They got 4-0. It showed that they still have a ways to go. This core of Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, and James Harden is good, but it is not good enough. And so the question will become, what other moves are out there to be made? And this late in free agency, there's no one really on the market other than LeBron that could help them. And then you're going to have those hard conversations about, well, are there any possible trade avenues that would work for us, whether that means trading Strus and Schroeder, or maybe the even harder conversation about trading Jared Allen.
Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, joining us here on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. And one of those teams in the East that could get better is the Detroit Pistons. So what are you hearing between them and Kevin Durant?
Well, we reported last week that there is interest from Kevin Durant to play with Cade Cunningham one day, whether that be now, whether that be once his contract is up with the Houston Rockets. That remains to be seen. And we also reported that the Pistons are a team that have contacted the Rockets about a possible Kevin Durant trade. There's really no updates on that front. There's nothing that they're actively pursuing. The Rockets are not interested in dealing him right now. And so we'll see how this plays out. Maybe it's something that winds up boiling over for Houston, because there have been tensions over the past year between Kevin Durant, that front office, and the players on the roster, especially with the allegations of him having that burner account coming out and all the bad publicity that came from that in Houston. And so Kevin Durant, he's been known to bounce around from team to team over the last few years, especially when tensions start rising in an organization. And the Houston Rockets, they took a step back this past year, obviously getting Fred VanVleet back healthy and getting Steven Adams on the court. That would be big for them, two veterans that they signed to help them in their championship quest. But if the Rockets continue to struggle and Kevin Durant, who has 2 years left on his contract, it's going to become a much bigger talking point at the trade deadline, especially if Houston's struggles mount.
The Jaylen Brown trade became official today going to the 76ers. It had a lot of people confused. Were you in that same boat of kind of confused what the Celtics plan was, or is there maybe a little bit of overreaction happening off of this?
There's no overreaction whatsoever. I don't understand this trade at all to go out and get Paul George, who has been labeled for years as having the worst contract in the NBA. He's owed over $110 million over the next 2 years, and there's no way that the Celtics are going to be able to get out of that this year. Maybe they could next offseason, since Paul George will be on a $56 or $57 million expiring deal. But I don't see how this move sets them up to be a championship contender. It admittedly seems like that Brad Stevens and this new ownership group, and the front office are saying to themselves, look, we don't want Jaylen Brown being a part of this roster anymore for whatever the reason is. And now we need to tool ourselves to set championship expectations for the 2028-29 season or 2029-2030 season. It seems like the next 2 years, the Celtics are not going to be in the championship mix, and they need to be able to make moves to set themselves up to get back there, especially with all these teams ahead of them now rising in the Eastern Conference, whether that be the Heat, the 76ers, like I mentioned, the Pacers will be back. The Knicks aren't going anywhere. The Cavs are still in the championship mix. So I don't understand this trade at all. I thought if they were going to go out and trade for Giannis and give Jaylen Brown up for him, why would they settle for Paul George, especially when there were other offers out there with better players that would have fit their roster? It's just a very puzzling move. And Brad Stevens and that Celtics front office is going to have a press conference in the next 20, 30 minutes. And I'm sure that we're going to get a little bit of answers, but they'll probably continue to hide the true reasoning behind trading Jaylen Brown.
Brett, great insight as always. We appreciate you, and we'll catch up with you later. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
All right, good stuff right there. Brett Siegel. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Basketball talk coverage on The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We come on back. We'll react to what he had to say about LeBron and the idea that basically nobody knows what's going on right now. He's very plugged in, but he's like, nobody except for Rich Paul and LeBron have a clue. So why do we think we have a clue? And I'll give an admission to Jake as well when we come on back right here on The Fan.
I'm a Ram truck guy, and if you're looking at a new truck this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. Because, truth be told, how I became a Ram guy was pretty simple. I headed to my Northeast Ohio
on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
No one knows what's going to happen with LeBron James right now. It's just all a guessing game. The only people who really know anything are Rich Paul and LeBron James. And to say that he doesn't have an idea what he wants to do, I'm not buying that fully. I do believe that he's narrowed his list down. It's just a matter of what teams he wants. I would pretty much venture to say that the Cavaliers, it does seem like that they're at the forefront of these conversations right now, and it just makes sense with everything that has kind of been relayed through media circles, through league circles, and what everybody's thinking. And right now, we don't have a time frame of when that could be. Could he schedule some meetings this upcoming week? That's kind of been the mindset that the league is operating under right now, that, yeah, him and Rich Paul will start reaching out to teams this week before Summer League begins on Thursday. But we're really not expecting a decision anytime soon. This could drag on for another week, another 2 weeks.
That was Brett Siegel, Clutch Points. He joined us at last segment. Jeez. Another week or 2 weeks?
He said it could be the end of July. I didn't like the sound of that.
I can do it. Listen, I am like a marathon runner when it comes to elongated sports conversations that we just continue to have. Seek every quarterback discussion we've ever had in life, okay? I've been built for this. We're all built for this, okay? You listening out there, Jake, me, we're built for these convos, okay? But at some point, awfully soon, and I understand nothing is going on, but at some point in the next week or so, we're going to have to maybe just kind of be like, all right, LeBron, when you want to break it, let us know. We're not going radio silence, but it'd be like the LeBron check-in day by day. We get one segment or 2 segments or something like that, because I can already tell people, I mean, it was one thing when LeBron was the greatest player on planet Earth. You wait for that. You do. When you're the 20th best player on planet Earth, and 42 years old at that, it becomes a lot harder to say, wait until the end of the month, and then we'll finally have an answer.
Well, I think that's the thing, too, with LeBron is, like, when you were player number 1, the NBA kind of went on pause. Like, the entire free agency felt like it didn't move. Mm-hmm. Now it's like, yeah, LeBron's the 20th best player. Teams who figure we're probably not in the mix, or LeBron might sign on a veteran minimum anyway, so we'll just build around it and try to attract him here. Like, NBA free agency has gone on.
Yeah, but I want to reiterate, it's worth it for LeBron. You still pause yourself. If you're the Cavs, don't start making moves in the idea of like, oh, well, we didn't want to wait a month to see what LeBron would do. Like, no, he's still worth it. He's still worth it to Philadelphia. He's still worth it to anyone that we're talking about. Miami, but like, it just hits different when you're the 20th best player instead of the first player. It hits a little bit different when you're 42 years old. And that even goes back to the idea of, I know the morning show spent a lot of time today talking about like the power LeBron has if Atkinson could still be the coach, or if he could just kind of just show him the door. It's like, at 42 years old, you don't get everything in the world. You don't get all this. He's captivated everyone for now going into week 2 of this. I just don't know that we have 4 more weeks of day-to-day, wall-to-wall LeBron coverage in us.
No, I don't think we do at this point. And I mean, based on what Brett said, sounds like Kenny Atkinson's here next year. Like that was a solidified. He did not leave the door open. Kenny Atkinson is the Cavs head coach next year. If LeBron's here or not, they're moving forward with Kenny. So I think it goes to show that LeBron has been used to having control basically everywhere he's gone. A little bit outside of LA, they didn't operate fully in LeBron's interest, but in the Lakers' interest.
Well, that's why he's gone. Yeah. Because the last year was them saying, we're going to hold these meetings at restaurants and you're not the one invited. We're inviting Luka instead. And LeBron's response to that being, oh, I guess I'll take my ball and go home. I guess I don't want to be a part of a franchise I can't control.
I mean, I still don't think coming back here he has like a full level of control now.
So maybe that is part of this conversation, though, is that the idea that is LeBron just wanting to go to a spot that is going to be a yes man for him, that is going to bend heaven and earth in order to make him happy? And is he trying to find which spot will be that? And maybe this is part of the test as well. This is going to be our own game of Survivor. And if you can last until the end of the month and not make any roster moves that tell me you waved the white flag and are giving up, then maybe you're the team I need to go to because you're going to listen and bend to my call and bend to what I'm saying. It's all a game to LeBron. I know it sounds insane, but it's all a game to LeBron. The head games, the mind games, all of this. And he's never once been in a spot going back to when he was 15 years old where he didn't call every shot. And so I think he is trying to figure out which ones he can and can't get away with and which ones he can actually dictate. And hey, I want this player. You're not wasting my time. Go out and get him. Or will they go out and do that?
Yeah, I mean, where is that spot, though? Like, I don't feel like necessarily that's Cleveland.
Well, this is the hard part of this conversation, too. And this is where this maybe goes more to what Rick Bucher was trying to say on his podcast, where he was suggesting the market isn't as hot for LeBron as maybe LeBron thinks that it is. And maybe that might be one of the realities that LeBron is going to have to try to cope with as he goes through his decisions for the next week. And realistically, man in the mirror, taking a look at yourself and saying, do I get to do everything I want?
I don't think you do at this point. You're like, again, you are still highly desired. Teams still really want you on their team. You obviously bring the experience of being LeBron James, being a championship level player, somebody who knows what it takes to win, and you're still really good. It's just the difference is, yeah, like previously, if I brought in LeBron, here's the table. You get whatever you want. We're going to cater to you. Now it's like, LeBron, we really appreciate you. We appreciate the input. We're going to listen. But just because you say, I want Anthony Davis, does not mean I bend the knee and I go get Anthony Davis either.
Yeah, and I think this is where LeBron's going to have a divide with a lot of people. Mm-hmm. I think LeBron still thinks he can get that Butler treatment from everyone, where if I say something, I want you to go out and do it, and I want you to do it promptly. And if I ask you to jump, you say how high, because that's how it's always been for him. And I don't even begrudge him for it. Like, all right, fine, LeBron, you put yourself in a spot as being renowned as the greatest basketball player to ever live. You get to say some things, but at 42 years old. And again, you'd be even on this Cavs team. You're the third best player, maybe potentially. I mean, I'd say second right now. But if everything goes right with Mobley, and even it can be debatable at times with Harden how he's playing. Basically, anyone from 2, 3, and 4 on that roster can change on any given week. Like you don't get everything. You don't.
No, he can have that treatment, but he's got to go play for Portland or Memphis or one of those teams that legitimately don't have anything else to build around right now. And it's like, yeah, LeBron would be our guy. He would be our push to be a good team, but you're not winning a championship on one of those teams either.
216-474 to below 92. BP and Pepper Pike. What's up, BP?
How you guys doing?
Hey, what's up, man?
Well, first of all, I hope you both had a great 4th of July weekend. The weather, was for the most part, really good. It's like deja vu all over again. This is LeBron, the decision 4.0. I don't think I could take a 5.0. But, I actually, based on Poly Market, which I never heard of until yesterday.
Yeah.
But they seem pretty legit. They got all kinds of stuff going on there.
There's a lot of people that are invested in Poly Market. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard of them before. I'm not in that industry.
You can bet on the weather. You can bet on all sorts of stuff, BP. You might be able to bet whether or not this phone call ends in 30 seconds on Poly Market.
Yeah. Well, I would bet this is going to go longer than 30 seconds, but not by much.
We still talking basketball?
It looks like LeBron. I mean, according to Poly Market, we're 57% that LeBron's coming here. I don't think you can't manipulate that, so much where it's like, whoa, this is all just a smoke screen or sabotage.
No, but BP, that's why we have Brett on, and that's why it's important. And guess what? You got the under because that didn't go 30 seconds longer. Goodbye. But. Like, the point is that this is kind of the infuriating part of today. We had Brett Siegel on for a reason. You follow him because he breaks more NBA news than anybody in a quick, timely manner. He has no idea. He's got no clue. Windhorst earlier today went a whole rant about how nobody knows what's going on with LeBron. And sorry, can't help you out. I have no clue what he's doing because the people that do know are extremely tight-lipped right now and are not saying anything. And so everybody else is just kind of left in the dark. And so are all these major insiders and major newsbreakers, when it comes to the most important news story of the offseason for the NBA, are they just being, I don't know, henchman for Rich Paul and doing his bidding by being like, we don't really know? No, I don't think that's true. I think they don't know. I think they have no clue what's going on right now. I don't think I have zero idea what's going on. Jake, you have zero idea what's going on. Brett Siegel's got no clue what's going on. Windhorst, as recently as 2 hours ago, said he's got no idea what's going on. Like, nobody knows because you can't get inside LeBron's brain. That's the hard part about this. And right now it seems like LeBron is more interested in playing golf at the moment and spending his summer, which he's earned, spending his summer on the golf course instead of worrying about these decisions. So, like, he's going to get to it when he gets to it. But in the meanwhile, we're all just kind of guessing. It sucks, but it's true.
That's the thing about, like, these third-party markets, too, is that's what they're doing. It's just they're so shaped by what people think is going to happen, what the bettors and people investing in this think are going to happen, that Now people are just like, well, it's dragging out this long. It's probably going to be Cleveland. So now it's shifting towards Cleveland.
And wait, if this goes 4 or 5 more days, people are going to be like, well, clearly it's not Cleveland.
Yeah, it's got to be Philly.
It's got to be clearly this is how this is going to happen. And it's like, guys, we don't know. I'm sorry, nobody knows. This is the most in the dark thing I think we've had in recent memory, okay? I can guess about all sorts of different things if you want me to, but when it comes to LeBron, every major news source and every major news breaker is saying we have no clue. So I'm not trusting Polymarket to have an idea. And listen, there are times where I go to Vegas because Vegas knows things that's like Shams doesn't sometimes, okay? Like Vegas has an understanding on things. They have a great awareness of all this. So this is not a shot at Vegas, who I do lean on and trust a lot of the times. It's not a shot at Polymarket or any of those guys. This is just the reality. Getting inside LeBron's brain has always been impossible. And right now, it's also remained impossible. All right, 216-474-0092. New breaking news today around Deshaun Watson and what this might mean for whether or not the Browns get a little bit of a friendly deal in this. Does it make anyone feel better about the Deshaun Watson deal and just how much the Browns are getting in return? We'll explain what that is, and we'll get into it. 216-474-0092. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
92.3thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Summer's here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Just remember that. All right, back at it here on The Vantage. Jonathan Peterlin, Jake Volnick are with you guys on Afternoon Drive. Brett Siegel joined us last hour. Odyssey Rewind if you want to check that out. And, of course, getting all sorts of Twitter reactions on this. Twitter reactions brought to you by our friends over there at Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. All right, Jake, it's interesting to me. A lot of people are making a pretty big deal about this insurance policy that is going to result, according to Mike Florio, the decision to purchase the insurance resulted more than $88 million in refunds for the games that Watson missed due to injury. We've talked about the insurance policy in previous years and talked about whether or not the Browns did have insurance on them. Did they not? What exactly that would result in. I think we have to understand a couple things here. It is not $88 million all at once, and then all of a sudden, hey, we get this back and we're out of cap hell immediately. That's not how that works. It's spread across a multitude of years. I think the language on it said it's every year up until 2030 is kind of the idea.
Yeah, through 2029.
2029, great. So, there's good to this. It'll help out the future roster. It'll help out as far as how this rebuild is all going. But I need people to not take their eye off the ball, okay? The reason why we're in a rebuild is because Deshaun Watson wasn't good at quarterback. The reason why we're in this cap hell to begin with is because you gave him the largest guaranteed money in NFL history, and it didn't work out. Like, we can't lose sight of the reality here. And this was still an awful trade by every metric we have. And so it saves you 39% of the money you thought you'd lost. Okay, that's good. That's not bad, but this doesn't undo Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, you need to take into a proper respect of it. There are benefits to them having this insurance policy moving forward, that it's not going to change the game, but it's substantial. I think this upcoming season, it's about $20 million in cap relief. I think a little bit north of that. Not terrible. I think it's somewhere similar, a little bit more for 2028, I think, has more in it. 27 has a few extra $1 million. They do have extra cap space moving forward that they would not have had without the insurance policy. This should kind of accelerate their idea of, hey, even the years where we are going to be 27, Deshaun's not on the roster, but the cap hit was still there. It was still going to impact what you were going to be able to do. That still exists. It's just now slightly less. You have a slightly more free money to go out and operate with. It's a good thing. But yeah, I mean, what we were talking, what was it, 88 million was the total, so you're still looking at, I mean, a very large contract. It's still over $140 million that you essentially are paying to Deshaun for the 19 games now that you've gotten out.
Which, again, from a financial aspect, makes it seem much more tolerable, because then it's we only paid essentially $30 million a year to have this quarterback. Well, yeah, but it didn't really work that way, because it wasn't as if you paid $30 million and then each year you only paid $30 million and you got to put your roster around having a $30 million quarterback. That's not really how that worked. And yes, they did some fun language to go ahead and kick the can down the road for as many years as they can. And so in some instances, it's actually better than a $30 million a year quarterback. But this was 5 years. It's year 5 right now, but this was, I guess, 4 already done years. And what I think is going to go miserably this year, that doesn't get undone because we get $88 million in cap relief. That almost half decade of Deshaun stinking existed. And the reason why we got into this bad spot we're in right now and won 8 games in the previous 2 years is because it is still the worst contract and worst deal in NFL history.
Yeah, and not to mention, the $88 million is also somewhat deceptive because some of the salary cap relief is coming from 2024. Some of it's coming from 2025. You didn't benefit off that. That's just essentially money back into the Haslams and the Browns' pocket that they then can't just be let's just tack that on to 2027. We're going to extend our salary cap. No, you just got some money back that you ended up having to pay him. So, I mean, you scratch, I don't know, $25 million off that 88. That doesn't actually count for anything you were able to do with the team. So that's not there too. And the Deshaun side of it, it stinks. It's not good. Obviously the trade's still awful. This isn't supposed to, it makes me feel better about where the Browns are moving in the future. It doesn't make me feel any better about what they've already done.
Yeah, it's buying a Ferrari and spending a lot of money on it, and we can use the same exact example, just use a car instead of a person. You buy a $230,000 Ferrari, a tree falls on that Ferrari, and then insurance company being like, all right, we'll give you $88,000. Like, it's not nothing. I'll take $88,000. You're telling me my car is worth nothing because a tree fell on it. Essentially, I'll take $88,000. Sure, that's fine. Again, better than getting $0, but also it doesn't take away the fact that I spent $230,000 on this Ferrari that I can no longer drive and no longer have. And even in the case of Deshaun, I have it, and people like me don't want it. Like, it doesn't. It's not removed, and so I thought there was a weird amount of victory laps and clapping and making sure that everyone knew what a great thing this was for the Browns. It's not a bad thing, and no stretch of it is a bad thing. It's just it doesn't erase the previous 4 years of suck.
You know,
it doesn't change anything as far as my opinion is concerned about one of the worst trades we'll ever see in our lifetime.
I mean, one of my pat on the back for the Browns for purchasing the insurance policy. Smart on you. Like, that's the extent of this. Good job. You got the insurance on the really expensive thing. I'm happy.
I would wonder how many NFL contracts, how many teams don't have an insurance policy on anyone that is making supposedly $40 million or more. Like if you have a quarterback out there and they sign a mega deal, like even like Mahomes and his $500 million deal that he initially signed that now has been jumped up to make him, I think, the second highest paid in the NFL at like $60 million. Do you think the Chiefs don't have an insurance policy on that?
I sure hope they do.
They have to, right? I mean, I don't know why. It seems like just fiscally stupid to not have an insurance policy on any of these mega quarterback deals, or even when you get into just the Myles Garrett territory or the Micah Parsons territory or Jamar Chase territory. Anyone that's making like $40 million plus, I would imagine you'd have an insurance policy on.
I would think you have to at that point. Like, and it's just odd because we don't ever really hear about these. I mean, it's not often that we get, I don't know, $40 million players that probably miss the magnitude of games that it takes for this to kick in, or it's not the substantial amount of money. Like, Myles Garrett missed 3 games. Like, if you're getting insurance kickback for that, it's really not that impactful. It's when we look at Deshaun, you're like, oh, you've missed seasons. Like, multiple of them, when we combine them together, you've missed seasons of football. Yeah, you're getting a lot of money back on your insurance policy. I also can't imagine what it costs to have an insurance policy on a $230 million contract.
Yeah, I can't even. I was thinking about that myself, and I'm like, I don't even know where to begin to ballpark such a thing.
I have no guess.
And they have to have enough of these to have signed up to offset even just the $88 million that they're now going to pay out. Like, they're not in the business of losing money, so there's got to be enough people that are doing this and insuring it at a high enough rate. But I'm not an insurance adjuster, and I don't deal in that world, so I have no idea how to even ballpark that.
Probably some really, really rich insurance people out there that are selling these policies. On $230 million? You're not insuring a lot for $230 million.
I'd want to exclusively work in the NFL insurance policy business.
Like NBA, get me inside of that too. Some MLB insurance policies.
It doesn't even seem like it's like a yes or no. It just seems like it's like, I mean, it's a yes or no, obviously, but a yes or no in regards to like, do we put it on this guy or do we not? It seems like do they make enough money? And if they do, then we have to get an insurance policy. It's kind of like how everyone has house insurance. It's like if you have, if you have a shack down the street, you might not need house insurance. But anybody with X amount of a house, if your house is worth $400,000, $300,000, $200,000 or more, probably going to need that house insurance. Probably going to go ahead and need that. And so it's an obvious thing. It seems like that would have to be the case here as well.
Yeah, I would have to imagine so. Like, JB, I have to imagine financially, it probably wouldn't be very good if your house wasn't there tomorrow. Like, that would probably hurt financially.
That would kind of suck. That would thank you for that.
I'm just like, but that's why you get it. The same thing where it's
but like you have an apartment that you now rent. You probably don't have renter's insurance on your apartment. You may, but you also may not. Do they make you now? Yeah. It used to be a coin flip back in the day when I was doing it. Like you could, you didn't. They didn't make you. They now make you do it.
They make us. It's still. It ain't all that much.
No, it's very cheap, and you're really just insuring against somebody coming in there and just stealing all your prized possessions.
Yeah, me walking into an empty apartment.
I don't know what your prized possession. What is your prized possession in life at this point, Jake? What is your most expensive prized possession?
Like if I were to lose it, my house, it would cost me those. I don't know, my couch. Like it might be the most expensive thing in my apartment. So most people would be like, Jonathan, don't go down that road because it's going to give incentive to somebody to rob Jake's apartment. But I knew he wasn't going to be like this Michael Jordan piece that is worth $27,000. No. Like I knew that wasn't coming. I knew the answer was going to be your couch or something similar that we can replace for a very, very small amount of money, all things considered. Yeah, it's like I got a couch.
We can go to the Goodwill and get you one for $25.
I got a couch. I got a PlayStation. Like that's about all you're getting. If there's nothing that you're walking in, you're being like, wow, I hit the Holy Grail. It's like, that's the most average apartment that I've ever gotten into.
You just had that fun part of life. Like I remember when I was, again, and I declined the renter's option on every apartment I had when I was in Houston and Wichita and even in Montana, because at that point I wasn't legally obligated, or if I was, I didn't know. I didn't do it for any of them. And it's like, well, why? Because you're not, I don't have anything of value. I'm sorry. I don't, like, you're not breaking into my apartment and taking anything worthwhile.
Oh, my Tupperware is gone.
Yeah, like
that's gonna be like $30.
Oh, my mom told me not to leave that Chipotle gift card out there. Like I knew it. Dang it.
Oh, yeah, not losing a whole lot there, but it is in the respective of these NFL teams. Like, yeah, you miss out on a player that you give a $4 million contract to. Like, that's a lot of money to be in you. To the Cleveland Browns, it's like, yeah, $4 million, that stinks. $230 million. Nobody can afford to lose $230 million.
But it's good, though. I mean, you have more cap room over the next several years. It can be used on other players. It makes surviving Watson's dead money a little bit easier, and it gives them flexibility during what is now the most important part of this whole entire thing, which is this Browns rebuild. So there's like 4 or 5 steps to this being really not it's like something to be celebrated, all things considered. But we also do have to put it in the proper context of it. I don't want people looking back and being like, well, yeah, it wasn't that bad, that Deshaun deal, because we only ended up paying, to subtract 88 from 230, and it's like, no, don't lose sight of the big picture here. It cost you 4 years of your football life and put you into a rebuild to have Deshaun Watson. We can't lose sight of what that is, even if the end result is it didn't cost you an arm and a leg financially. It still cost you 6 draft picks I'm never getting back. Mm-hmm. Still cost you 4 seasons of us watching bad Browns football in the process. And I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to wipe that away.
Yeah, that's the big thing. What is left of the Deshaun contract is not going to be described by monetary value. It's going to be the time that was wasted, the amount of effort and resources that were put into, let's make Deshaun our starting quarterback for 5 years that you just never got the return on. Like, you wasted an entire era of Browns football by going after Deshaun and making him your quarterback. Your chances, your championship window that you legitimately had as being a really good playoff team trying to get to a Super Bowl, that's what went out the window with it. And you can't celebrate. You're not getting that back. Like, that era is gone. That doesn't come back. Yeah, sure, you got some money back, but at the end of the day, I don't think you or I really care that much. Like, yeah, $20 million in cap space. Really good on an individual season. Also wasn't worth the last 4 years that I just went through.
216-474-0092. All right, we had a big weekend for the Guardians. A lot of really, really close games and a lot of fun to be had, and then the last 2 games happened, and it was what it was. But I want to hear from you guys, 216-474-0092. What do you trust with this Guardians team? We'll get into that and more next. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
entries are scoreless in the 58th minute. Make sure to tune into the Fan Warm-Up Show weekdays at 5 a.m. with Jeff Thomas, as he'll catch you up on the latest in the sports world from the night before, along with the can't-miss clips from the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Miss a moment in the show? Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
All right, back at it here on the Fan. It is afternoon drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Jake Volnick here with you guys. Yeah, it was an interesting weekend. I get the alerts to my phone anytime, and I'm watching the games. I don't know why I still continue. There's one app that'll give you alerts as to when it's a close game in like the 7th inning or later. Mm-hmm. Again, I don't know why. I watch every single game, but I at one point signed up for this, and it just stays. Anyway, 4 games against the White Sox, 4 times that alert of like 7th inning has ended. We got ourselves a close game alert, and we're here. And it's one of those. It was such a weekend, such an interesting weekend for the Guardians. I went to multiple 4th of July parties where I was talking to buddies of mine. And like these guys love the Guardians. Some of them love the Guardians. Some of them like to hate the Guardians too. But like people that love the Guardians love watching baseball. And they all told me. I mean, to a man, every one of them was like, "Well, yeah, last couple games have been great, but I'd rather watch this soccer tournament that's going on right now." Or something to the effect of like, "Yeah, the Guardians in the week prior had lost me. Like the Guardians in the week prior had just lost my attention." And I hadn't felt that way. I like watching all the young kids play. I think this is fun every single night, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, this is going into the season. I mean, there were so many people of like, "Oh, they need to go get a bigger bat. They need to spend more." And like, the Guardians' messaging was the fact that they did not want to block young players. And I was actually behind the idea. No, you don't block the young players. Like, you need to see Travis Bazzana. You need to see Chase DeLauder. There's a really nice, for the first time in what feels like forever, actually a plethora of hitters that are sitting there available to you that are almost ready to come up. Just let those guys get the opportunities. And I think, for the most part, like Cooper Engel has kind of stunk very early on in the going here in his trial run.
I don't know what we do with Cooper Engel at this point. I don't know. I mean, how do you keep? It's not his fault. He didn't tell everyone I want to be a left fielder. Okay, like, it's not his fault. But in the same respect, the man looks like he's never played the position before because he never played the position before.
I mean, he played a little in college. He played like 7 games in the minors, and they were all this year. And
yeah,
then
like he's basically never played the position, and then it's like, oh, be a major league outfielder, and let's see what happens here.
Yeah.
It's that line in Moneyball where they're like trying to get them to move positions, and it's like, that can't be that hard to stick him at first base? The coach is like, it's incredibly hard to stick him at first base. I go ahead though. Between Engel, between Watson, like it hasn't all been great, but we kind of knew it never would all be great.
Yeah, that's kind of the expectation with a lot of the young kids you bring up. Like, sure, you can expect Bazzana to be pretty good, and you can expect DeLauder to be pretty good, given they're both first-round picks. They had progressed nicely through the minor league system. But a lot of these other guys are like dart throws, but you have to figure out what you have in them. And I've actually been, I think, pretty pleasantly surprised. Cleo Watson has been really good so far. Angel Martinez obviously was here last year, but while he was healthy, looked really good and is now injured. But like, I'm staring around. JP, I went to the effect of sitting here thinking, like, I don't even know that I want them to get an outfielder at the deadline. You might still need a right-handed outfielder. I don't know that you need to go pay a premium price. There's not that many sitting out there in the first place, but you don't have to go pay a premium price. So you might need a platoon guy. But at this point, when Angel comes back, I know they're not going to sit down Quan because they have a relentless obligation to just play him for whatever reason. You have Angel, you have Chase DeLauder. I now have Cleo Watson. Like, I actually feel semi-okay about where the outfield is at. I've had a lot of fun watching them play in some of the young kids develop and actually turn into, I mean, at the very least, oh, you're an acceptable major league outfielder at this point in time.
So are you buying more back in? Like, the question I have for people, 216-474 below 92, did more people get back in or fall off the Guardians this weekend? Because this kind of felt like people were trending towards the idea of not watching any more Guardians baseball. And then Thursday and Friday happened. And, I mean, that's some of the best games of baseball you'll watch. Mm-hmm. The walk-off home run from Rocchio that wraps around the foul. Like, there's just certain parts of this weekend that was really awesome. And Saturday, Sunday came and it went. They still showed some battle, though. I mean, even in yesterday's game, they're down, 5-3 after 3 innings, and they put up the 3-run 5th inning, and all of a sudden you're like, wait a second, this team, they're at least showing some fight, and they're at least showing some, I guess there's always offensive ineptitude attached to this team, but at times this year, it's felt like when you go down 3-0, you might as well call the game blouses. Mm-hmm. Right now, it doesn't necessarily feel that way, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, no, it's nice. I think it was as low as 6-2 at some point early in that going. It was like, I had initially had that thought. It was like, oh, you went down 2-0, you battled back. Oh, that's nice. You're up 3-2, or maybe it was 6-3. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, well, that's where it is. Like, they're not going to come back from it. Then all of a sudden,
multiple times this weekend, they were down 3 runs, and I thought to myself, yeah, if this was 2 weeks ago, they don't win this game.
Yeah,
or even claw back into it.
And they were right there battling. I think that's where Vogt has gotten a lot of credit in the past, and where he continues to get it. It's like, you're 50.5 games back in the division. A lot of teams could have rolled over. And while they were going through that rough stretch, it looked bad, but they turned it around and then started playing really well.
Well, where Vogt gets a lot of problems, at least for me, is, and he didn't do this last night, but I was thinking about it because Bybee was on the bump and gave up 6 earned. When Bybee has a bad outing, he'll tell us that was the best he's ever seen Tanner Bybee pitch.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's where he's losing people. His post-game messages continue to just fall way short because every time we see something, he tries to tell us it's the opposite of what we just saw. Like, no, Vogt, it's okay to go out there and be like, yeah, Bybee didn't have it tonight. Guess that sucked.
Listen, I'm in your boat. All I wanted to hear from Vogt last year is when guys stunk. And this year, too, it's just like, you don't have to tell me he stinks. You just have to tell me wasn't his best stuff tonight. I'm sure he'll be better the next time out.
The optimistic thing is fun when Coach Riz does it. It's not as much fun when you do it, Stephen Vogt. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I got one person in my life that is glass half full at all times, and that's Coach Riz, which means I'm tapped out on glass half full guys at all time. At some point, you got to shoot me a little straight here.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, whatever he does, he clearly has the team believing in themselves and that they're playing well. Again, I don't agree with the messaging, but I think, like, this weekend, I was never out on the Guardians. Obviously, I love baseball. I'm watching no matter what. I've watched teams. I mean, you haven't had horrible teams recently.
I mean, but they're starting to lose the casual in an extreme way now. Like, and it's not, we're not at the point where apathy has set in. I didn't think we'd get to a spot where they could call up all these youngsters. For years, I've been saying, just call everybody up. Just do it. Rip the Band-Aid off. Call people up. And you know, figure out what they can do. And they've done it this year. And I guess I didn't account for the amount of people that just do not care about watching a rookie play baseball if there's going to be some ups and some downs. Like the Engel thing, I think is a great example. Not only is he not hitting, he can't hit water if he fell out of a boat right now, but his defense is atrocious. And the Guardians, rightfully so, are like, well, we don't decide his fate with 2 weeks of baseball. They're gonna see how this goes, and I think that's the right approach. I think that's the smart approach. But the fans are like, wait a second, we want to watch competent baseball, and you're not giving us that right now. And I think that divide is interesting. I was always all right with the idea of bringing up everybody. I didn't think it'd lose people the way that it seems like it's lost people.
It's interesting because they've done it in years past. Like Angel Martinez is a middle infielder.
But never to this rate, though. Never to this rate. And I mean, it's one of those things they used to hold on to these prospects like they're Fabergé eggs and just covet them and make sure that they were not only ready to be in the big leagues, but beyond ready to be in the big leagues. And every now and again, they would do it with people. But you knew the people that got called up before it was time. They weren't serious about them.
Yeah,
they were the true flyers that they were calling up. But all the other guys, it was like they were trying to make sure that they were 100% right. They're not doing that now, and I respect that approach. Like you have open spots, go do it. But I'm shocked at how the fan base is not, as a collective, diehards are here, but as a collective, the casuals aren't saying, "Wow, I get to watch Pizzana and DeLauder and all these young players." They're instead saying the results aren't good enough. I don't like what I'm watching, so I'm not going to watch now.
It's the likes of even Travis Pizzana. He is not the most interesting to the casual fan, interesting baseball player to watch in the world. He's got a little bit of pop, but he's not going to go out there and hit 35 home runs this year. It's not going to happen. Like,
I think he's wildly interesting, but maybe that's just where I live in baseball. I don't know.
That's where I am too.
I mean, the him on the base paths alone is worth the price of admission.
Like, I think he's a very intriguing player. I love watching him play, but if you go and look at the stat sheet for Travis Pizzana right now, he's hitting somewhere, I think, maybe just north of 250. He doesn't have a ton of home runs on the board. Sure, the base paths are interesting, but I think the casual fan wants, like, Aaron Judge to all of a sudden just be in the minor league system. Chase DeLauder gave them that for a week of the season, right? As soon as it kicks off, it's like, this guy rocks. And then he goes on a massive power slump where he's still playing really good baseball. I mean, he had obviously the ups and downs a rookie has where he goes through long periods of not hitting.
Yeah, I'll finally hit a home run again this weekend, though. Right. My goodness.
But like,
I thought I was never going to see it again.
Even in the times, a couple of weeks leading up, after he had gotten back from the injury, he was still, putting together multi-hit games, hitting extra base hits. Like, he was still putting the ball out farther. It's not like he was, grounding into a weak right side grounder every single time. He was still putting a jolt into the ball, but I think people are just more captivated by here's a guy that jumps onto your team, changes everything, and he hits 300. And now I don't even have Jose for that guy to play next to. Like, I don't have a true star player actively on the team to be overly excited about, and I think that loses the casual fan.
All right, I understand what you're saying. I think Bazzana is a star player. I think if they can't, the casual can't accept that, then that is what it is. I think 3 years from now they'll be saying, okay, he's a star, and he just made the All-Star game as a rookie while not starting the entire month of April. The man is on the trajectory of being an All-Star consistently, and he's going to be a star of the game. I do believe that in my heart of hearts. But I understand what you're saying. You're neck and neck for the division lead. You have one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball, which is not getting nearly enough attention. Like when I ask, what do you trust about this Guardians team? I trust the pitching staff. I don't really trust the offense as a whole. I don't trust the bullpen right now. I trust the starting pitching. So you have really good starting pitchers, really young, good starting pitchers as well. It seems like I'm like the guy going up and down the aisles trying to sell hot dogs with this team. Like I'm carnival barking to get people to pay attention to this Guardians team, and this shouldn't be a struggle. This should be something that comes naturally to people. Like, oh, first place team, competitive in a bad American League that's going to be wide open. Like this team is more than likely going to the postseason, more likely than not. I can't get people to wrap their arms around it, and I'm just very confused.
Like, I'm there with you, but what brings in the casual fan? Like, watching a 2-1 baseball game because Parker Messick is absolutely fantastic, or Gavin Williams was on that night.
So that is part of the price of fish, right? Like, I do wonder if the lack of home runs and the lack of power on this team has just caught up to the fan base. Yeah, they have the same exact slugging percentage as they've had for the previous 2 years. They're 28th in baseball. They were 28th 2 years ago. They were 27th last year. It's like neck and neck exactly where they are. And I bring slugging percentage into it because we're counting for the home run, right? That's what we're trying to do here. The White Sox, for instance, the team you played this weekend, has 40 more home runs than the Guardians have this year. Is it just the brand of baseball that is tiring people out? Like, are people saying guards ball, sorry, we saw it, we experienced it, it's going to be a no for us, dog.
Like, it's an acceptance of, I think, both things. Of it's not individually for a lot of people interesting to watch a team that does not hit the ball out of the park right now. That's where the game has gone. That's where the interest is. And okay, well, the Guardians are going to do that and then somehow find their way into the playoffs every single year. And at the end of the year, they'll at least be fighting for a playoff spot. So I can just do that.
It's kind of like how, the Cavs in the postseason, a lot of people, I think, hated James Harden because James Harden didn't play aesthetically pleasing basketball to themselves. They don't like watching James Harden dribble 40 times. I didn't care, obviously. But like for a lot of basketball fans, even casual fans, they thought that was not pleasing to them. Is it just the style that this team plays with? Is that the part that is, I don't know, just rubbing casual fans the wrong way?
I mean, I think to a degree, right? Not having the power bats, relying really heavily on pitching, it can make a really good baseball team. And some people would say when you get to the postseason, pitching is one of the most, if not the most important thing you can have. And the Guardians have it. It's just, like, yeah, if I have to tune in every single day for 162 games, again, me as in the casual viewer, not actually me because I'm watching anyway, but like, I think the average fan's going to sit there and be like, okay, well, I have to know that probably 5 or 6 guys in this lineup have like a 1 in 1,000 chance of putting this ball over the wall.
I get it. Not that I need home runs in my baseball in order to be satisfied, but I do get it. Like we talked about them being down 3 runs on Sunday, 6-3 after the third, and I thought to myself, game over, blouses. Like that's not great. I like that. It's frustrating to me watching these games that they go down 3 or 4 runs. The idea that they're going to come back and scratch and claw their way into it. No, I'm already on to the next game. Like that's how I have to operate with this team. That's not enjoyable. I understand that and I get it. I was just shocked this weekend listening to buddies talk about how they'd rather watch soccer, how they're just there when it comes to this team, they're just not there with it. And I didn't see that coming. I was expecting to talk about the young guys and how much fun this is watching Bazzana and DeLauder develop and watching some of these young guys play. And instead the convo, and Parker Messick, my goodness, and instead the convo turned into, well, yeah, it's a bad AL Central, and they don't, it just kind of is what it is. And then they're only in it because of a clown car of a division. How much fun is that? It's like, you're in it. It's a bad American League. It's wide open, but then I'm carnival barking again. I'm back trying to sell people on this team, and I don't work for the Guardians. I don't need to push a team on you guys. You watch them, you don't watch them. I don't really care one way or another. I just thought it was really interesting. I thought it was fascinating that a lot of people really don't seem to like this team for the reasons we laid out.
And you think after all of the years we have gone through where, like you said, it was the coveted thing to see the rookie actually come out and play, when you get so many of them and so many of them playing, like the guys who are getting power out of this team right now, Chase DeLauder, Kyle Manzardo to a degree, and like Khalil Watson, like those are the guys who feel like it's extra base hits left and right coming up in big moments. They have the chance to change the game with the swing of a bat. It's like those aren't players who have been here for 4 years. Those aren't players who, it's not the Stuart Fairchilds of the world or going out and getting Mark Reynolds to come out and try to hit 30 home runs for you. You have young players up there that are the exciting parts of the game. I also think that would be something that would captivate the fan base. They'd be like, hey, we do have young players. The next era of Guardians baseball is right in front of us and playing well. It just doesn't do anything for people. I don't understand it, but like when I tried to logic it out, I think the loss of Jose Ramirez probably goes a long way in that, because you don't have the star player to tune in for the first place. And if I get a bad Khalil Watson game and a bad Chase DeLauder game, I probably know where the offense is going right now.
216-474-0092. Did more people get back in or fall off the Guardians this weekend? And where Jake was right. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming your way in about 20 minutes. A lot to get into still. We have Dan Favale joining us at 6 as well. A lot of LeBron convos. We've done a lot of LeBron convos. We got a lot to get to as well, as we're all still trying to just navigate through that. Odyssey Rewind, check all of those out. We started the show with it. We did a lot of the 3 o'clock hour as well. Brett Siegel joined us. A lot to get into still. 216-474-0092. But talk about the weekend that was for the Guardians and basically just being out and about with people. I was wondering, did more people get back in or fall off the Guardians this weekend? And the people I talked to this weekend, they were, as much as I wanted to talk about a Rocchio walk-off homer, they're like, yeah, I gave up on them recently. I stopped watching about a week prior, and they don't have my attention right now.
It's so weird to me because I feel like among like my friend group and everything, I just don't have enough casual Guardians fans. Like, it's either, I'm probably not going to pay attention to the team until the playoffs roll around type of fan, or it's, you're an absolute diehard and I know you're watching the games and I can have those conversations. So sometimes I lose like the pulse of the, like if they're interesting, I'll tune in. If they're not, I'll tune out type of fan. Like the one person I consistently go back to this for is Jax. Jax is my casual guard. Every time I have him on, I talk Guardians. He's my casual fan. He was bought in when DeLauder was here, bought in for a little bit while Bazzana was here, and that's usually my gauge for like, are you in on the Guardians right now? Do they have your attention, or are we out?
I didn't know he was like a faux baseball fan because he's a diehard basketball fan. Mm-hmm. Obviously, he loves the NFL as well. I mean, he makes cut up tapes for like random players. Like he loves the NFL. Yes. I didn't know he was just kind of like a baseball in the background guy.
Yeah, like I mean. Again, he likes it. I just don't think it doesn't get him all the time.
And that's fine. It's not for everybody. I get that as well. Mm-hmm. But like the idea that it's not catching the casuals right now, I find to be incredibly interesting. I'm watching the same games we're all watching. The offense is putrid. It's not good. They need to score more. Nobody can deny that. But we're watching a lot of young players develop in the process. And maybe I'm looking at this year differently. And maybe this is actually where the casuals are living in. I hate calling them the casuals as if this is like a branding thing. Like, the casuals. It's just... not everyone's living and dying by every pitch is what I'm talking about here. The people that are living and dying by every pitch, maybe they've just understood this team is not going to win anything of consequence in the postseason, and so they're just doing a wake me up when September ends type thing. They're just saying, when they get good, I'll know it and I'll pay attention. I just thought it was remarkably early for a team that is, basically at the top of the AL Central and has a wide open path to the postseason to already be waving the proverbial white flag.
I mean, I don't think people want to watch players develop. I think people want to watch developed players. Like, they want to watch the stars already there. Yeah. Like, you and I probably gain... I love watching the players as they're coming up, go through their struggles into what I think eventually is going to be the superstar Travis Bazzana, the superstar Chase DeLauder, the guys who can be, like, the building blocks of your future.
But there's a lot of Browns fans that are really looking forward to what Schlesinger will be this year, and even how that rookie class last year. Talk about just in the idea of the rookie class last year, how many people were like, well, Judkins is this, and Schlesinger is this, and Mason Graham is this, and I mean, you couple that with the guys you just drafted, Concepcion, Boston, all these guys, and people are hook, line, and sinker. And I get it's the NFL and that's different. Yeah. I do understand that, but like I understand your main point. People don't love to watch players develop, but we do in certain respects. Because in the NFL and the Browns, people are looking at that as those are the guys when the stadium opens that we're going to be going to the playoffs with and we're going to be thriving with. At least that's the hope, right? With the Guardians, I could make the same claim. Like, Bazzana and DeLauder are going to be here a couple years from now when you're making real runs at things. Parker Messick is going to be here when you're making real runs at things. Like, this shouldn't be looked at as so we're wasting our time.
Like, I hate to make a cheap, low-hanging fruit comparison to this team, but it does give the same type of vibe that the Guardians in 2016 had. Not that exact year, like, we're going to go to the World Series, but the come up of that team where you call up a ton of young guys at the exact same time. You have some standing pieces that are either knocking on the door of being your ready everyday player or already there to the point where it feels like the culmination when Bazzana is developed, when DeLauder are developed, like, and that's coming within the next couple years. We're talking about them being more consistent players. you have your window ready to go. Like, that's what the young guys provide for you in all of the long time of waiting and cycling through, players who are here for a year, players are here for 2 years, and they're going to be on their way out. No, they're not going to contribute to what is likely going to be like a World Series caliber team. These are the guys that you're going to be watching for the next, potentially 10 plus years. Some of those guys maybe a little bit less, but you have it all right in front of you. Like, I think this is the interesting time to learn the DeLauters, learn the Bazzanos, figure out the type of players they are and where they came from. Because I think we do love that in the NFL, right? Like, I'm hoping to get production out of Casey Concepcion with the idea that this isn't as great as he's ever going to be. Mm-hmm. There's something more, but you like to see it from the start. That doesn't translate to baseball, and I don't know why. And it's not like I'm watching Chase DeLauter hit 185, but I'm like, you have to be patient. No, he's going to be great.
I get it. It doesn't translate to basketball either, really. And you're going to have a lot of great basketball players early on in their careers. If you're not winning, it's usually the sellout, and usually at least the people that don't want to buy in. The problem here is that the Guardians are winning. We're not 75 games under 500. You're 3 games over 500 while trading back and forth the lead of the AL Central. But I think there's enough people that just think that this whole AL Central is Fugazi to begin with anyway, and the American League is just a farce to begin with anyway, and that's obviously not helping. It doesn't help me, but it's obviously not helping the fans. 216-474 to below 92. Maybe another side of this, too, that we haven't yet discussed is the idea that the Guardians have done this act for a long time already. The win games in the regular season to then get by and actually not make a real run in the postseason. It's been a lot of years of that. I think that tires out on some people as well. Eric in North Royalton. Hello, Eric.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Hey, Eric.
I think this is an interesting piece, too, right? So I'd probably put myself in a category like you guys, close to the diehard. I'm listening to a lot of games on the radio. I'm dragging my family into having Tom Hamilton in the kitchen on most days, right? I can see some things like that. However, I don't know that I see the same vibe. I've gotten a lot of interest from a lot of casual fan friends that are like, hey, what's going on with Bazzana? They're checking in. They're interested in the team. Our attendance numbers aren't awful. I know I've heard for the last 20 years when we can't spend on this team because of attendance. Over the last 4 or 5 years, there's enough attendance. I think there is enough interest. I think it comes down to the fact that, hey, we got a really fun series this weekend. Some of it's bad luck. That walk-off happens even after I'm in bed. You start the whole season this year playing on Peacock, playing on the West Coast. I think they've been hard to grab. I was really happy to hear you guys talking Guardians baseball on the radio today because I don't know that they get enough exposure for what they are. Now, on the other hand, they are a 500-win baseball team. You get a guy like Cooper Ingle who generates some buzz. He has a slow start. For as good as Bazzana he was, you had to be patient with that start too. I think the fans are there. I think these are good baseball fans. I think we're coming around. I think they just need a reason to be excited, and we just need things to kind of start snowballing, and I think it's going to come around. I think there is enough interest out there.
All right, thank you, Eric. I appreciate you. I did look up some of the attendance numbers just because I was curious where he was at because he said it's like it's been kind of it actually has been very close to what it has been in the past couple of years. It is lower this year than it was in 2025 and 2024 by about 1,500 fans per game though. So not like a crazy high number. They've existed in this 20 to 23rd range for attendance as far as baseball is concerned now for I guess about a half decade or so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to that point, like July 3rd, so that's Friday. We had off. I got offered by multiple people if I wanted to go to the game. Now, I just wanted the day off and relax, so I declined it. But I figured out throughout the night that I had like 6 different friends that were at the game. And maybe that's like just part of the 4th of July. Like, you're right there. It's the Friday before. A lot of people had off. A lot of people probably don't want to go to the game on the 4th. A lot of people do. But I had probably 6 different friends there. I'm on social media. I have more people that I just know I don't talk to that were at the game. Like, people are showing up. But I think that's also part of the fan engagement side for the Guardians and
that's
the cheap
also
tickets and getting there.
Summer in baseball is what that is more than anything. All right, I did want to tell you, speaking of things in the summer where I think you might have been onto something. So you're a Busch Light Apple guy.
Yes.
And we talked previously on the air about me buying a 30 rack of Busch Light Apple because I like Busch Light. Busch Light's my favorite beer. It was Bud Light for a long time, and when I lived in St. Louis, it was Bud Light, right? Grew up in Chicago, then it was Miller Lite. I go to St. Louis, it was Bud Light, and now we've turned into Busch Light. I had a buddy of mine, I went to his house, he had Busch Light there, and I go, all right, this is fun. And so anyway, so I've been riding the Busch Light train is the point, right? And even got the limited edition Bass Pro Shops Busch Light.
Oh,
I don't drink, but I really don't drink that often, though. I have 2 young kids. I just don't drink that much at this point in life. So I wanted to try the Busch Light Apple because you were raving about it. And I bought a 30 rack, and then it turned out that, like, oh, yeah, it tastes like apple in my beer. And I'm not a big fruit in the beer guy. I'm just not. And so, like, the revelation I had was, what a dumb I am. Like, you bought Busch Light Apple thinking it wouldn't be an apple-tasting beer and was surprised by that. It felt like one of those apple cider beers that used to have, like, 5, 6, 7 years ago. And that's not my jam. So anyway, I forced myself to drink them. Because that's what you have to do when you buy 30 beers.
Yeah, you gotta get through them.
You have to get through them. And now I'm at, like, I got maybe, like, I don't know, 12 left or so. But this has been like a month venture of mine, as you know. This has been like a half a beer here, have a couple beers here. I'm making food. Let's go ahead and have a beer. And I've started to kind of really like it. And so, like, that's a problem. I don't think I'll ever buy a 30 case ever again. I don't know that I will or won't, though. And coming from I was going to give you the 30 beers to now where we've come, I think is quite a nice development.
So was this just an acquired taste for you? Is that what we got? Or
I think that's what it is. Okay. I think it became an acquired taste. I think I grew to like what it was and kind of appreciate what it actually is.
See, because I think it's slightly different from like your average like the like apple cider beers, and it's not like completely different, but I feel like it has more of a beer taste to it than that, which I like. It's like beer with apple, not, oh, this tastes like an apple like
I started
juice.
To taste the uniqueness of it and kind of appreciate the beer aspect mixed with the apple aspect that I kind of liked. And so like I've started to try some other things that people on the station have advised because I've realized, young people, you guys have the right idea. You guys can experiment and try all these things. I'm 37 with 2 kids. I can't. So I ask you guys what's good and then go out and try them. Like Jax gave me this. He gave me this one. It was called Super Light. I don't want to give out too many names or whatever. No. But basically, the idea is that it tastes like Gatorade. Tried it. Tastes exactly like Gatorade. Like, that's dangerous though. Like, I'm not buying any more of them. That's juicy juice. We don't need that in our life. It was too much like Gatorade. I'm like, this thing could get you in trouble real quick. But yeah, all right. I'm not a Busch Light Apple guy. I can't fall into your web of that. But I got to tell you, it did grow on me.
Oh, I'm glad you can at least enjoy through the 30 pack now.
I'm gonna get there. Yeah, we're gonna be able. I won't just be handing over 30 cans to you or 29 cans and saying, "What was this?" We're gonna finish it. Probably won't buy it again, but we're gonna finish it, and that's not bad.
Yeah, that's all right. We can live with that.
All right, the lead coming your way next, right here on the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
minutes. Right around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win a 4-pack of lawn tickets to see your choice of John Mellencamp, Thomas Rhett, Chicago with Styx, or Billy Idol at Blossom Music Center. All you have to do is enter the code word GOOD, G-O-O-D, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation, where for a limited time, buy 4 lawn tickets to select Blossom shows for $99 at blossommusic.com. All right, back at it here on The Fan. Jonathan Peterlin, Jake Volnick in for Nick today as we get started with The Lead. Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, joined us today at 3:20. He called the market for LeBron James right now just a guessing game.
No one knows what's going to happen with LeBron James right now. The only people who really know anything are Rich Paul and LeBron James. And to say that he doesn't have an idea what he wants to do, I'm not buying that fully. I do believe that he's narrowed his list down. It's just a matter of what teams he wants. I would pretty much venture to say that the Cavaliers, it does seem like that they're at the forefront of these conversations right now, and it just makes sense with everything that has kind of been relayed through media circles, through league circles, and what everybody's thinking. And right now we don't have a time frame of when that could be. Could he schedule some meetings this upcoming week? That's kind of been the mindset that the league is operating under right now, that, him and Rich Paul will start reaching out to teams this week before Summer League begins on Thursday. But we're really not expecting a decision anytime soon. This could drag on for another week, another 2 weeks.
So we talked about this earlier. I think it's obviously the right read by Brett. Nobody knows what's happening. LeBron is operating in the dark on this. So anything that you see, he's probably going to Cleveland, it's not coming out of the mouth of LeBron. It is speculation at the end of the day. I also think it's important to iterate, it doesn't mean we can't be upset about it. I know people that are very upset and angry about the fact that we have no information on this, and it is, frustrating. It's infuriating to be sitting here, the Cavs in limbo, not really able to make any moves, having to sit tight. It's worth it for the idea that you get LeBron, but I also think it's a very frustrating thing to have to go through not knowing what's coming.
Yeah, it is very frustrating. It's one of those things where it's so funny. If we got the notification today that says LeBron is coming home and returning to the Cavs, done deal, everything else, 80% of people would be like, yeah, of course, it was always going to be this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that part of it's so funny to me is because we don't know. We're all left in the dark. As Brett is right to point out, whether it's Brett, whether it's Windhorst, all these guys are nobody is talking, and the people closest to LeBron, they're certainly not talking, so all we're doing is just guessing here. But also, if you got the notification, you'd look down, and your first thought, you'd have excitement, obviously, but maybe your second or third thought would be, yeah, of course. Of course, it was always going to be Cleveland. He's been signaling this for years. Hell, go back to 2010 when he decided to leave and go to Miami. In the article, in everything that he put that he was going to end his career in Cleveland. He did that. He told us for a decade plus he was coming back home. It was always right there. You idiots! It was always right there. And I know that's just going to be the logic on it, and I just think that's really funny.
No, it is really funny. I also think, as much as that's there and the idea that we want him to come back is there and that a lot of people think it's going to happen, people outside of Cleveland do not want this.
No, they don't. No.
I think it was in our open with Bill Simmons. He said it was the least intriguing option to him across the entire NBA pretty much.
Well, we're going to get into those comments, by the way, coming up in about 20 minutes or so. But you're right. And I don't know if it's because people just don't want to come back to Cleveland and think that, only East Coast cities or only coastal cities, are the fun cities in America or something. So it's New York and L.A. or nothing. I don't know. I don't know if that's the reality here. I think that's incredibly lame if that is the case. And also for people like Bill Simmons, here's where that conversation falls short, though. There are enough people like Bill Simmons, only time you come to Cleveland is if it's the finals. It's the only time you're going to be here. The way his setup is right now, the only time he'll be here is if it's the finals. So, what do you really care? You really upset by that if LeBron takes a Cleveland team to the finals and then you have to come to Cleveland? Is that what you're worried about? Is that the idea? Or do they just not want? They just don't want to watch? Is there something about Cleveland Cavs basketball that they just don't like? Is there something aesthetically unpleasing to the Cavs broadcast? The colors or what's going? I don't understand that. Makes no sense to me.
No, none at all. All right, Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com.
And yet I'm wildly insulted by it. Go ahead.
Should be. Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, joined Baskin and Phelps today. He was asked about what he took away from Rich Paul's whiteboard where he listed LeBron's for destinations for LeBron.
You have a situation where LeBron's fine with going somewhere other than a place that he's already been, right? It also tells you that LeBron is fine going to a place that is not Cleveland. It also tells you that LeBron is fine going to a place that maybe you would look at and say, hey, it would be kind of funky for him to wear a different kind of jersey in his final season. So I don't think you can overlook that particular comment from Rich. Now, obviously, there are drawbacks to New York. You can't go to a place that just won a championship, where Jalen Brunson led them to a championship. But all of this is to say that I do think he's considering other options other than just Cleveland. And I think just like you can make a strong argument for the Cavs, you can make a strong argument for a couple of these other teams that were on that whiteboard too.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Chris went into great detail about, like, we're trying to figure out his happiness, and that's an impossible thing, all things considered. But the idea that we don't know where LeBron's happiness actually lies, and he can be happy in a lot of places. It's not the idea that he can only be happy in Cleveland. He can be happy in a lot of different areas. And also, with Rich Paul in that conversation, in saying that if the Knicks hadn't just won the title, he would be with the Knicks. That would be his destination. Well, that does show that he can at least have a willingness to go to somewhere that isn't a place that he's already been, and is willing to go to some place that isn't Northeast Ohio.
I think it shows that, but doesn't it also show the idea that LeBron wants this championship to be accredited to him? Like, and I don't know that you get that everywhere. Like, you go to Golden State right now, I still think that's a Steph Curry championship. Like, Golden State would view it as a Steph Curry championship. A lot of the NBA would probably view it similarly.
He gets the credit for Philly. He gets the credit for Miami. Same way he'd get the credit here. So,
Philly is like the questionable one for me. Miami, I think 100% gets.
You get Joel Embiid up over the top, because Joel Embiid's got the Harden thing where they've been in the NBA for a million years and they haven't been able to win a title. And so, like, if you get him over the top, you'll get all the credit in the world. A whole bucket of credit will be dumped on your front lawn, okay? Because it's just so easy to be like, you were the missing piece. I heard Big Cat talk about this, by the way, and I thought it was a good point. Like, and something Cavs fans should actually be worried about. Philly hasn't won a title in 43 years. Like one thing he did for here was erase the 50 years of not having a title and everything that came with that, and how important that was. He'd be doing the same thing for a 76ers fans that have just been through this drought of Philly basketball. And there's something appetizing about that for LeBron, I would have to imagine.
No, I think so too, because I mean, he did it with the Lakers. You talked about the 5 years, and obviously they had won a championship much more recently, but he had pulled that era of Lakers basketball out from the dumps. Philly's just so interesting to me because I think you get more credit if you come here, mostly because it's Cleveland and it's LeBron in Cleveland, but that's also Joel Embiid, assuming he's healthy. They just brought in Jaylen Brown. Tyrese Maxey's there. Like, I don't know what option LeBron is. Like, you mentioned he might be 2 through 4 in Cleveland. Almost certainly 3 or 4 in Philly.
Oh, definitely. He's not the number one guy. He wouldn't be the number one guy in Miami either. No. But it's still, at the end of it, he would get a lion's share of the credit. And so, would it be disproportionate? No. Probably the most disproportionate amount of credit he would get is here. But as far as credit is concerned, I mean, he wouldn't be lacking if he won it in Philly or Miami. All right, Danny Cunningham, Locked On Cavs, on the morning show today. He expressed some concerns about how long it could take for LeBron to make his decision.
If you want LeBron on the Cavs, I think this is a very big week, because I think if this continues to drag on and get deeper into Summer League, then I think you can start to feel a little uneasy about things. I think if we get past this week, like if we get late into this week and we've not heard anything concrete, then I think it maybe starts to feel a little bit uneasy. But as of now, I think, like, if you're a Cavs fan and you want LeBron back, you should feel good. I don't know that there is a firm timeline as to when this is going to happen. I know that Rich Paul has said it's not going to be a quick thing. I've heard from some teams that think this is going to go into Summer League before we get a decision from LeBron. So I think, obviously, the sooner the better from a Cavs perspective if he's going to come back again. But I don't necessarily have a firm answer as to when we're going to hear about this.
I mean, sooner than better, because I know he's made his decision. But do I really feel that much differently if LeBron takes 2 weeks from now to make his decision that it could be the Cavs and I make it right now? Like, it feels so much like a timing thing for LeBron to know when to captivate everybody, to know when to make sure the attention is going to be on him. more than it feels like, oh, LeBron waited on this for 2 weeks. He's really stewing on whether or not he wants to come back to Cleveland. I mean, it's part of it, but I don't think I already think his mind is partially made up. But if it's not, I don't think 2 weeks is going to drive you farther away from the Cavs not making any moves with the team in front of you than if you were ready to make the decision right now.
I also don't think he'd get hammered if he was if it says the Cavs in an hour. If people are going to be like, oh, he rushed this, like I don't think people are going to look at it that way. I wouldn't look at it that way.
I wouldn't either.
And it doesn't take you 10 years to go ahead and make up your decision on a team. It doesn't. Like figure it out. Not much is changing here.
I mean, most of the free agents across the NBA made their decisions in the span of a couple days. Like, you pretty much just sign with the team, and it's bigger for LeBron. It's bigger for stars. But like, Giannis had Miami and New York pretty much circled for how long? But he knew pretty quick where he wanted to go with it. All right, according to the NFLPA, records obtained from Mike Florio, the Browns received more than $88 million in salary cap credits due to an insurance purchase for Deshaun Watson's injuries. JP, how did you take the news, and what did it mean for the Browns?
I think it was good news for the Browns. I don't think anybody can debate that. It's good news, obviously. The point I was stressing is I didn't want people to go ahead and all of a sudden try to make claims that the Deshaun Watson trade wasn't an abject failure and was somehow better because it wasn't a financial casualty the way that people once perceived it to be, because it still is a financial casualty, just not to the same degree. $230 million guaranteed minus $88 million. I mean, it's like 39%. It's a decent number. It's a decent chunk of change. But it doesn't take away the draft picks. It doesn't take the 4 years of bad football that came from it. And it doesn't take the fact that we got put in a rebuild because we don't have a quarterback. None of that changed. And so I still lay a lot at the feet of Deshaun, as everyone else should as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the credit where Andrew Berry gets it is that it doesn't poorly hinder you in 2027, 2028, and 2029 as initially thought. Like, that's where you get any sort of credit in the idea that you had the insurance. It makes it better on the going forward front, but I'm with you. Like, anything in the past is the past. It's there. It exists.
Yeah, it was so odd. I just felt like so many people were trying to. It wasn't even giving credit to Andrew Berry. It was just like this overarching, like, maybe they were just happy. Maybe it was kind of like a.
I mean, it's the only positive Deshaun news we've probably gotten in like 4 years.
You got like a Christmas present, and so it's like, all right, I'm not gonna turn my nose up at that. This is at least something good, and so maybe that's all I need to take out of it. I don't know. It seemed like common sense to me. You signed a $230 million guaranteed money. You probably should have that deal insured in some capacity.
Maybe it's the Christmas present from your distant aunt who usually doesn't get you anything, and you were like, anything they get me is better than nothing because I usually get nothing.
That's fun. Like the surprise $100 check you get from a relative that that sends it once every 10 years, and you're like, I don't know what got into her this year, but I'm happy to make the cut this year.
Yeah, because like,
we'll make this thank you note extra nice.
Yeah, you get the present from everybody, and it's a disappointing gift. You're like, I'm gonna be grateful, but maybe a little disappointed. When you get it from the person you never get it from, it's like, they got me anything. This is great.
Yeah. Should I be, for my my niece and my nephew, should I be like changing up the monetary amounts that I give in years to follow when I start giving them money as gifts? Because now I'm thinking about it. Like my aunt, for instance, that gives me money, for my birthday, she's given me the same $100 for like 20 years. It's a nice present. I'm not turning it down, obviously. But like she hasn't adjusted for inflation, and it's predictable. It's always like it almost becomes like I don't even appreciate it because it is predictable. It's like I bank on getting it. I know I'm getting it, but the surprise element of it all does not exist there. I mean, maybe I should just start varying up if I give it to him at all or not. Though we talk about this. That's the real story here. Is like some years maybe I give you like $500, and then the next couple you just don't hear from me.
Yeah, I mean that would make it interesting.
No, I don't want to be that guy.
I think maybe like once you reach a certain age, maybe the money goes up. But then once you hit a certain age, the money's going to stay at least relatively the same. Like I'm not all of a sudden like, big 25, now we're up to 300. Like, no, it counts about the same as maybe when you were 16.
At some point you plateau.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the person calculating out the inflation. I'm going to be the person that's be like, all right, man, maybe that's how I'll do it. I'll be like, this was $200 in 19. I can't do a 19. This was $200 in 2020, and now This is why you get $212. This is why. This is
you're never down to the cents.
Yeah,
you're just writing checks for $212.11.
You're never going to get a nice even round number. It's always going to be very random, and I'll know why, and you don't. All right, 216-474-0092. Let's get back to LeBron here. Is it fair to question how LeBron would fit with the Cavs? Bill Simmons, Chris Fedor, Danny Cunningham, all of them weighed in. You'll hear from them next right here on The Fan.
single person had a story. These are the stories that make us who we are.
Listen to World War II with Tom Hanks on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hear the big moves from around the NBA every 20 minutes. Your source for sports is Cleveland Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Jake Volnick here with you guys. All right, so we're going to have big national, it might be the biggest in the space, Bill Simmons. And it's going to be completely different than what local beat reporters that we have on say as well. And so, I don't know. I kind of want to do the thing, Jake, where we'll set it up, we'll play it, but I do want to acknowledge that, are we just too local for this conversation? Like, if the conversation is it fair to question how LeBron would fit with the Cavs? And I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but I would imagine it's close to my thoughts on this, which is he's LeBron James. He'll fit in anywhere, which should be the response you think out of everybody. Like one thing that, you remember playing that 82-0 game from about a month back or a couple weeks back? One thing I'm fortunate that game, it felt like it taught people. One, World Be Free, absolute baller. Like, can we all agree on that?
Underrated player. Everyone pay attention to World Be Free.
How awesome was World Be Free? But the other thing was that it's like, because with the LeBron option, it gave you every position. Like, it was a cheat code of sorts because it gave you LeBron. LeBron could be anything. He could be a point guard. He could be a small forward. He could be a point, any position. Now I'm just naming positions on the basketball court, but he could be any of them. And what was so fun about that is that I don't know why it didn't click for a lot of people, but in 2 decades of watching him play basketball, there were enough people out there that just didn't understand that part of LeBron, that he can and has done everything on a basketball court. His versatility is what makes him awesome, the same way it did Michael Jordan, for instance, who could play any position on the court. Like, this is like that is part of it. His basketball IQ is going to be one of the great things about LeBron, and where you can really just kind of, it's not a square peg round hole. It is square peg, and then all of a sudden it fits into the round hole because that's how LeBron works. He's gonna make it. He's gonna make it be playable. And so Bill Simmons, I don't know if Bill Simmons is talking to talk at this point, but this was Bill Simmons on his podcast talking about the fit that LeBron would have here with the Cavs.
Can we all agree Cleveland is the worst outcome?
I ranked it by basketball fits and and entertainment value fits, and I had Cleveland last. It's just
Kennedy went back there. He did his business. He brought them a title. He did it already. You can't go back again.
And the reason is it's just the Harden piece is just like, what is he going to be doing when James Harden dribbles 30 times? And he still plays that way a fair amount of time.
Nobody in the planet thinks that's a team that could win the title. I just don't see it. I don't think LeBron and Harden as 2 of my 5 best guys, I'm winning the title. I think it's ridiculous.
As an aside, it's called Bull Simmons on TikTok, and it's like Bill Simmons is like he looks like the animal, the bull, for instance, and then the guest on that is Quack Lowe, and so when Zach Lowe was speaking there, I just kept thinking of Quack Lowe.
That's good,
and I love it. All right, but anyway, I think he's just patently wrong. Not only would LeBron fit because LeBron can fit everywhere, but the idea that the Cavs with LeBron aren't in the Eastern Conference or NBA Finals discussion, I think is just I think he's just talking to talk there. There's no way he believes that.
Okay, so that part is absolutely just incredibly absurd. The fact that they wouldn't be, you don't have to tell me they're the title favorites, because I still think OKC and San Antonio, New York to some degree deserve the respect that they would have before the Cavs played anything out. To say they wouldn't be in the conversation is insane.
New York didn't even get that respect. Think about it. Boston was ahead of them up until the Jaylen Brown trade. Vegas was not going to be kind to the Knicks, all things considered. And then obviously the Jaylen Brown trade happens. And so the Knicks right now are the favorite in the East, or to come out of the East. And it's like, well, that's only because Boston traded their second best player. And so I don't know. The way I look at LeBron and the way I look at this, if you add a top 20 player in the sport to any roster, you're going to be better. And there's no way that's going to all of a sudden make you worse. And so the idea that, I don't know, if you think they're the 4th or 5th best team in the East right now, if you think they're in that category, what should adding, even at 42 years old, what should adding a top 20 player in the game give you?
Yeah, I mean, probably at least a top 2 team in the East. But I almost feel like the way they brought it up, it was actually the inverse of the way that I think about it. I don't have questions about what LeBron's going to be doing while James Harden dribbles the basketball. I have questions about what James Harden's going to be doing while LeBron's dribbling the basketball.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair to think about that. Like, what happens? LeBron is going to want to touch the basketball on every possession, as he should. He's LeBron James. But so is James Harden, and so is Donovan Mitchell. So, like, how are we going to make this work? LeBron's probably going to have to take more of a role like he did when it was Austin Reeves and it was Luka in L.A., and just have to be accepting of that. But is your concern then, because if you look at it from that perspective, then it shouldn't be too dissimilar to what it was with Harden and Mitchell.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the fear, though. Like, I think this team gets better. This is a dumb statement off the rip, but I think fundamentally basketball, they also get better the more that LeBron touches the basketball early in possessions. Like, James Harden gets people involved in the regular season. We saw that with the pick and roll game with both Mobley and Allen. They both benefited individually while they weren't playing with each other in the regular season. In the playoffs, there were times where both guys faded. But
Harden is one of the best passers the league has ever seen. And so, what I look at this as is, if you have Harden being one of the best passers I've ever seen, and LeBron is LeBron, so obviously a strength of his is passing. The strength of his is basically everything. Like, the ball movement on this team should be unreal. The vision on this team is going to be something we've never seen. The basketball IQ that'll be on the court between Harden and LeBron, and just trying to set up other guys, I think is going to be on a level. I don't know that I can't think of another time in NBA history we've seen something as valuable as that.
I mean, it should in theory be incredible. I would have said that the ball movement this year probably still should have been really good with James Harden at the point guard. I didn't feel like the ball movement was anything spectacular. I feel like they were one of the more stagnant offensive teams in the playoffs.
So he made a lot of the right pass, and then it just kind of stopped there, though. And so, like, part of this with LeBron and getting him in the mix is, I would imagine Harden would, at times, they'll just be yo-yoing back and forth and getting themselves to set up the right play for whether it's a big or whether it's anyone else. And, like, there's a part of me that, and thinking just in basketball terms, I don't know how that loses. I know how it loses in the big picture, obviously, but I don't know how that is looked at as a bad formula. I understand it. I get it. You have three guys that want to constantly touch the basketball there. LeBron would have to take a backseat of sorts. He'd have to be accepting of taking a backseat of sorts, and I think he's ready to do that. I really do believe that. That might just be wishful thinking, but like, put him in some of the other teams we've been discussing. Bam Adebayo, Mr. 80-point game, and Giannis aren't really the ones taking a backseat either. You know what I mean?
No, but it's interesting, I think, with Miami in particular, because LeBron is the point man, basically, if he goes to Miami. He's the one who brings the ball up the
and that's a different setup for sure, 100%. But like, a lot of the offense is still going to flow through the guys we're discussing. I'm trying to think now, Philly. Between Brown, between Maxey, even Edgecombe thrown in there, and this is going to be. It shouldn't be looked at as a problem to add somebody with as much versatility and talent as LeBron has. It looks more like it might be a little basketball confusing at first, but they're great players and they're going to figure it out because that's what great players do.
Yeah, like, I think it's fair to bring up the point of a concern, like I did with James Harden. I think Donovan obviously is in that mix as well. Like, everybody to some degree has to take a backseat when you add in another star player. Like, that's part of the reason why Kyrie, KD, James Harden didn't work.
Yeah, but you see how this conversation is it's morphing into my lobster's too buttery, my steak is too juicy.
Yeah.
Like,
you have too much. It's too much good.
Yeah, like, please, no, stop putting money in my checking account. I don't know what I could possibly spend it all on. No, I think I'll find something. I think I can figure it out. Like, I never thought in a LeBron conversation how the basketball is going to work would ever be part of the conversation. That doesn't seem like it makes any logical sense to me in any time we've ever discussed LeBron James.
Yeah, like, I don't feel like there's ever a fear that LeBron fits in. Are there places where maybe the fit in theory, in like logical basketball, the way you think about it makes more sense?
All right, now that's interesting. Yeah. All right, so give me, if we're talking about our teams, give me your, you want to give your 1 to 4, where it makes the most basketball sense in your opinion?
Basketball sense in just the way that he fits into the roster. I think Miami.
And remind you, this does not mean that LeBron's going to look at it this way and be like, well, I have to go there. No, he's LeBron. He's going to look at it like he'll make everything work. That's who he is. He makes everything work. But yeah, give me your basketball sense. Tell me what you think as far as a ranking 1 to 4, the teams and how it fits from a basketball perspective.
From a basketball perspective, I would probably go Miami number 1 because he gets to touch the ball the entire time.
Yeah.
And then set up Giannis and Bam. I would probably go Golden State number 2 because Steph can operate off the ball and on the ball, and neither of the other two players you're playing with are ball dominant, whether that be Kristaps or Anthony Davis if he was brought there.
Jimmy Butler wants the ball.
Jimmy Butler probably wouldn't be there, if we're being honest. I don't know that Jimmy Butler would be back.
As of right now, Jimmy Butler would be back. But all right.
But he would want the ball. But, okay, sure. I think Jimmy Butler loses that battle anyway. He's also old and not as good as he used to be. LeBron wins.
I mean, I'd lose it for him, but he does want the ball. All right, go ahead.
And then I would probably go... I mean, it's probably somewhere between the Cavs and Sixers. I'd put Cavs 3, Sixers 4, just because I think there's more bodies that are ball dominant in Philly. Like Joel Embiid also likes to carry the ball, and when he's on the floor, he likes to have it in his hands and create a little bit. So I'd probably go Cavs 3, Philly 4.
It's fair. I don't think that LeBron's going to look at this and say, like, this is my dream scenario on a basketball court. I think part of why he wanted to play with Golden State is because he looks at high-level basketball IQ players, though, and Steph being a part of that. Steph is one of the highest IQ basketball players you'll find, but I think Harden is right up there with people. He gets such a discredit across the NBA sometimes. He's one of the game's great passers. His IQ is off the charts, and people just look at him because he's got a beard that goes wild in like strip clubs, as if the man was never competent in his life. And I just think it's wild.
No, it is wild. He's a very smart player. I just don't think he's horrible off the ball. He's not a good off-ball player, especially at this point in his career. He doesn't move. If you go, James, we're gonna have LeBron bring it up this possession, he'll go, I'm in the corner.
Well, and we saw that in the playoffs, and that's exactly what happened. Is he brought it up the majority of the time, but there was definitely stretches where Donovan had that role, and when Donovan had that role, James just did take a little bit of a back seat. And that's why I kind of think it's imperative that, Harden would still be the guy to bring it up, and he would still be the guy to kind of set the table, so to speak. And again, these are all things that I'm sure LeBron would get comfortable with, as I'm sure even with Donovan and Harden, there was a little bit of getting used to an adjustment attached to that. 216-474-0092. Chris Fedor on earlier today said this about the fit.
I just think LeBron's the kind of guy who could fit anywhere. There isn't a place where you could bring up where I could say, no, LeBron's not going to make a tangible impact by going there. Now, is it the most seamless fit in the world? No, because there's kind of wonky in terms of spacing situation. Do you have enough defense with James Harden, this age LeBron, Donovan Mitchell? Like, no, it's not the perfect basketball-related setup, and there are things that the Cavs would have to do from a roster construction standpoint, and maybe they would consider reconfiguring the roster and potentially trading Jared Allen for another piece that makes more sense, or trading Dennis Schroeder and other stuff for a piece that makes more sense, or Max Strus and other stuff. But LeBron, every step of the way throughout the course of his career, he has figured it out, no matter the position, no matter the role, no matter the situation. And that's the beauty of somebody like LeBron James.
Which brings us to our next point. At 216-474-0092, is Jared Allen as good as gone if LeBron returns? We want to hear from you guys on that. It's Jonathan Peterlin, Jake Volnick, Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
bottle, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
July could make or break the Guardians season. Talk about the Guardians anytime you want. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Dan Favale, Bleacher Report, Hardwood Knocks, going to join us coming up in about 20 minutes or so as we continue our LeBron discussion. And whether or not it's fair to question how LeBron would fit with the Cavs. It's not a perfect fit. Nobody's saying it's perfect, but it's still LeBron James. And so that's the part that's mind-boggling to me. I just never thought we'd be in a LeBron James how does it work discussion. That just didn't never cross my bingo sheet of things that would come up. Because it almost implies that the Rick Bucher conversation where Rick is like, yeah, there's not really nearly as many people across the NBA that have an interest in LeBron as LeBron thinks that he is. There's more juice to that than anything. If you think this is like a discounted or different version of LeBron than even what we saw last year.
Yeah, I mean, so much of this is you just look around with who LeBron's played with in his career. Like even back to Miami, he knows how to play with other superstars. He did it in Miami with Wade and Bosh. He did it here with Kyrie's another ball dominant player. He did it with Luka in LA. Like he's played with players who need the ball in their hands to succeed. Like that's Kyrie, that's Dwayne Wade to a degree, that's Luka for sure. Like to draw it up as like, oh, there's no way he could work with Donovan and Harden. Like I agree with you. Like LeBron will make it work. I think it's more of a question for the other guys whether or not they can make it work with LeBron also having to have the ball in his hand sometimes. But again, it's LeBron James on the court. Like you will figure it out, and it might take a little bit of the season to figure out exactly how that's going to work. By the time you get to the playoffs, I wouldn't have very many questions.
I mean, I would look at LeBron like having a one of those highly top-rated assistants in your life, where it's like the whole goal of their job as an assistant, an executive assistant, is to make your life easier. And if what you decide is easier, that you want them to, I don't know, and I don't have an assistant, obviously, but like, I don't know, you want to make sure your dry cleaning is done. You want to make sure you have dinner reservations at the top spots. You want to make sure this, X, Y, and Z, they're a do-it-all. They do exactly what you want them to do, and they're going to be able to pull it off flawlessly to make your life as the CEO easier. And in this instance, yes, I'm making Donovan and Harden the CEOs of the Cavs, but LeBron's going to have to do that. I'm here to serve type role. I'm here to make your life easier in any way I can. And the only reason why I think he'll do it is because we saw him display that last year with the Lakers. If he hadn't shown that, Jake, then maybe I'd be worried that this just isn't for LeBron, the idea that he's cut out to be the I'll make your life easier card. But I think he knows at 42 years old and where his game is going and where his game has evolved to, that's his most dynamic role.
He can do a little bit of everything. It was across my timeline. I think it was Jeff Teague talking about a conversation he had with Larry Bird when he was managing a team. And he had one rule. We do not trade for any or we acquire any LeBron teammates in any sort of way. And he was like, I thought that was so odd. And he was like, well, they played with LeBron. And LeBron makes them that much better. So whatever player you think you're getting, you're not going out and getting that player. That's not the guy you're paying for. You're paying for a lesser version of that player, which, I mean, you can agree with it or not. LeBron's played with some really good players who have had success in other places too, but it goes to the level of somebody who understands basketball at a level of Larry Bird, clearly knows what guys he wants to go out and get. Didn't do a very good job while he was managing things in the NBA, but he was like, you don't go get those guys because LeBron makes everybody better.
I just couldn't believe it was a conversation today. Yeah. I never thought that would be a conversation I would ever have to entertain. I never thought that would be a conversation any of us would have to entertain. It was always the assumption LeBron makes everything better in life, and it's not really ever that's not gonna disappear. And at 42 years old, even if it's a less than version of LeBron, the basketball IQ is always gonna be there. It's just whether or not he's got to want to deliver on that. And I would imagine he does. I don't get the vibe that he would be anything short of wanting to deliver on that.
Yeah, I mean, the man wants to play, and we know he wants to win championships, and we know he's willing to do what it takes to win those championships, whether that be the number one guy and take over or...
Now how long in LeBron's life does he want to play that role is maybe another question. Yeah. Like when it starts being LeBron, I don't know, like 2 or maybe 3 years from now, and he's averaging 11 points a game, and he's dishing out passes at a rate that maybe isn't the highest, but he's just kind of like a do-it-all type guy. Maybe then LeBron decides to step away. I'm not sure, but right now he seems like excited by that role.
But like, I don't even think LeBron ever lets himself get to that place, right? Like,
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I've made the case within the last calendar year that I thought LeBron could play till he's 45.
I think he could. I don't know that he wants. Like, I think that LeBron wants to get out while the going's still good.
I think he might just hang on. What's the hurry? What's the hurry? He's got a very Tom Brady-esque quality to himself of like the last time I do this is I have to understand that's it and it's over, and you're never gonna be, from a spotlight standpoint for LeBron, you're never going to be more relevant. You're never going to have more eyeballs on you than when you play in the NBA and actually play in the NBA. Like I don't think LeBron's going to end up being inside the NBA on TNT guy.
No.
He's not going to be a broadcaster after this. The only other way you could really usurp that is if you become some sort of legendary broadcaster after this. That's why Tom Brady does what he does right now. Obviously, he makes a lot of money doing it, but he keeps himself in everyone's living rooms every single week for the next decade. Like there's something to that. And LeBron, I don't think, has that option. I don't think LeBron has the I can go do that commentary thing, even though many greats before him have done it. It just doesn't feel like LeBron. It doesn't seem like LeBron. And so, like, this is it. For an attention hog the way he is, even at 44, 43, like, once you hang that up, you're done. That's it.
I think it's more the legacy conversation that we know LeBron cares so much about, is that if I ever let myself get to be the 11-point per game scorer, like, I would say his legacy is solidified, but people will go back and be like, "Oh, but that last year of LeBron." Like,
I don't think
every conversation.
I don't think they would. We'd look at it in a longevity sort of way that I think we'd appreciate. No one in the NBA can do what LeBron does. Here's another example of that. Is how I think it would be perceived. And as far as the legacy is even concerned, once LeBron stopped chasing, as he called it, the ghost of MJ, and like everyone in his circle, and even including LeBron himself, legitimately believed he was better than MJ, he became invincible. You know, like you can't. There's no shooting bullets through him that way. He might as well just be walking right by you as a ghost himself, because there's nothing you can do to puncture that argument. There's nothing you can do to deflate that argument. And so, I think he's in a really good spot, and I could see him hanging on for way longer than maybe the invitation feels like it's welcomed by the rest of all of us. But right now, 216-474 below 92. We're asking how the fit would be, and as of right now, he's not at the spot where he's averaging 11 a game. Last year, he was 27-6, right? That's the same number that Harden had. Those same numbers with the Cavs, by the way, like the same exact 27-6 numbers. So like you're gonna get something close as far as the production that you saw to James Harden in the regular season last year with LeBron. I think that's wildly impactful. I know some people just shuddered at the thought of that, but I think that's wildly impactful. Mario in Cleveland up next. What's up, Mario?
Hey, I'd like to say, man, thank you for having your show, man. I like three things, man. Critical. We need to sign LeBron, give him like a $15, $20 million deal. Trade Allen, yes. Go trade him to L.A. Go get Hayes, some people that run, and we need somebody on that bench to keep that bench running. And also, man, we need to rotate players and keep that momentum, because we got to control that clock. That's how we lost.
Well, yeah.
We control the clock. And on that, too, yeah.
I think that's interesting, and thank you, Mario. I appreciate you. And he mentions Jared Allen there. And, Jake, I want your perspective on this. Mm-hmm. If LeBron's here, I think the resounding theme right now is that Jared Allen is as good as gone.
It's so interesting because, like, if the price to get LeBron is get rid of Jared Allen, I don't think anybody should be, putting their foot down and being like, absolutely not. But at the exact same time, like, the argument spacing, right? Like, hey, it's too congested of a floor. Allen doesn't have an outside shot. I still think he can make it work. Like, you have capable shooters on the floor. James Harden can shoot. Donovan can shoot. LeBron can shoot. Then Evan Mobley has enough of an outside shot to go stand on the perimeter and be a threat. Like, you don't really have to clog the floor all that much. It's not like him and Evan have to stand at the low blocks, and you're just like, we can never drive to the rim.
Well, but I wonder if it's all about defense. I think there's going to be the defensive part of this equation, because Harden's giving you nothing defensively at this point, and neither is Donovan. And LeBron doesn't play defense like he did 5 years ago. Hell, he doesn't play defense like he did 3 years ago. So Mobley's great defensively, as we know, but I think it would be around that. And I like Jared Allen defensively, but like, you can use an upgrade in many ways. And I the way I look at it, I almost look at it like it's a 2-for-1. And so you wouldn't be looking at it like I'm trading Jared Allen for LeBron James. That's not the case at all. Let's say they trade for Anthony Davis and Jared Allen's a piece of that, well, that's LeBron James and Anthony Davis for Jared Allen. It's LeBron James plus whatever that piece is. That's the cost. It's not LeBron or Jared Allen. LeBron isn't coming here on a trade. LeBron's coming here on, the mid-level, whatever money that ends up being, whatever low salary that is. Like, this is the kind of the best of both worlds. And I worry that people will get that a little conflated.
I don't really want anything to do with Anthony Davis to begin with. I commonly at nights just call him Anthony David Davis.
Yeah, incredibly injured player. I mean, we know that, but he's also went on the court incredibly awesome defensively.
Yeah, he's still really good.
One of the best big defenders we have in the NBA.
I think it's interesting because if I'm asking Evan to play the true 5 and lock down the middle of the floor, we've seen that happen while Jared Allen is A, not on the court, or B, injured. He's not great. Like, Evans is best when he can roam around the floor, hunt blocks. Like, when he is a free roaming player is when he is best, which tells you he has to play alongside a rim protector, which is why through all of this it's been so weird, but the two bigs has actually looked better than just the idea of Evan playing the 5 by himself.
That's interesting. We'll get Dan Favali's opinion on this. He covers the NBA for Bleacher Report, also Hardwood Knocks, and the latest on how he sees this LeBron thing materializing. Will we have a decision shortly, or should we hunker down and maybe wait until the end of the month? It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
Final hour of the show. It is Jonathan Peterman and Jake Volnick here with you guys as we go out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Dan Favale, you know him from Bleacher Report, the Hardwood Knocks. He joins us here on The Fan. Hello, Dan. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're good. Just trying to figure out and navigate this whole LeBron thing. If I were to tell you nobody knows what LeBron is going to do and everyone has just been guessing because it's LeBron and the people that are very, very close to him that aren't speaking, do you think that's an accurate assessment, or do you feel like people do know?
I kind of feel like LeBron and his people have to know at this point. I've gone back and forth personally just between all the information's out there between the Cavaliers and the Warriors, and that sort of felt like the only two teams that would end up truly being in the mix. So I know we saw the Rich Paul whiteboard, and there's been a lot of speculation over he doesn't care about money. He just wants to play meaningful competitive basketball. But I do think not so deep down that he and his camp has to know at this point. And I would be pretty floored if it wasn't Golden State or Cleveland at this stage.
If you feel like he knows where he's going, then do you think that this decision is right around the corner, or maybe should we get the popcorn ready and keep waiting and this thing could stretch out weeks, if not upwards of a month?
When it comes to him, I honestly do not have any idea. I would be kind of surprised if something doesn't happen kind of by the end of the week. I think the latest he's come in with a decision during this process was like July 10th, if I remember correctly.
July 11th was the one, yeah.
July 11th, so maybe trying to break that record.
Yeah, it was 7-11 day, Slurpee day, big day.
Yeah, so I would think that we would know within the next week where he's headed, because all these signings, all these trades has become official, and you're looking at the teams that he's primarily considering. There's no leverage them into either making bigger moves, really, when you're looking at the state of their rosters or their spending, to make a more appealing situation for him. If anything, if you look at a team like Golden State that now has to make a decision on one of their own restricted free agents, it's going to get harder to pay him more than the minimum if they match that offer. So I think we'll get a decision sooner rather than later.
So why is it you think that it's Golden State and the Cavs? And because that assumes you've thrown the Heat out of the equation as well as the 76ers out of the equation. How did you get there?
Well, I think when you look at just some of the teams he's considering, Philly would be a good example. That was great on paper, but I just don't understand the fit there. Even if Joel Embiid's not going to be fully healthy, just having VJ Edgecombe, having Tyrese Maxey, now having Jaylen Brown, I don't think that's just the cleanest fit for him, someone who's still going to want to have the ball at points. Some of these other teams, it's cool that Denver and Minnesota apparently made the cut, but you just think and say it'd be really weird if LeBron decides to end his career in Denver or Minnesota. The Heat just aren't a contender. You put them on a team with Giannis and Bam, and that's certainly intriguing. They're giant, but they have a depth issue right now. And so I think that he would want to play deeper into the playoffs than that team feels like it's going to be built to. Cleveland's always had the storybook ending element there, and I think also you look at them with him, he's probably not the exact wing that they would need, and you have to worry about how does the ball handling work with him, James Harden, Donovan Mitchell. But he showed he could be kind of a third wheel in LA last year, and now you play in the Eastern Conference that, while it's brutal, it's still one you could talk yourself into any team coming out of, whereas in the West, San Antonio, Golden State, and then there's this huge gap. And just with Golden State, we know he's always wanted to play with Steph beyond the Olympic basketball. He's tight with Draymond Green. We know he likes Steve Kerr. And so that team has lightning in a bottle potential where, if Jimmy gets healthy and Steph stays healthy and Draymond stays healthy, that maybe they can make a run in the postseason. That is appealing. It just feels, if he's looking for the balance of maybe familiarity, the poeticism, and then plus, I might actually be able to win here, I think Cleveland would be the bet there, but I haven't completely ruled out Golden State just yet.
Bill Simmons had brought up the idea that he actually thought that this was a bad fit for LeBron with the Cavs. You brought up a similar point, but for the 76ers. For you, what makes the Cavs a better fit in basketball terms than the 76ers?
I think that it would just be more of a natural adjustment for him, even though you're talking about, okay, a team with James Harden, LeBron, Donovan Mitchell, how are you trying to delineate touches there? The experience that LeBron got alongside Luka and Austin Reeves last year, where there was like a longer stretch where he was able to just kind of attack off the catch quickly, or he's taking, spot-up jump shots, that's a role that he could slide into nicely with Cleveland. You could also get to some lineups with, Evan Mobley at the 5, and then LeBron is your 4 there. So I think defensively, Philly at this point might be better to make his life easier, but when you're looking at offensively, I just think it would be an easier transition for him to slide in there next to Harden and Donovan Mitchell.
How much better of a team does this make the Cavs? Are we talking, I don't know where you think they are right now, but are we talking finals coming out of the East? What's the discussion?
I think that as of right now, you're looking at, it feels like it would be New York is going to be ranked number 1 in the conference going in. People will be pretty high on the Raptors after getting Kawhi. But I do think even at the top, just looking at what the Pistons have done or haven't done this summer, there's going to be the role integration process with Jaylen Brown in Philadelphia. There's so many question marks in that top tier of the East that I wouldn't be prepared to say, the Cavs are the first best team in the East or the second best team in the East, but they would have a clearer ceiling of, if they're third in the East, like that makes sense and almost feels like their floor if you're adding LeBron and they're staying relatively healthy.
If you're going to pair LeBron onto the Cavs, if it came down to Jared Allen stays or the Cavs make a move that probably involves Jared Allen and say go get somebody like Anthony Davis, which of those two matchups do you like better with LeBron?
I like Jared Allen's fit with LeBron just better. I think, the reliability of the health is going to be higher than Anthony Davis at this point. If you were to move Jared Allen, I would prefer it to be for just maybe a wing who can pick up some of the slack defensively and might also provide just more movement shooting. If there was a path to getting Trey Murphy the third as an example by using Jared Allen's contract, I know that gets super complex. Just the Cavs don't have a lot of draft equity. We have to look at where their financial situation settles, assuming that they get LeBron. But a player like that, rather than, they need a different type of big man to play alongside LeBron, is what would make sense to me.
Dan Favale, Bleacher Report, Hardwood Knocks, joining us here on The Fan. Did the Cavs make the right call not trading Evan Mobley, in particular for Jaylen Brown? Or do you feel like they're right where they need to be? You keep Evan Mobley on the roster and you just make this work?
Yeah, I think it's the latter, and I believe we might have discussed a few months ago as to whether they should have dangled Evan Mobley to try and go get Giannis. And I wasn't a huge fan of that deal for them either because of how it shortens your timeline horizon. And I do think I wasn't a fan of the Jaylen Brown trade from the Celtics perspective necessarily. But if you're looking at giving up Evan Mobley, who still gives you this out if things don't necessarily work out during the shorter timeline you already have with Harden and even Mitchell and maybe LeBron, you do need more offensive consistency from him. And I can't argue that. The physicality, some of the finishing, can he just handle higher usage for longer stretches of time? But I view him as just this wildly talented player and someone who they need, quite frankly, defensively if you're going to try and build a team around not just Donovan Mitchell and James Harden, but even LeBron going into his age 42 season.
I mean, you bring up the defensive side of the aspect. I mean, is this even? We look at, obviously it'd be 1 through 3 of Harden, Donovan, and LeBron at the age that he's at. Is that even feasible to roll through when you get to playoff time, asking that group to play defense against some of a really talented 1 through 3s in the East?
Yeah, that is a tall order. I think that you do have a pathway when you're looking at your core lineup and assuming Jared Allen is still there, you have Evan Mobley, that those two alone are going to help you prop up a decidedly above average defense during those minutes. And I think what will help is that LeBron and even James Harden a little bit getting in there for rebounds will ensure that possessions end. When you are looking at some of these other teams that might have, the Sixers would be a good example of if they have a hyper-athletic wing and a Jaylen Brown, who's going to get that assignment for Cleveland? Can Evan Mobley handle that type of workload? You'll run into some of the same issues, I guess, looking at Toronto that has Kawhi, but he's not, he doesn't rely on nuclear athleticism at this point. Even Jason Tatum coming off the Achilles injury. So there are tough matchups there, but I don't think they're completely unworkable. That does, to me, become priority number one, though. If you know LeBron is coming, or even if he's not, is can you make some moves on the margins for a rotation-level wing who's going to be able to hold their own on defense against some of the higher-end matchups?
Dan, it's interesting. I heard Brad Stevens earlier today talking about the breakup between Tatum and Brown, and then the Athletic had a report today all about the idea that Tatum was upset that Brown went on the live stream and had mentioned the idea that that was his favorite year of playing basketball and how much he enjoyed it in a year where they obviously lost in the first round. But the reality is he enjoyed it because Tatum wasn't there. With that breakup, is that? I mean, we see it all the time in the NBA, but the way they were very. I don't know. The whole thing was just odd. As you've kind of figured it all out and have decompressed it, do you think the long-standing result is just going to be Brown wanted out and the Celtics gave way, or is there going to be something else that comes out?
I do. While the analytical perspective has gotten a ton of run over the past, 72 hours, 4 or 5 days, whatever it's been, I really do think it comes down to what you mentioned, that there must have been something festering for longer behind the scenes than any of us know at the moment, that maybe many of us will ever know. I kind of thrown away the stream comments where he said this was his favorite season. I interpreted it as, everyone counted the Celtics out. People thought they were going to tank and go through a gap year. But if there was still sort of that functional friction behind the scenes where he finally got a taste of being the number one option, and that's what he wanted to do from now on, I could certainly see that grading on the Celtics. And it's hard to wrap your head around that when you look at what they accepted in return. But if the reporting that they had never really shopped him before outside of Kevin Durant or Giannis Antetokounmpo, to not have the baseline to work off and then to go into this and say, well, we need to now make a move to get this done, to improve the locker room and maybe get someone who fits Joe Mazzulla's offensive vision a little bit better, that might help explain how they got to where they did. So I think you're kind of right on the nose there, is that the friction, whether it was personal or just functional on the court between Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown was probably just more tense than I guess anyone outside of that locker room realized.
Dan, I want to ask you about the Eastern Conference. I mean, there's no argument that it got better as a whole, but when you look at the very top of the conference, do you really feel like the top has had that much of a shakeup and the East is that much more difficult at the very end, or did it just kind of level out around the medium to play-in level teams?
I do think it's that much better in the sense that I don't believe that if you're a team like Cleveland, for example, and your season just isn't going as according to plan, I don't think you can just count on being in the top four when you have teams like, one, under the new lottery format, presumably almost everyone of that conference is going to be trying for longer parts of the year. But it's just deeper in teams that you can envision losing to over the course of not just a game in the regular season, a 7-game series. When you get into New York, Boston should still be really good. Philly, if the Jaylen Brown acquisition works out. Kawhi being in Toronto. The Magic, if they're able to stay healthy this year. Tyrese Halliburton's going to be back in Indiana. So there's just this list of teams in the East, including Cleveland, that probably stretches, 6 to 8 deep, depending on where you're at, with a team like Miami that did just trade for Giannis. They're all probably going into this season believing that they have a realistic chance of winning the conference. And while, the Knicks may have shown something this past postseason, I don't think that thought is too off base. And so maybe it's not better than the tippy top teams in the West when you're looking at Oklahoma City and San Antonio, but I do think it's deeper in squads that are capable of making it to the NBA Finals, which I think is just going to make next season super interesting if you have that many teams that really believe that they're going to be able to come out of the conference.
Yeah, Dan, I saw you guys on Hardwood Knocks. You guys were discussing, is the NBA in its why not it's us era, and that kind of fits towards that. We have a host on the station, Anthony Lima, in the morning, and he was talking about that idea of podcasters out there. Obviously, not you guys, because you guys are open to other teams winning, but they're too quick to be like, only these two teams can win the NBA title, and why? But I don't know, Dan. I mean, you got 8 title winners in 8 years. It does feel like the why not us era is what should be dominating instead of restricting.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know how you watch, I guess, this specific postseason and come away with sort of any other feeling. You look at the team that won it all in the Knicks, where after they won the NBA Cup, people had them DOA. It felt like something was rotten with that team. They go on to win it all, and while having one of the most dominant postseason runs in history. More to that point, I think any time that we've kind of been prematurely crowning a team, no one's going to get past them. It was the Thunder. Even at the beginning of this past season, they just looked like they were going to be unbeatable. And then they deal with injuries. They end up losing. The offense isn't clicking. Chet Holmgren struggles. Now all of a sudden you have this team in the Spurs with Wemby that's supposed to be next up is already in the finals. And then they've been declared, they were favorites heading into that series, and they're kind of now declared this. Well, if Wemby's just going to be there, how are you supposed to get through Wemby? And we saw the Knicks do it in 5 games. And you already mentioned it. There's been 8 champions in 8 different years. There's always there's luck involved. There's these weird developments involved. I do think the league is deeper with talent than it's ever been before, but it comes back to there's one break that I think can change everything for a bunch of teams in the league. And so if you are operating, especially if you already have a star in place, let alone a star of a certain age, if you are operating with anything other than the utmost urgency when you're trying to win, I just find it not compelling to look at another team's window, whether it's Oklahoma City or San Antonio, and say, oh, like, you know what, like we could slow play this, or this just isn't going to be our window this next 2 to 4 years.
Dan, always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much. We'll catch up with you later.
Thanks, Dan.
Most definitely. Thanks for having me. Take care.
All right, good stuff right there. Dan Favale on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We're after what he had to say in regards to LeBron. And also, do the Browns have to name a starter early? One Good Morning Football analyst got our attention. We'll do that next right here in The Fan.
Celebrate 0-0-0 during the Ken Gainley Kia Freedom Sale. You've got the freedom to buy a 2026 Kia with 0 down, 0% or 0 payments for 90 days. 26 Kia Seltos LX, $119 lease per month. 26 Sportage LX, $139 lease per month. $139 or 0%, 0 down. 24 months, do it.
possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
I kind of feel like LeBron and his people have to know at this point. Gone back and forth personally just between all the information's out there between the Cavaliers and the Warriors, and that sort of felt like the only two teams that would end up truly being in the mix. So I know we saw the Rich Paul whiteboard, and there's been a lot of speculation over he doesn't care about money, he just wants to play meaningful competitive basketball. But I do think not so deep down that he and his camp has to know at this point, and I would be pretty floored if it wasn't Golden State or Cleveland at this stage.
That was Dan Favale, joined us last segment. What's funny is that I feel like Golden State has kind of moved its way out of the conversation. And I don't know why, because, again, I'm the first person to tell you, Jake, that nobody knows. It's all down to LeBron and LeBron's camp. And outside of Rich Paul doing podcast, nobody near LeBron is speaking at all. So, like, nobody has any idea what's going on. But it does feel like Golden State is not taking this, I'm not going to say as serious, but it does feel like in the past, 4 days, they're not the contender that maybe they once were.
I think it's everybody taking speculation and rumor as pure fact, because
which is, I know, a really big part of this.
Because everybody had the thing was out there is like, if he's going to go to Golden State, it's going to be, kind of a 2-for-1. Anthony Davis is going to go there, then LeBron will go there, and then the Wizards were like, yeah, we're not moving Anthony Davis.
Which, by the way, I still don't believe. Like, Washington's GM comes out and is emphatic about it, and it's like, well, yeah, isn't that what you do if you want to drive the price up?
It's what everybody does.
Like I don't know why everyone's taking that as gospel. Everyone's like, oh, he came out and said, it's like,
Boston should have taken a page out of his book. Should have been like, we're not moving Jaylen Brown if the deal's not right. We like him here. But instead, they pretty much just silently shopped him around for 2 years.
So do you buy that it's Golden State and the Cavs, or are you going to throw the Heat in there? Are you going to throw the 76ers in there?
I'll throw the 76ers in there. The Heat, to me, just have never made any sense. Like, I think LeBron wants to go compete for a title. Sure, you can go back and play Miami. That team is not ready to compete for a title, and they are very far from it. Like, even if you add pieces, their starting point guard is Davion Mitchell. LeBron plays alongside two bigs, Andrew Wiggins.
The other D. Mitchell, 45.
Yeah, not the good one.
I don't know. It's not that the Heat makes no sense to me. If he loves Miami, I'm sure he still owns property in Miami the same way he owns property here. I would imagine his family liked Miami. I think they've all spoken glowingly about it. He's very close friends with Giannis is the part I want to underscore here, though. Giannis, to the point where Giannis has flown LeBron out to Greece, and they've worked out together in Greece, where LeBron has been to his house, has been to his compound that he has there. Like moves that LeBron doesn't have to make. Let's put it that way. You don't go to Greece because you just think a guy's okay. You go to Greece because you really like the guy. And so, I don't know if this is all about relationships. And he's obviously got one with Riley still. He thinks the world of Spoelstra always has. There even a part of this that Dwayne Wade, he doesn't want to let down. He's like, hey, you can bring back Miami. You can bring back the Heat. Because remember D. Wade went on that whole big rant about how Miami Heat basketball used to be something, and now it's like nobody shows up. Nobody cares anymore. Yeah. So like maybe there's something he feels obligated to that as well. Like there's a roadmap that you can get to. I wouldn't bet your money on it, but like there's a roadmap that you can get to there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like there's lines that make it make sense. I don't ever see LeBron playing for somewhere where he doesn't think this team can win a title, and I don't think there's anything Miami could do this year that convinces you.
Well, isn't that what Golden State is? I mean, Golden State's not winning a title.
They just won one in 2022.
Yeah, they're old. 4 years ago. What do you mean just in 2022? That might as well have been 40 years ago in the basketball world.
It was 4 years ago.
It's another lifetime in the NBA.
You're still playing alongside Steph, Draymond, Kristaps will be there. If they can bring in Jimmy Butler's there.
How many playoff wins do they have in the recent 4 years since that?
I mean, they've been to the playoffs, 2 or 3 times since then?
I don't like asking questions I don't know the answer to on the top of my head. But in my head, I'm thinking it can't be more than like a playoff series.
I mean, yeah, it's probably not much more than that, but they didn't have LeBron. Like, Steph's still not bad. I'm not saying that team is fantastic.
That team isn't winning as much as a stuffed teddy bear, though. I mean,
they're winning as much as Miami's winning.
That team isn't winning anything. Well, no, but I'm not basing my LeBron decision about whether or not he wins titles or doesn't win titles. You're doing that. I don't think that's part of the. I don't think that's the driving force.
If it's about connections and everything else, he's close with Draymond. Him and Steph. He's talked about how much he wants to play together. He likes Steve Kerr. Like, he's got plenty of connections to go to Golden State too. Like that line of thinking still works as well.
I don't believe it's all about this happiness thing that he's putting out there. Like that part might be a bridge too far for me. They lost in the Western Conference semifinals 2 years ago. And then so they don't have got no playoff series win since then. That's fine. It's neither here nor there, though. The point is that I don't know that I buy the happiness part of this 100%. Like there's got to be something else that equates to it. If I'm weighting it in like a pie chart, I am putting the happiness over the can I win a title with this team card. Because LeBron just existed in LA for too many years of not even being close to competitive to win a title with that Lakers team for me to be like he cares so much about that and that's the end all be all. No, what he cared about in Los Angeles was doubling up his income, which he did, to now become a billionaire. Like that's why LA mattered to him. Like he's found reasons outside of basketball in previous stops that matter to him more than just can I make this team a title contender.
I mean, I just think
Miami
that part
was
still
about
weighs
that.
in.
Miami was about that, 100%. Coming back here, the second time, was about that as well. Like that was, I had a mission. I have to win a title for these people. I have to make sure I make good on that initial promise that I gave them, and that's it. The LA thing wasn't about that at all.
I still think there's an extenuating circumstances. Like it's a factor into it. Like, again, LeBron went to LA, won a title. They had a team that was capable with LeBron on it. They were building around the idea we can go win a title. Miami's trying to build that right now. So, and again, maybe that's enough to convince him. I don't know. We're playing the game of getting LeBron's head.
I mean, there's enough NBA people out there that believe that the Cavs, Bill Simmons is one of them, that the Cavs aren't even a team that can get you an NBA title. Like he joins the Cavs, and we might as well just be calling it a farewell tour because that's the only value he's going to get out of this. You and I don't believe that necessarily, but there are enough basketball people that believe that.
I mean, if we just look at the history of the Bucks and what they've had over the past couple of years, it's comparable to what Miami has now. Add LeBron to the Bucks over the last couple of years, I don't think they're winning a title. I just don't think Miami has that. And you can say it about the Cavs. You can talk about finish. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They're a hell of a lot closer than Miami is because they got Giannis, who hasn't been able to stay on a basketball floor for more than 40 or 50 games over the past couple of years. Like, again, is Miami completely out of the question? No, because I'm not in LeBron's brain. But if I had to tally everything up of happiness, how much money he can get paid, and your chance to win a title, which I think are three of the driving factors, Miami is easily fourth on that list.
Don in Cleveland up next. What's up, Don?
How you guys doing today?
Hey, Don.
So I've believed LeBron has been coming back since last year's moves when we got rid of some key pieces. And did the whole Harden thing. I think they were setting up for this summer to try to make the move. We know what happened last time, right? When LeBron came back, it was a good team. I believe they were on a tear when they fired David Blatt, correct?
You mean on a tear, like they were playing good basketball? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, they were destroying the Western Conference. They were like 15-1 against the Western Conference, and then they fired David Blatt, and the Cavs had the best record in the East. Am I mistaken? Is my memory off on that?
I'd have to go back and look if they were 15-1, but it wasn't poor. Yeah.
Yeah. So my point being simply this. Okay, so LeBron is still a top 15 to 20, top 20 player any given night, right? And probably for a whole season. Any given night, he's probably a top 5 player for the night. So he's still good. Comes to a very good team. Golden State and Miami don't have better basketball teams than the Cavs as of today. You add LeBron to the Cavs, we are a title contender. You add it to Miami or Golden State, maybe they are, but probably not. And who is the smartest basketball player in the NBA right now, possibly ever? LeBron James, right?
Yeah.
Former coaches have said that. He's the smartest guy in the league. Popovich said it. Larry Brown said it. Stan Van Gundy said it.
Right, and I believe it, yeah.
Don't work, if Kenny Atkinson and LeBron, if LeBron's back, which I think he is, and Kenny Atkinson and LeBron aren't working out, and the trade deadline comes along, and the Cavs are making moves for the roster, how about LeBron player coach? Because LeBron's the smartest.
All right,
LeBron's
Don.
smarter than almost every coach.
All right, thank you, Don. I blame them. I blame the morning show. That's not. I blame them. They got everyone talking about Atkinson today. They got the conversation about Atkinson. How much LeBron can. I blame you guys now. That's it. I blame you guys.
He's gonna be here. He's not going anywhere. Brett Siegel said it as much with us earlier. Like, he is locked in. The Cavs like him and they want him to be here. He has Dan's support. He has Kobe's support. Kenny Atkinson's not going anywhere. LeBron, what is his final year, 2 years, whatever it is not going to be like that Kenny guy. He's like, if he's gone, it's because the Cavs aren't working. And, well, obviously LeBron is not going to be the coach in that aspect. They are going to hire somebody, even if it is, a LeBron friend, even if it is the Ty Lue hiring, which still worked out very well.
If LeBron said, only way I come here is I get to be the head coach as well, do you do it?
No. No shot. I'm not letting LeBron coach my team.
I'm pretty sure it's against CBA rules anyway.
It might be against a lot of things, but the caller asked, and now I'm curious to find out your guys' answers. Are you against it as well? It hinges on him becoming the head coach of the team, and we'll let rules be damned because it's summer radio and sports talk. Let's do this thing. You're saying no?
No.
I'm giving LeBron the coaching job.
No.
I'll give him the GM job before I give him the coaching job.
I'll 100% give him the coach. You'll give him a job. You'll give him a different job outside of the job he has.
Sure, absolutely.
You'll fire Kobe Altman, or you're going to do the job under Kobe Altman, then the Weems job?
He's the one that goes under Kobe Altman. And he has his brother as the assistant GM.
I'm giving him the head coaching job. If LeBron's like, you're either here and I'll do it, but I want to be the player coach. I want to go back to the 50s and 60s where this was a common thing. I think I could pull it off. Yeah. Get out the little clipboard when you take the timeouts. Draw up the ATOs. That's why Rich Paul was studying ATOs. It's all about LeBron. He's trying to make sure that LeBron's ready for this head coaching job.
That is absurd.
You're not doing it. It's hinging on the whole thing is hinging on him becoming the head coach. You're not doing it.
No, I don't think it would it'd be odd. I mean, sure, maybe
I don't believe
I don't know. Like, I'm not that attached to Kenny Atkinson at the end of the day. Like, maybe I would.
Where's this loyalty to Kenny Atkinson
I don't
from?
have it. I really don't.
You think LeBron's going to be awful at this?
No,
LeBron can
he'll be fine.
LeBron can go to a podium and tell everyone they won analytically the same way that Kenny Atkinson's going. Okay?
LeBron's not going to tell you that.
I mean, come on. What are we doing?
He'll win that battle against Kenny. That's for sure.
LeBron will get so annoyed by the amount of times he has to meet with the media because he already does a decent amount anyway. But there's no running. That's every single practice. That is every single game, pre and post. That's a lot of media obligations that LeBron would have to do.
He might be the latest in terms of giving interviews. He might be the latest to his post-game media sessions every single game in the league.
It would be bad.
Did you look up yet if a player can become a head coach? If this is
I think we've had this conversation before and it said no.
Bylaws are in there, so it hasn't changed.
They wrote
Believe it or not, they
CBA.
didn't slip that in with the aprons.
Hey, a LeBron clause.
Yeah, they were like, you know what? Let's bring back player coaches. We like those. Let's just eliminate that. That wording doesn't need to be there. It's like one of the parts of the CBA where they're like, all right, what do we need to adjust? And they like, oh, there's the rule about people not becoming player coaches.
They're no longer allowed in the NBA because it would circumvent the CBA. No. You're not allowed to do it.
I do see it now. Prior to this rule, 40 instances of player coaches in the NBA and BAA history. Obviously, Bill Russell, Lenny Wilkins, all these guys. All the game's great.
Now, wait, here. This gets really interesting because what if I could pay LeBron the veteran minimum, but also give him a coach's salary on top of it that doesn't count towards my salary cap?
Oh, no.
Can I do that now?
I was thinking 2 birds, 1 stone type thing where we it's a great way to maneuver this.
Yes.
Maybe that's why it doesn't exist.
It probably is.
You circumvent the cap while doing this. It's like, all right, we pay you league minimum here and we pay you $75 million to be the head coach.
It's the coaching equivalent of the Kawhi Leonard Clippers experience.
Yeah.
Instead of planting trees, you're planting, I don't know, player development.
I want it on the record. You can't legally do it, but I 100% would if this is what LeBron said he wanted. If he's like, I got a call. I called the commissioner. Rich Paul's got it set. They're going to make an amendment in here so I can be a player coach. It's all I want to accomplish. Only way I'm coming is if the team I'm going to will let me do this. Do you let me do this? I say, of course I do. Of course I do. Welcome home, LeBron. I'll get the, is he going to do like a tearaway suit or something like that?
Into his jersey.
Yeah. So you're just going to kind of like put it back on, take it off, put it back on, and then come on over.
He does the JV jumpsuit like JV does on the side.
Yeah. He does his press conferences of the coaches of suit. And they're like, all right, guys, we're going to take a 2-minute intermission. When we come on back, LeBron James, the player we just acquired, going to talk. The whole time he talks about himself, the coach. He talks about the player in the third person.
Well, no, but
he's like, we're so happy to get LeBron.
He's got to he does the player interviews at his locker room while still sweating, and then he does the coaching ones with like the suit on, and then like hair's looking great, everything all in between.
He's just living 2 lives all at once.
Well, we accomplished nothing here, but I think we cracked the code.
He would hate this, by the way.
Don't speak for me. What do you mean I would hate this?
No, you wouldn't hate this. LeBron would. Why would you want to take on more responsibility?
LeBron would hate this.
He would hate this.
Yeah, I think he would.
Yeah,
I think he'd hate the. I think he'd hate the media obligations. I think that would be, if you could find a loophole around so many times you have to talk to the media. I think he'd love it. But the media obligations, in and of itself, like baseball managers, why that job sucks is you have to talk to us so many times. Like that even in the NFL, you've seen how many times these coaches have to speak. And how many times they have to get up to the podium, and how many different ways. There's a reason why Monken's already been agitated like 7 times this offseason about quarterback questions. I think he's genuinely shocked that he gets asked this many questions about quarterbacks. And it's like, yeah, that's part of the gig. It's annoying. I get it. All right, 216-474-0092. In case we missed it, coming your way next, we might have to throw in that clip involving quarterbacks as well because we didn't get to it yet. We might just push it to tomorrow as well. A lot still left to do. It's Jake Volnick, Jonathan Peterlin here with you on The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help you keep books with Westwood One Sports. Big news, obviously, the suspension of Flo Balogun's ban. So all eyes will be on him tonight, including those of the Belgian back.
and Josh just makes you feel comfortable. He's not there to hound you. He's the very best when it comes to making it your decision and one you're going to love. Go check out my friend Josh Bookman at Bookman & Son, bookmanandson.com.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. It is Jonathan Beadle and Jake Volnick with you guys. Or as one Instagram commenter pointed out when we worked a show a few weeks ago, he was like, I love when my two overtime guys are doing the show together. We should just rename the whole thing Overtime. Just not Overtime with, just Overtime when it's the two of us in the afternoons together.
This is overtime inclusive.
That's it.
Overtime in regulation.
Well, with soccer these days, people are so screwed up anyway. People have no idea what's going on. And I'm also one of those people. They put like the 7 thing up there, and then we end up playing for like 15 more minutes. I don't really, there's a lot, it kind of feels like.
You're talking about added time?
Yeah, added time. Added time kind of feels like they always wait until like the final possession is gone and done. And I just think that's a little backwards. I think it's wild. It's not as if like they don't stop mid-play. They let the final play and the final sequence continue on. And I think it's admirable, but it's also a little weird to me. There's no other thing. There's nothing like it in sports, really. If you think about it, it's like it's at the ref's discretion, and then part of the understanding is you're going to be able to finish out your final sequence. And I just think that's wild.
Yeah, it's pretty much. I don't know if it's the way it's written, but it's the way it's accepted. It's you get that added time plus basically like sometimes you get extra time beyond it because if there's stoppage time in the added time, they also pretty much tack that onto the back end of it. Plus, yeah, it's like until the imminent threat is gone. Like if you have the
threat
ball,
is gone. Yeah.
If you have the ball in the attacking half and you look like you're building towards something, they let you finish that off until you lose possession. Then the whistle blows.
I know, it's so crazy to me, and it seems. I mean, it makes sense in theory. You wouldn't want to just end the game at a random spot where it feels like somebody might be making an attack and might be making a run, but it also then it kind of feels like if an NFL game was in overtime and then they're just like, oh no, but they're in the red zone, so let's keep this thing going. This seems fun. Like they might score a touchdown here. Let's keep it going. Play as long as you want. It just feels a little weird.
It is odd. I feel like it's more comparable to like hockey though. Like at hockey, when we get to the buzzer, it's like, oh, you basically just have to, you're 3/4 of the way down the ice, and you just have to basically flick it at the goal and hope that it goes in before the buzzer sounds. Like. Sure, but it has zero chance of going in. You have zero chance of impacting the game. Again, you can make the argument you should have done it the last 90 minutes or whatever in soccer, but I mean, I kind of like it. It's fun. Make sure that I have one final possession. I got one final attack left at it.
I'm kind of pumped for tonight.
Oh, now you're ready. It's got to be on. It has to be on, JP.
I might still watch Cardinals Brewers instead.
No,
but I'm kind of
put it on the
tablet. Put it on the phone.
I'm a little pumped. I'm kind of jazzed up. I'll regret those words. I'm gonna get like 5 minutes into that thing and then be flipping over to watch what Ohtani's doing. You got a solid good. If you can hook me like 5 minutes in, other side of this, if it's a blowout, if it's like 3-0, I got no chance either. But this is supposed to be a competitive game.
Well, that's okay. If it's 3-0, you can turn off the TV and then you're good. You knew as long as they win after going up 3-0. You're fine. Like, you saw the important parts of the game. You saw the win happen. You were excited for it. Then it was over. It's like if you turn into a Guardians game and it's 14-0, I wouldn't blame you if you flipped away from the channel. It's done. It's pretty much dusted. It's not officially over, but it basically is.
All right. I know me. I'll watch a little bit. I'll give it a solid run. And if the game is close and they keep me, then they'll have me the whole entire way. I can't pretend as if I'm doing like really awesome things at home outside of this. Okay. Like my nights are set up for sports. They always are. It's just whatever happens to get me there.
I told people last week, if you get to, it was the round of 32 game, the opening match they just played, just throw it on the TV in the background. You can mute it out. It's fine. Even if you don't want to listen to it, because I don't really care for the commentary in these games.
What's wrong with the commentary?
American soccer commentary is just really boring.
Why is that? Is it just because the sport is boring or because the commentary is boring?
No, the commentary just doesn't match. Like, even English commentary is much better. People putting on the Telemundo
So they don't treat it like Van Gundy treats a blowout in the NBA where it turns into a talk show?
No, that's kind of how half the sport is built that way anyway. But
that's what I always thought it was. I don't listen to it because I just don't listen to it. But like I assumed you were basically doing a podcast, or it's kind of like how a lot of baseball announcers, what those games turn into are basically long form podcasts because that's the flow of the game and that's how it works. And the ones that stay strictly to that was a ball, that was a strike, I'm only telling you what's happening on the field of play, those are the ones we all like the least.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of how American soccer is. It's very game focused. And like, I don't know, the pacing's just different. It doesn't feel like a sport that every time I hear it broadcast, it doesn't feel like a sport that fits in American broadcasting. And maybe it's just because we're not very good at it. And like, we don't have the history with it. We don't have the interest with it. So we don't have as many people going after it and having the reps at it. But
I just assumed everyone was going crazy. It's like that, the bit in The Simpsons where the American broadcast then it's on the soccer game and it's like, center, back to right, back to center, yes. Back to right. But then it goes to the Spanish broadcast, and the guy's losing his mind. It's like it's the Spanish version of center, back to right, back to center, back to right, back to center. Oh my God! And it's like that's how that works. Like it just assumed they found some enthusiasm from somewhere. They got there somehow.
Yeah, but the American broadcast doesn't do it. You just lose it. Like it feels like everybody else lives and dies with it.
Don't chop that up. That's a miserable. Don't chop that up.
You marked it.
It's 6:51. We're almost out of here. I strike that from the record. Let's get to in case we missed it.
All right, JP, I couldn't let you walk out of here without talking about the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce wedding that we saw over the weekend at MSG didn't see.
I'm kind of enjoying the amount of people like Will Compton that are complaining they didn't get invited. Like this is what they're doing publicly is what happens privately anytime you have a wedding. There's going to be people that don't make the list, and then the people that don't make the list trash talk you all day, being like, I can't believe I didn't get invited. How did I not get invited to this? Why didn't I make the cut? And I like that this is happening publicly.
Sorry, did you guys see that Dean Blandino got the invite this weekend?
Yeah, and once Dean Blandino got invited, that was the funniest thing I think I saw all weekend.
That is good.
I sent it to so many of my friends. Like, Dean Blandino made the cut.
Oh, guys,
what a rigged performance that was by Travis Kelce. Between Blandino and Aaron Andrews being invited, it's like you're not even trying to make it seem as if you have some sort of like you don't have a skin in the game here, Travis Kelce.
It was limited. There's only 30,000 seats at MSG or something. It's very limited who they could invite. No, but I did want to bring up. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Adam Sandler was the officiant in this wedding. JP, if you were a celebrity in one, would you let Adam Sandler be your officiant? And two, is there a celebrity you would pick?
Andy Reid says Adam Sandler did great.
I don't doubt it.
They said he was awesome. Is there a celebrity that I would pick?
I personally, I don't even think I would pick a celebrity. I like the personal officiant, like someone who kind of knows you.
Yeah, they got to do the research. Like Adam the Bull was my officiant, okay, yeah. And he was great because he not only does he know me, but he did the research attached to it all and called people in the wedding and got a bunch of backstories and everything like that. And to do that. That takes a lot of work, and I don't know that I don't know that Adam Sandler is going to put in that work. He did great because he gave messages that work everywhere, right? But I turned down being an officiant for a friend of mine after watching how much work Adam put into it, and he was awesome. Watching how much work he put into it, I said I can't. I'm not committing that much time to this.
I'm an officiant next year.
It's a lot of, if you want to really do it right, you can give out just whatever platitude you want and just make it very broad, like how Adam Sandler did. I think he had a nice message about love and everything like that, the way you think. But if you want to actually do it right, that's a lot of work that goes into it, man. That's a lot of work. So good luck to you on that. I hope you do well.
I hope I do too.
I know, but really do it. Treat it like a segment on the radio where you're putting in research and you're trying to figure out as much as you can. The more knowledge you can and the more personal you can intertwine, the better it makes it. And that takes work, man. All right, good stuff. Appreciate you, Mac Robinson on the board.
Yes.
Jake Murrin as well, producing today's show. Matt Corrali on the updates. Thanks for hanging out today, Jake.
It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
All right, good stuff. Overtime with Anthony Lant comes your way next right here on The Fan. Enjoy your night, Cleveland.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
This is an